Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Table documents pursuant to statute and a return to order as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objections, the meetings are authorised. Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion to provide for the consideration of 2 censure motions today.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Wong.
Thank you. I thank the Senate. There are 2 motions which the government is seeking to move this morning, and I will speak to both of them and then move them separately. One is in relation to behaviour by Senator Thorp, and one in relation to behaviour by Senator Babet. Can I say the government moves these motions reluctantly? We all know both senators are engaging in these behaviours precisely in order to get attention, engaging in actions and stunts designed to create storms on social media, but offering nothing of substance to improve anyone's life. These are actions which seek to incite outrage and grievance, actually to boost their own profiles. And this is part of a trend that we do see internationally, but which, quite frankly, we do not need here in Australia. We should deny them the attention they seek, but in doing so, we should also signal the upholding of standards of respect when we have dignitaries visit our Parliament, in Senator Thorp's case, no less than the head of state, and standards of respect when it comes to talking about our fellow Australians. And in Senator Babet's case, deliberate abuse of some of our fellow Australians. I move the motions as... Well, you want me to do one at a time? I first move that the routine of business be varied so as to enable me to... the return of business before the attendance by the Minister representing the Minister for Disability Insurance Scheme today be A, the consideration of a motion to be moved by me proposing the censure of Senator Thorp, and B, consideration of a motion to be moved by Senator Wong proposing the censure of Senator Babet.
So the question is, the motions as moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Wong.
Thank you. I move the motion relating to the conduct of Senator Thorp as circulated.
Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. President, I echo the words of Senator Wong in terms of the deep concern at the behaviour that pursues attention-seeking, and in the pursuit of attention-seeking brings this chamber into disrespect and reflects poorly upon the conduct of senators through the actions of just a few. In relation to Senator Thorp, let me be clear. This motion is not about what she said. It is not about her right to say it or her views. Those we defend. But it is about the conduct that was undertaken, the disruptive, disorderly and disrespectful approach that reflected so poorly upon all senators in this chamber and brought us into disrepute. That is why it is worthy and warranted of censure. Our urging of all senators remains to engage thoughtfully in the issues, to find ways to pursue them. We are all provided with a platform to speak, unlike almost any other Australian enjoys. And we should use that platform with respect and use that platform with care, but indeed with passion to pursue our views, no matter how vehemently each of us may disagree with them, or indeed occasionally be offended by them. President, in relation to Senator Thorp, can I also just reference the controversy that followed in the days after the King's visit? As you're aware, I wrote to you in relation both to what occurred in the Great Hall and Senator Thorp's conduct at that time. I thank you for agreeing to the Procedure Committee considering that incident and look forward to the deliberations of that committee in considering how it is that this Senate may best uphold the importance of the opportunities provided for this Parliament and governments of the day to give opportunities to visiting dignitaries, be they our head of state, the reigning sovereign and monarch, or be they visiting dignitaries in the form of heads of other countries or governments of other countries. The actions and the increasing pattern we've seen of disruptive conduct endanger the ability of governments of the day to provide that platform without visiting guests believing that they may be disrespected and that their visit may be brought into disrepute. And so, considering through the Procedure Committee those opportunities for this chamber to have greater power outside of its own sittings for formal occasions of the Parliament, to be able to try to discourage and remove the incentive for senators to behave in such disrespectful and disorderly ways is, I think, an important thing for the Procedure Committee to consider. The other aspect of controversy that flowed on in the days after that event was in relation to Senator Thorp's statements about her affirmation of office and the compliance of that in regard to Section 42 of the Constitution. President, I appreciate your reply to me. I would invite you at an appropriate time to ensure that the chamber is informed such that it is properly on the public record in regard to the assessment of you on advice from the clerk and after consideration of the legal principles. We have, many of us, unfortunately lived through the disruptions in relation to eligibility requirements for election to this Parliament. Section 42 goes to a different matter in relation to eligibility to take up a seat in the chamber following election. It is nonetheless a very important one. I am sure that all senators, like me, have received a vast volume of correspondence from people concerned about what appeared to be a statement denying that the proper affirmation had taken place. That is very serious. Equally, we appreciate the constitutional duties and responsibilities you have to uphold the terms of the Constitution as interpreted and applied within relevant acts and our standing orders as they are set out, and that is why I think it is critical for you to place on the record the assessment that has been undertaken such that all senators are able to refer to that in the correspondence and reassurance they give to constituents about the validity of every person to sit and exercise their votes in this place.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham, and I will take up the invitation as you've offered it. Senator Faruqi.
President. Well, what a disgrace. What a disgrace Labor and the Liberals are, calling for Senator Thorp to be censured for telling the truth about invasion, dispossession, and the genocide of First Nations people in this country. That is just contemptible. I thought we still lived in a democracy. We have a right to protest. We have a right to dissent. We have a right to disrupt. And that's what Senator Thorp did. But you want to police black women. You want to police the way we disrupt. Black and brown people disrupt and dissent.
Order.
You want us to be boxed into what a white white supremacist system is the right way to protest and to dissent.
Senator Faruqi, just resume your seat. Thank you. Senator Wong?
I'd ask that that be withdrawn.
Senator Faruqi, I'll ask you to withdraw in the interests of the chamber the comments you've made in relation to people's colour.
Sorry, President, I didn't understand why that went against the rules.
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm not suggesting it goes against the rules. What I said to you was, in the interests of harmony across the chamber, I would ask you to withdraw those comments.
And when black and brown people are being vilified and
Faruqi,
attacked left, right and
Senator
centre,
Faruqi,
where is
please
the harmony
resume your
for them?
seat. Senator Faruqi, order. Senator Faruqi, please resume your seat. Senators who are interjecting, I remind you I'm dealing with this matter and I'm asking you to be silent. Senator Faruqi, I asked you, in the interests of the chamber, you can either accept my advice or you can reject my advice, but you are not in a debate with me. I'll invite you once again to withdraw those comments.
I withdraw, just so you can allow me to speak, because here in this chamber, our voices
Senator
are
Faruqi,
shut down.
Senator Faruqi,
I withdraw, President.
Thank
I
you.
withdraw.
Thank you. Please continue.
Where was the harmony? Where was the disrepute of this chamber when Senator Hanson racially vilified me? When both Labour and the Liberals joined up not to censure her, and now the federal court has found in a very strong ruling that Senator Pauline Hanson racially vilified me and, fell foul of the Racial Discrimination Act. Will you be ashamed now? Will you censure her too? Very quick to censure a black woman, but do nothing when a brown woman is racially vilified by a colleague in this workplace. Hope you can hang your heads in shame. But it is true that the bubble of white privilege that encapsulates this parliament, it's a systemic issue. And that's why we are here today debating a black senator being censured for telling the truth of the British Crown's genocide on First Nations people and telling it the way that she wants to. So stop attacking, vilifying First Nations people, brown people, refugees and migrants, which is what is happening at the moment in this country. For once, sit down and listen to First Nations people. Listen to their truth in the way they want to tell it. Listen to their truth of how the British Crown wreaked havoc on First Nations people here and on people of colour around the world. And the truth is that the British Empire and the colonial forces have inflicted huge suffering and horrific atrocities on First Nations people. But you want to shut that down. You want First Nations people who tell their truth to shut up because you don't like the way they tell the truth. You want them to be polite. But there are First Nations people who are being killed in custody. First Nations people bear the worst of racism and discrimination in this country. But that's all fine. Let's shut down a black woman who talks about it. Truth-telling is uncomfortable, and it should be uncomfortable. So feel that discomfort a bit. Hear it, and try and do something about it. Preserving the British monarchy is to preserve white supremacy and the systemic racist structures that were built by the empire and that persist, harm, hurt, and kill people to this day. And you know what? It is time for this country to embrace a republic which is rooted in decolonization and sovereignty of First Nations. But you're not going to listen to this. You're not going to listen to people. in any other way, shape or form unless we scream and shout and force you to listen. The Greens vehemently oppose this censure motion against Senator Thorp.
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Are you seeking the call, Senator Canavan? Senator Canavan.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Look, I don't debate the merits of this motion. I'm not going to go into those in detail, as have made the cases. I do have a point about process here that I'd like to make very briefly. My understanding is Senator Thorp is not here at the moment, and without foreshadowing the notice paper, I think we're going to have a similar situation next. A censure motion should be one of the more serious processes and motions we debate in this chamber. I think we diminish and reduce its seriousness by calling on this debate at a time when the senator in question is not even here to provide a right of reply or a defence. I mean, I think we're cheapening this measure here by doing it in this way. I support the motion the government's putting forward, but I also absolutely support the right of my colleague, Senator Thorp, to be in the chamber to hear the arguments against her, to be in the chamber to respond to those arguments if she so chooses to. But that right to her has been denied because the government here has brought this on in what can only be described as a kangaroo court-style fashion, where the defendant is not even here to defend him or herself. That process should be condemned. And I hope it is not a precedent that is set in this place that we do not treat our colleagues with respect. There is no doubt that the conduct of Senator Thorp has been widely condemned across our society, and that I think it was regrettable that what should have been a special moment for many Australians was diminished by her conduct. But we don't correct that sin by ourselves not upholding proper standards of process in this place. So I believe the Leader of the Government is to get up here, and maybe she could respond to my points here about why the government has brought this on without allowing a colleague, a Senate colleague, to defend themselves on a motion of this seriousness.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Wong.
Thank you. Well, a few points. First, this was discussed with your leader, and we will make.
Order.
I listened to you, Senator Canavan. I listened to you, and we will make time available for Senator Thorp to speak. We are mindful, as I said at the outset, that both she and Senator Babet are doing this in order to create more attention, and you have assisted and facilitated more of that this morning. In relation to Senator Faruqi, Senator Faruqi, our position on Senator Hanson and her views is long-standing. Our position on her views in relation to race precedes. I listened to you.
Order.
I listened to you. I listened to you. This is the point. You only wish you wish us to listen to you, but you do not wish to listen to us. And you denigrate us, and you use words like you used in your speech in order to denigrate.
Senator Wong, I just advise you to direct your comments to the chair.
Well, I hope that goes both ways, Senator. Senator, I would remind you that when Senator Hanson first raised her views on Asian immigration, about Australia being swamped by Asian, there were many of us inside the Labor Party and inside the community who worked, protested, advocated against her. I would also remind you of the motion we passed in support of you and the speech I gave in support of you in relation to her words about you. So I just would remind you of that. Senator.
Order.
We seem to have come to a place where senators' behaviour in this place and beyond is designed to cause outrage designed to gain media attention and so often does not reflect on this chamber and what Australians expect of us being sent here. We do have enormous privilege being here. We have legally absolute privilege in this place, and that should be exercised with a degree of responsibility and respect for the other. I don't need to close it. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President.
If there are no further contributions, I'm Senator Mackenzie. Oh, sorry, that closes the debate because the Minister spoke. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the censure motion regarding the conduct of Senator Thorp, as moved by Senator Wong, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Urquhart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 46 ayes and 12 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Wong.
Thank you. And I move to the motion in relation to the conduct of Senator Babet, and I move the motion as circulated in my name.
Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, President. I know the Leader of the Government spoke when moving the procedural motion at the outset. President, whilst in the case of Senator Thorp, I made clear that the opposition's support for the censure was not because we denied her the right to say the things that she said, but because we were appalled at the way in which she said them and the time and place in which she sought to pursue those issues. In the case of this censure motion with Senator Babet, the words that he has placed on the public record are repugnant, are abhorrent, and have no place in proper, orderly, civil conduct and debate in 2024. People are free to be warriors.
Order! Order! Senator Thorp, you are out of order. Senator Thorp, come to order. Come to order. Senator Thorp, I have called you to order. Senator Thorp, I have called you to order. Senator Birmingham, please continue.
Thanks, President. As I was saying in relation to Senator Babet, the remarks are repugnant, abhorrent, and have no place in the civil discourse of 2024. People are free to rail against political correctness or so-called wokeism, but the way to do that is not to offend your fellow Australians, to demean your fellow Australians, to engage in conduct that long ago, was seen to be completely socially unacceptable and certainly should not be tolerated in supposed leaders of our country elected senators of this parliament. We don't wish to see the Senate have to become the word police or the thought police for senators. We again look forward to discussions in Procedure Committee as to how we manage these issues, but there is a point and time where conduct and language is so appalling that the Senate needs to make its opinion clear. We made it clear in relation to conduct just before. We make it clear now in relation to conduct and language. When it comes to Senator Babet, I think what we saw in the midst of my remarks simply amplifies the point that Senator Wong made at the outset, that of course these instances of conduct are all too much about attention-seeking and trying to gain a relevance that otherwise is not supported by the electorate or by the vast and overwhelming majority of Australians. And though in a country like ours it is the job of our free press to report properly upon the proceedings of this parliament and the debates that occur, I would urge them to consider the weight they give to such minority outbursts and the elevation that they provide to minority outbursts and incendiary or inflammatory or insulting language used by individual members of parliament, and then in the weight they give, it only amplifies it in ways that those individuals do not deserve to have it amplified, and it only fosters the type of division that those of us who wish to focus on the good governance of this country would wish to avoid.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. I want to make clear that Madam President. I want to make clear that I would have voted for this censure motion. I had taken the opportunity to call Senator Babet this morning after I found out about this and let him know that, while I consider him a mate, I didn't at all support the statements he made. They were reprehensible, as the Leader of the Opposition said, and they're not the sort of conduct that senators in this place, senators in this country should engage in. But again, I'll have to make the same point I made earlier, that Senator Babet, like Senator Thorp, deserve to be here in this place to hear these arguments, to potentially defend himself. When I rose earlier in the earlier debates, I actually was still of a mind to vote for the censure motion of both Senators Thorp and Senators Babet, but Madam President, with all respect, I couldn't in good conscience do that after the inept response from the Leader of the Government. She made no attempt to outline why this process has been brought on at this time, what's the urgency of it. My understanding is that those senators had been affected by flight delays this morning. My understanding is that they've, only been informed this morning that this was coming on. That's just a complete lack of process, perhaps in response to my points this time, that Senator Wong could outline exactly when Senators Thorp and Babet were informed of the government's intention, how much time they gave them to mount a proper defence. This is a serious action. I mean, it's not a criminal court, of course, but it's a serious process that where basic rights of process should apply. And people being accused of something as grievous as what we are doing this morning, clearly in a free, fair and equal society, deserve the opportunity to mount a defence. They deserve adequate time to prepare that defence. They deserve a proper ability to hear all the points of view that are being put against them, the arguments that are being substantiated to take an action of this severity. But we've just, as I said earlier, we've just cheapened this whole process and made a mockery of the censure process. I hope this is not a precedent. I was one of the few who voted against George the member for Dawson, Mr. George Christensen, being censured a few years ago. We won't look back on that kindly, I don't believe, as a chamber. He had the temerity at the time to say masks don't work. And I know we're all panicked at the time, and we succumbed to that panic, but it was an absolutely absurd thing notwithstanding whatever your views are on masks today, hardly any of them are wearing them anymore, but whatever your views are, to censure someone for that, it was absurd. And now we're doing this. Where's it going to end? Where's it going to end? We should keep the censure process as something being of grave, serious nature. And we won't do that if we'll repeat this tawdry exercise we've engaged in this morning.
Senator Rennick.
I rise to speak to this because I feel very strongly that these censures, while I support them, and the conduct is unbecoming, are political point scoring. And I feel and I say that because I've tried to censure public servants in the past, in particular John Skerritt when he was head of the TGA for lying to me in estimates. It never got past the Community Affairs Committee, but he lied to me on a number of occasions throughout Senate estimates, and I couldn't get that off the ground, and that was a serious issue. I also called a press conference a couple of weeks ago when we were down here the last set of estimates because I wanted to talk about some very serious issues, one of which was that we've got a former politician that hasn't been named by the head of ASIO, Mike Burgess, who said that this particular politician sold Australia out. Now, for some particular reason, the two major parties don't want to discuss this at all, and I feel this is a very, very, very serious issue. We've also got other issues all the time that occur, and instead we come into this chamber every week and we start engaging in political point scoring. And don't get me wrong, this behaviour is unbecoming, but ultimately, as they say, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. We have got genuine serious issues out here where hard-working Australians are being damaged by actions of their government that people don't want to discuss. So I would urge the chamber to actually stop political point scoring for a change and actually start dealing with issues. One in particular, and I mean this hasn't been yet brought to the Senate's attention because it only came up in estimates. Treasury, for example, hasn't mentioned that they haven't updated their tax agreement with Ireland since 1983. In 1983, Ireland had a tax rate of 40 cents in the dollar. It's now got 12.5 cents in the dollar. Billions of dollars are going offshore, and no one in this chamber cares about the cost of it to Australian people.
I should not have to keep calling you. When I call your name, I expect you to stop. You are ranging a long, long way from the issue at hand. It's about the censure motion towards Senator Babet. The other point I'd make is that if you use the term liar to a senator in this place, you would have to withdraw. Whilst I can't ask you to withdraw that language for a public servant, I would remind you of that. Please continue.
Yeah, Chair, Madam President, I'll just wrap it up and say, look, can we stick to the substance of the issue? And I didn't know that I called anyone in here a liar, but it wasn't the intention to call someone in here a liar.
Senator Rennick, it was in relation to a public servant. Minister Wong.
Finished? Thank you. I'll make 3 points. First, censures are about the protection of the institution. It's not about a legal fact-finding process about whether someone's done something or whether someone's evidence is incorrect. They're about us as an institution, as a collective, protecting the institution. That's the decision we're making here. The second point I would make is that it is normal practice for these issues to be dealt with at the first available opportunity. Not, I think, Senator Canavan, you did not demur when Senator Birmingham took such an approach in relation to the then Senator Rice. It was the next available opportunity. The third point I'd make is, and whilst I appreciate people have travel difficulties, the majority of the Senate is here and has ensured that we are here for the opening of the Parliament of the Senate. Ultimately, this is about the protection of the institution and what we determine as a collective is acceptable. We all have different views. That is what this place deals with. But we also have to make a decision about expressing a view about what behaviours are appropriate in the expression of those views. And also, in relation to Senator Babet, whether in 2024 the sorts of views that he has articulated which are frankly hateful about our fellow Australians, are something that we should be condoning as a Senate. I, for one, do not, and I commend the motion.
So the question is that the censure motion regarding Senator Babet be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes that debate, and we are now back on our normal routine, and I believe that I'm calling Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. And the government continues to reiterate its view that it cannot agree with the assertions made in this motion. We do, however, acknowledge the interest in the chamber in continuing to reform the NDIS to get it back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. I also acknowledge the support from the opposition for working together with the government to this end and for voting in support of the NDIS, getting the NDIS back on track, number 1 Bill 2024, which passed the Parliament on the 22nd of August 2024. The NDIS bill received royal assent on the 5th of September 2024 and commenced on the 3rd of October 2024. On the 8th of February 2024, the government tabled the final report of the independent review into the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which was publicly released on the 7th of December 2023. In producing this report, the independent NDIS review panel travelled to every state and territory, including regional and remote communities. It heard directly from more than 10,000 Australians, worked with disability organisations to reach out and listen to more than 1,000 people with disability and their families, and recorded more than 2,000 personal stories and received almost 4,000 submissions. The review delivered 26 recommendations and 139 supporting actions to respond to its terms of reference. In delivering its recommendations, the review provided exhaustive analysis and proposals to improve the operation, effectiveness and sustainability of the NDIS. The independent NDIS review panel has said its reforms can improve the scheme and meet National Cabinet's annual growth target of no more than 8% growth by the 1st of July 2026. The NDIS bill was the first legislative step by this government to ensuring this annual growth target be achieved. Following passage of the NDIS bill, discussions will continue with senators across this chamber as well as members of the other place to address questions about the government's NDIS reform agenda that it is pursuing together with the disability community. We look forward to continuing to work with senators in this place to get the NDIS back on track and ensure its sustainability for future generations of Australians. In relation to the order being discussed, the government has previously outlined that we have claimed public interest immunity over the requested documents as disclosure would prejudice relations between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories. The Minister representing the Treasurer has already tabled key documents for the benefit of the Senate in addition to the aforementioned review. Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President.
Clark? Oh, Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. Well, here we are again, NDIS Monday. It's like the never-ending story because I think we're 13 or 14 months now. And poor Senator Farrell gets sent in every week to deliver a statement that is quite simply an insult to this chamber. We've just had motions about respecting the institution. Well, and then they turn around with complete disdain for the Senate because it is now 13 or 14 months since they have been required, the government has been required to provide this documentation to the Senate. And yet again, that documentation is not being provided. But this is on top. You know, remember when the now Prime Minister, when he was campaigning, he was going to be all about transparency. was all going to be open government. It was doing things differently. Instead, this is the most opaque administration I think we've ever seen. Their consistent refusal to provide documents in this place that the Senate has demanded from them, but that is now being backed up by the behaviour we've just recently seen at estimates, that we're seeing through the way that they are conducting legislation committees through each of the committee processes, and they're shutting down of any inquiry, limiting the number of hearings. We know what happened with the NDIS and the reforms and the way that they were trying to be pushed through, so much that we saw billboards being driven around, but then lo and behold, the government themselves had something like 50 plus amendments that they wanted to push through, stuff that we would have been able to get to the bottom of had we been actually required or able to have a proper inquiry and series of hearings. We now see at estimates that all of a sudden the agency is not available, that no one can attend, that conveniently everyone seems to get sick on the day of estimates, or that somehow or other estimates are in the diary almost 12 months out, but every single time the NDIA has scheduled a board meeting or some form of report to be released within a week of estimates being concluded. It is the ongoing situation that we are seeing from this government, that they are hiding every piece of data that they can, not only from participants but also the providers and everyone that works in this sector. But what we do know is that we're still seeing an increase in the costs of the NDIS. Now, I'm getting hundreds, if not thousands, of people coming by my office, and particularly, as most people know, I have a very strong interest in the autism sphere and the early intervention sphere, because I know if you get good quality intensive early intervention, you can change the trajectory of a child's life with autism. And in particular, this is actually a disability that reflects the intent of the scheme. Invest early, lower costs later. But we know that families are having their plans slashed, particularly for children with level 3 autism and an intellectual disability. I would personally love, maybe if some of these documents could be provided, I would actually love to work with the government, because there are too many kids on the scheme. We do not have 11% of kids with a disability, 7 to 9-year-old boys in this country. They do not have permanent and lifelong disability. I would love to work constructively with the government on how we get some of these kids off the NDIS, because for the people that need it, we need that scheme to be there. We need the scheme to be sustainable. We need it to be affordable. We need it to have the support of the broader Australian population, because the NDIS is there for everybody. Nobody knows whether they're going to need it through the birth of a child or via an accident. So we need the Australian population to be behind it. Instead, all we hear is these stories being put out, particularly with regards to participants being at fault. There's very little discussion about the providers that are rorting the system, the price guide that pushes up the cost of each therapy session for an NDIS participant higher than anyone else with a healthcare card or a veterans card. NDIS pays best. I would love to work with the government to see how we can get some of these kids who have a global developmental delay, some kids who need 1 or 2 speech therapy sessions, or maybe a couple of blocks of speech therapy session, how the states could better provide, like they used to, community health speech therapy, community help occupational therapy. But because the government is continually refusing to release these agreements with the states, and the states are saying, please don't bring on these foundational supports yet because we're not ready, and that we know that there are kids that are going to fall through the cracks and kids that shouldn't be on the NDIS that are going to fall through the cracks. But more frighteningly, it looks like, and it would appear likely, and I know that the Minister has visited 2 early intervention centres. One I was supposed to go with him but was ill and he went without me, but one I took him to in Melbourne myself to show him level 3 kids with intellectual disability who require substantial plans to get that effective early intervention, but they are having their plans cut, dragged through the AAT process, only to have the original amount agreed to on the steps, wasting more money through administration and legal costs.
Senator, you've got the call.
In April of 2023, the leaders, so-called, of the Australian nation, the Prime Minister, the Premiers and the Chief Ministers of this country met. They met to conduct a national cabinet. And at that national cabinet, they discussed how they were going to cut billions of dollars from our NDIS. Now, in response, and immediately, the Greens, together with the rest of the Senate, demanded to know precisely what had been discussed at that meeting, demanded to know the documentation, the records kept of that meeting. And in response to those demands, this Labour government refused. And so the Greens and the Senate took the unprecedented step of demanding that one of the most senior cabinet ministers in the government attend the Senate at the beginning of every single sitting period to either disclose the documents requested or to provide us with a satisfactory response. And month after month, for nearly a year, the government has refused to do either. No documents, no satisfactory answers. Now, we are nearly at the end of the parliamentary year. There are but 2 weeks left before the government and the opposition go away for their Christmas break. So I had hoped that today we might get something more substantial. We might get answers. We might get documents. But no, yet again, refusal from this government to provide the basic information as to what was agreed a year ago when politicians got in a room behind closed doors and talked about how to cut billions from our NDIS. Well, though the silence by this government continues, their actions are now speaking far more loudly than their words ever could, because recently it has been revealed that in the last 6 or so weeks, Labour's NDIS, this Labour government, has conducted over 7,000 reassessments of eligibility of NDIS participants. 80% of those reassessments have been of children. Now, what is the outcome of those reassessments? People may indeed wonder. Well, 50% of them get kicked off the scheme. 50% of these reassessments result in kids being kicked off or participants of other ages getting kicked off. And there is more data yet that the agency is yet to reveal. And these approaches, these decisions, these massive cuts are what is driving often the perverse glee that is on the face of so many Treasury Department bean counters and ministers in this Labour government. The cuts that we are seeing, the kids being kicked off the scheme, that is why the government has recently been able to update their forecast of how much they will cut from the NDIS by 2028 by $1 billion. They're now so proud to share with the community that by 2028 they will have cut $20 billion worth of funding and supports from disabled people and their families. This is a disgrace. It is causing so much fear. This Labour government is sending over 1,000 letters out to disabled people and their families, informing them that they are being reassessed, that if people wish to provide additional evidence, they have but 28 days to do so. So much fear, totally unacceptable.
Senator Steele, John. Senator Reynolds, you have the call.
Thank you very much, and I too rise to speak on the Greens motion in continued support of what history will record as the greatest financial fraud on Australian taxpayers, I think, in our nation's history, and the cruelest financial fraud on Australians. The lack of transparency, which other senators have again reminded those in this place and all Australians, is shocking. Not only has the minister for over 12 months come in here and flouted the direction of this place, of the Senate, to provide that information, but we had the farce at the last Senate estimates, budget estimates, where we got this letter from the NDIA. And it said that because the NDIA, they've got all the data that we want, but because it's actually going to be put in two different documents, the first quarterly report and the AFSR, the Annual Financial Sustainability Report, two of the most critical documents for transparency for this place, on an $11 billion per quarter scheme, they said that the agency will therefore not be able to answer questions regarding these documents at its appearance. Now, we made it very clear we don't want to talk about the documents, even though they were late. We want to talk about the data that sits behind it. But of course, yet again, those opposite hid. So the committee got information. I mean, I went to the clerk for advice, and this is what the clerk said. Officers do not have an independent discretion to withhold this information, and this requirement is not overridden by the existence of a statutory obligation to provide the information to another entity. So it was very clear that, and as all in this place know that to be, but still they did not provide that information, and now those opposite and the NDIA are ducking and weaving and trying to do everything they can not to have a spillover, so those in this place, so we can get the transparency of the numbers that sit behind it. So, of course, after estimates, the first quarter report has been published, and it is very clear why they waited until after estimates to publish this quarterly report, because what it does is it gives lie. It gives lie to everything those opposite have been saying about this scheme. Bill Shorten's been out there in the media saying, oh, this scheme is now being moderated. But despite all of the cuts that they are now initiating to participants' plans, remember those opposite? Minister Shorten promised, I won't cut a single plan. There will be no cuts under the government that I'm a minister in. Well, that was so not true. And these are the numbers. Total payments have continued to increase for both drivers of cost, participant numbers and the higher average annual cost per participant. In the last quarter alone, it was $11.5 billion. And no wonder they tried to hide that at estimates and hide the data that sits behind that. And as I've said, they're now ducking and weaving about having any transparency so that we can unpack those numbers. But annualised, that will, on the first quarter alone, will mean the scheme will increase from last year from about $42 billion to $45 to $46 billion. Even with all of the cuts, the blunt cuts that those are now enforcing on scheme members, it is a complete disgrace. So let's have a look at how those two drivers of cost have been increasing. Plan inflation continues to rise with an annualised level now of 12.8%. So much for those opposite and the budget, which is budgeted for 8.5%. And in quarter one alone, there were over 50,000 requests for participant plan reviews. That is now 4,000 a week. So how did those opposite cook the books to make it seem like when the legislation went through that they were fixing the budget? Well, they were not. What did they do? They held over tens of thousands of applications to get into the scheme. They made sure people waited months and months once they were accepted into the scheme to get their payments, which is now what we're seeing flow through in the first quarter. And worse than that, when people have been applying for plan increases for inflation, they sat on them, over 50,000, and that number has now got up to 61,767. And they are now not just waiting for people to ask for plan reassessments because they need the money, but they are also now initiating tens of thousands of these.
The question is that the motion moved by Senator Hughes to take note be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Declare that carried. The ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024 for concurrence. Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is moved by the Minister. All of those of that opinion say aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and for related purposes.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill now be read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Call the clerk.
Just call on the first speaker.
Thank you. Senator... sorry, I just want to call you by your first name.
No,
Senator Henderson.
That's okay. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, this bill amends the Higher Education Support Act to give effect to several measures from the Australian Universities Accord final report. These measures include changing the way help indexation is calculated to use the lower of either the Consumer Price Index or the Wage Price Index backdated to the 2023 and 24 indexation years, the introduction of a Commonwealth prac payment for teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students, free fee uni-ready courses for students to undertake preparatory courses to prepare for university studies, and a requirement for universities to provide 40% of the student services and amenities fee to student-led organisations. This bill also lists Adelaide University as a Table A provider, which will support the merger of the University of South Australia and the University of Adelaide. While the Coalition does support this bill, we are proposing several amendments, which I will discuss in due course. But fundamentally, Acting Deputy President, we do raise very serious concerns about Labor's way in which it has imposed such a massive impost on student debt for 3 million Australians. So the Education Minister, Mr Clare, has talked a very big game on the support mechanisms for students, but we do raise concerns about the deficient way in which this government is in fact supporting students in practice. So while escalating student debt is a direct consequence of Labor's high inflation and economic mismanagement, the bill, as I mentioned, is proposing to change help indexation to the lower of WPI or CPI, but it's very important not to gloss over what has happened and what Labor is trying to do, because under Labor, help indexation has risen by almost 16%, 3.9% on the 1st of June 2022, 7.1% on the 1st of June 23, and 4.7% on the 1st of June 24. So for someone with an average loan of $24,700 as at June 22, this has meant a crippling increase of around $4,000. And it's very important to contrast that with the average annual indexation of just 1.7%, which occurred under the former coalition government. So, Mr Acting Deputy President, this government can attempt to rewrite history, but 3 million Australians will never forget what has happened to them under this government. Student debt is out of control. And let's not forget that there are many young Australians who are struggling just to pay the rent or put food on the table. So while this bill changes how help indexation is recalculated and backdates that indexation formula, let's not forget that this still means an increase in student debt of 11.1%. So in the face of Labor's cost of living crisis, this is still a kick in the guts for struggling students and the 3 million Australians with a student loan. And the other really important point to make, to counter Labor's false narrative about delivering refunds of some $3 billion, most students will not see a refund, as Labor is trying to suggest. And that, of course, provides no cost of living relief. That is because, for most students, there will be a rebate applied against each person's help loan account, which, of course, will be eroded over time by reason of future indexation, depending on how long it ultimately takes to pay off the debt. So, of the 3 million Australians, it's estimated to be only about 200,000 who will actually receive a refund, and that refund will be contingent on any other Commonwealth debts which are owing and which, of course, need to be cleared before cash will be back in the bank. And, of course, the fact that the government is talking about refunds and cash in the bank is also ridiculous, because we don't know when this is going to occur. We have for many months sought details. When will this rebate be applied, or refund, or reduction? And we are none the wiser. But what we do know is that the claims that the government is making, that they wipe $3 billion in student debt, is also very misleading. I mean, under Labor, indexation has gone up by a staggering $8.1 billion. So this is all smoke and mirrors from this government to try and cover up the absolute mess it has made of help debt because of the fact that Labor has mismanaged the economy. It has kept inflation higher for longer, and that's had a very, very detrimental impact on all Australians, including, of course, Australians with a help debt. Of course, recognising the mess that the Albanese government has made of student debt in this country since the election, the government has also announced several other student debt policies, lifting the help debt repayment threshold and lowering the minimum repayment to $450 a year. And of course, as we've made very clear, this could lead to a lifetime of debt, and we've raised serious concerns about that. And of course, the government has also made an election commitment of some discount of 20% to student debt for all debtors, which is a policy reeking in unfairness and elitism. Because as we know, under that policy, the people who are going to get the most out of it are just 55,000 people who have a help debt of between 100,000 and 200,000, meaning under this policy, Labor would effectively deliver them an average paycheck of $25,000. But of course, $3 million people may receive this discount. First of all, Labor's not serious about this policy, otherwise it would have brought this legislation forward in this parliament. So this is nothing more than an election bribe. But what does it say to all those hard-working Australians, the millions of hard-working Australians who've paid off their help debt? What does it say to the fact that this is going to cost $16 billion in terms of the hit to the bottom line, $1,600 for every household? And what does it say to all Australians who've seen collapsing living standards and their disposable incomes collapse also under Labor? And I remind the chamber of what the leading economist Chris Richardson said. Handing $16 billion to graduates is a reverse Robin Hood. It's a tax cut targeted to the big end of town, with money going from the less well-off to the better off. So this is grossly unfair. This is reeking in elitism, and this just sums up what this government is all about. I will just make the point that Labor has imposed the most horrific cost of living impost on all Australians, driving up the cost of food by 12%, health costs up 10%, education up 12%, electricity up a staggering 31%, gas up a staggering 34%. Housing up 13%. Rents are up 16%. So this government is just tinkering at the edges and nothing more. The bill, as I mentioned, also makes provision for Commonwealth prac payments for students studying teaching, nursing, midwifery or social work, and they, of course, work enormously hard, but there is enormous uncertainty about this payment. The universities have, in fact, raised serious concerns about this. It will be delivered not via Centrelink, but through a grant bucket, and then the universities will need to seek payments from that grant bucket. There's been very little or no consultation with state and territory governments or the industry as to how this measure will be implemented, and we are deeply concerned about the lack of consultation. And of course, we learned during the committee hearing and in the Senate hearing process that there's no details to which students will be eligible, how they will be means tested, or in fact how and when they will receive this prac payment. So as a result of the enormous uncertainty, the Coalition will pursue a substantive amendment requiring the government to table the eligibility and means test requirements for the Commonwealth prac payment before the new grant payment can commence. And importantly, this will provide transparency ahead of the payment commencing to ensure students and the providers who will be accessing student applications understand the requirements before the payment begins. Without clear eligibility guidelines, students remain in the dark about this payment. We also, of course, the bill also, as I mentioned, includes provisions in relation to the delivery of free fee university courses. We have raised a number of concerns in relation to that now, because at the moment, under the enabling places which already exist, students can study right now and at no cost. And while providers will receive a higher base funding rate per place, being some $18,278, the loss of enabling funding will mean an overall reduction of funding for students who need additional support. So again, there's been some concerns raised about the way that the government has changed the availability of enabling courses, which were very much directed to particular courses and offered to students to support them kickstart their university studies. We are also particularly concerned about the requirement in this bill that a minimum of the 40% of the student services and amenities fee revenue be directed to student-led organisations, including student associations, unions and guilds. This is concerning, and for that reason we have brought forward and we will be introducing an amendment, and this amendment seeks to remove the 40% allocation requirement to allow universities the flexibility to distribute these funds in ways that best meets the needs of all students, rather than prioritising student-led unions. The universities have also raised concerns about this. There are some transition provisions in this bill, but we don't think that they're strong enough. And this is also a measure directing this additional money to support student-led organisations, which is driven more by ideology than common sense, because a lot of smaller universities don't have well-established student-led organisations which can deliver the sorts of support that students need. And that support is really, really important. That support is critical to give students the support they need, whether it's legal advice, whether it's advice, health advice, mental health advice and support. And as I say, we are concerned that this provision is all about supporting student unions to run their activities, and in particular, if the amendment fails to separate out and vote against this allocation, we are proposing to safeguard these funds from being used for student elections, student protests or protest-related activities to ensure these resources directly benefit student welfare and essential services. We have heard anecdotally a number of instances when student-led organisations have used monies held by them for what I regard as improper purposes, and it's very, very important that we have this safeguard, because otherwise this is a mandate that's ideologically driven and overlooks critical concerns raised by universities about the misuse of funds. So we are seeking the support of the Senate to support that amendment to make sure that student support funds are used properly to support students and not for other improper activities such as student protests and the like. Thank you.
Before we sit down, Senator Henderson, the second reading amendment, if you could just formally move that, please. Just say I formally move.
Yes, I formally move the second reading
Excellent.
amendment.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Students and graduates are being crushed by the ballooning burden of student debt, placement poverty, and a cost of living crisis that is disproportionately affecting young people and women. 71% of student debt is owed by people under 35, and 59% of student debt is owed by women. And they are bearing the burden of this cruel and cooked higher education system. Following years of campaigning and pressure from the Greens, the community, the activists, Students Against Placement Poverty, and the National Union of Students, amongst many others, the Labour government is finally taking some tiny steps forward. But let's be clear that the proposals in this bill fall woefully short of the changes that are actually required to address the scale of the crisis in higher education. This bill is a tepid response to the nature and extent of the problem of ballooning student debt and placement poverty. It does not provide any substantive cost of living relief for students and offers only band-aid solutions that do not match the scale of the problem that people are facing, especially at this time in the cost of living crisis. Nearly 3 million people currently owe over $81 billion in student debt. Student debt repayments are eating into people's weekly pay packet. They are locking people out of getting their first home, and they are disproportionately impacting young people and women. The Albanese Labour government has sold this bill as wiping student debt. And while it's nice to see them taking the Greens' lines, this is not what they are doing. This bill is not wiping student debt. Their rhetoric doesn't match the reality. Firstly, shaving some indexation off the top of student debt is just tinkering around the edges, and it is not a cost of living relief measure as the government purports. It does not put money back in the pockets of the vast majority of people with student debt who are struggling to make ends meet. Under this term of the Labour government, student debt has gone up by a whopping 16%. And this tokenistic plan for student debt indexation still means that debts will rise by 11.5% by the end of their first term of government. Indexation shouldn't really exist. HECS debt shouldn't really exist. Uni and TAFE fees shouldn't really exist. Unless that happens, more and more graduates will spend their entire lives repaying their student debt. And education should never be a debt sentence. Labour's bill does nothing to tackle the root cause of mounting student debt. Student debt can't be fixed because student debt shouldn't exist. That's why last week I announced the Greens' plan to wipe all student debt. The Greens' plan will be paid for by taking on price gouging corporations and coal and gas giants to make them pay their fair share of tax so people can have more in their paycheck. Under our plan, for someone who has an average student debt and who earns an average income, it would result in a debt of $27,600 being wiped and a saving of $5,500 a year. That is enough to cover more than 6 months' worth of groceries. In the Prime Minister's home city of Sydney, and my home city of Sydney as well, more than 615,000 people owe almost $19 billion in student debt. And if Prime Minister Anthony Albanese could go to uni for free, so should everyone else. Under pressure from the Greens, Labor has recently made some pledges to increase the minimum repayment income and to wipe 20% of student debt. Obviously, nowhere near enough, but still, inching forward under pressure from the Greens and the community. But wait, even with this pledge, there's a catch. They will only make these changes if they are elected, and only in July next year. It is frankly irresponsible and cruel to be dangling student debt relief to win votes for an election. When Labor is in government right now, we have the opportunity right now, we have the numbers right now to make these changes. So it is no wonder that people are sick and tired of being treated as pawns in this political game that Labor is playing. Pledges are not enough. Pledges are not going to pay the bill. Pledges are not going to reduce the burden, the heavy load of student debt. The spiraling student debt must be addressed immediately. There is no reason to wait until July to legislate these changes. If Labor can bring in a bill to give free TAFE places, then surely we can also bring in a bill right now to legislate this promise that Labor has made to reduce student debt by 20%. But in the absence of Labor doing this, I will be bringing in amendments on this bill to legislate the Albanese government's own pledge and policy, wiping 20% of student debt, raising the repayment threshold, and making the repayment structure fairer for all. So let's do this. Let's do this right now. Let's do this today so that people have some faith in their governments and their politicians. And these Greens amendments will be a chance for Labor to show that they actually care about those struggling under the weight of student debt right now. Let me now come to one of the most egregious higher education policy that we have seen in a long time in this country, and which the government is ignoring. And that's the Morrison government's job-ready graduate scheme. It's all well and good for the Liberal politicians stand up here and cry about rising student debt, completely forgetting one of the causes of why we now have $50,000 degrees is something that they implemented. And this bill that we're debating today is an extraordinary missed opportunity to rectify the punitive fee hikes and funding cuts of the Morrison government's job-ready graduate scheme. I mean, the Labor government's own accord found that this scheme was a failure and it required urgent remediation. So where is this urgent remediation? Students who have been condemned to $50,000 art degrees can't afford to wait a day longer for Labor to scrap these fee hikes and stop student debt from spiraling even further. Absurdly high university fees and shifting cost of education increasingly onto students shows how broken the HEC system is. And the only way to fix that, and I keep saying that again and again because that is the only way, is to wipe student debt and for degrees to cost $0. Till the Labor government introduced their reckless international student caps plan, the coalition's disastrous job-ready graduates was the most universally disliked and opposed higher education policy in recent times. Everyone from universities to NTEU to NUS wanted to be scrapped and replaced, yet the government has refused to do so. The intention of the job-ready graduate scheme was objectionable to start off with, and it was a complete furphy. This scheme would encourage students into so-called priority degrees defined by the coalition. 4 years on, there's now proof that the scheme has utterly and miserably failed. So just get rid of it, Labor. The JRG has condemned generations of people to decades of debt and pushed universities into further strife. Even Labour admitted this policy is deeply flawed, it's irrational, it's economic and cultural vandalism. So why haven't you scrapped it? Do it now, do it immediately. And as if the burden of student debt and the cost of living crisis weren't enough, so many students are further crushed by placement poverty when they have to do hundreds of hours of unpaid placements to get their qualifications. And I do welcome the government's decision to establish Commonwealth prac payments for students studying nursing, teaching, and social work. It is a move in the right direction. Yet it reflects a real lack of understanding of the severity of placement poverty and its impacts on students. The proposal in this bill, again, inadequate. Like, why such small measures? We need some transformative change. The government has the opportunity to deliver genuine relief to students and graduates. Instead, the measures in this bill merely scratch the surface. And this view is supported by many who gave evidence to the inquiry into this bill. Ms. Nairi Bogman, president of the National Union of Students, told the committee about the increasingly common stories of young people skipping meals, sleeping in cars, and going without necessities to make it through their studies. Unpaid placements are just unfair and unjust and exacerbate existing inequalities. Students have to cut back on paid work, give up paid work, or work around the clock to make ends meet. They have had to take up loans to survive or receive financial assistance from friends and families to cover living expenses. Placements should benefit student learning, not exploit their unpaid labor. The government's proposal also leaves out hundreds of thousands of students who are required to undertake mandatory placement as part of their degrees. The decision to exclude students studying courses including medicine, vet studies, psychology, allied health, and youth work are just some which require hundreds of hours of mandatory placement work, and it is deeply disappointing and will continue to put these students under immense financial and mental health stress. Many of these professionals are desperately required in the workforce, including in regional and remote areas. I mean, all students who are required to undertake mandatory placement should be paid. And that means every student should be paid for every hour of work that they are required to do. Otherwise, this is just plain exploitation. Labour's proposal for Commonwealth prac placements amounts to $8 an hour for those who are lucky enough to receive this payment, which obviously is going to be means tested, and we don't even know what that means. It'll still be more than $16 an hour below the national minimum wage. How does that make any sense? All mandatory placements should be paid, they should be universal, and students should be paid at least minimum wage for their work on placement, not a lesser supplementary amount. This bill also only provides an avenue for grants to be made for placement payments. It does not guarantee that a single student actually receives that payment. Payments for mandatory practical placements should be enshrined in legislation as a legal entitlement. Placement poverty is taking a huge toll on students and is pushing them to the absolute brink. Yet Labour's limited policy, even with the limitations that it has, won't even start till July next year. Students need help right now. They cannot afford to wait for another 9 months. While the Job Ready Graduate Scheme drastically increased the burden of students completing higher education, the burden on students rather than the government, it also represented just one further step in what has been a long-term trend of successive governments from both of the old parties increasingly shifting the cost of delivering a university education away from the government and onto students. When Prime Minister Anthony Albanese completed his economics degree at the University of Sydney, Commonwealth contributions amounted to almost 90% of the total revenue of universities. By 2022, this had fallen to only 38%. And this dramatic decrease in the proportion of government funding to our public universities has not only placed the burden on students faced with ever-increasing student loans, but has led to the broader crisis of corporatization of our public higher education institutions. Today, we are seeing rampant wage theft, casualisation of staff, job cuts, left, right and centre, while university vice-chancellors walk away with million-dollar pay packets. The result is a poorer education, a poorer research outcomes, and a burden for both staff and students. The abandonment of the higher education sector by both Labour and the coalition governments over the decades has actually transformed it from a public good and a cornerstone of societal development to a corporatized enterprise that is fueling inequality. I mean, we used to have a model that worked, that was fully funded by the Commonwealth. And I just foreshadow that I will be moving a second reading amendment and substantive amendments to fix this bill.
Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I have a great deal of pleasure in speaking on this bill because it's the most significant changes and improvements in Australian education for universities and TAFEs that we've seen in over many a decade. These changes will make a significant difference to Australia's higher educators and students who are the key to the greater productivity in the economy, innovative research, and are which is also a key export industry. But there have been long-standing problems that are putting up barriers to prospective students wanting to go to university or TAFE, and for them to stick to their degree until they're finished. Student debt that keeps growing, rather than getting smaller as former students enter the workforce, gaps in service delivery and a lack of consistency in the funding of student-led organisations that provide an essential advocacy role and community on campus. Unlike those in the opposition, those student organisations also play a critical role in developing our democracy, and heaven forbid, those over the age of 18 can also have a responsibility of their own organisation. That's a fundamental of the democratic process and democratic system. Now, difficulties in transitioning prospective students that didn't quite land the high school score that needed to go into the higher education, and student placement that is mandatory for their degree but is unpaid, sometimes for thousands of hours. Now, the Universities Accord final report was a result of more than 12 months of work, informed by public submissions, a ministerial reference group and an extensive consultation with students, First Nations peoples, businesses, unions, government agencies, universities and the TAFE system. I commend the Minister and Department for this monumental task because it offers a long-term vision for the sector. The report made significant recommendations to government which will take time to implement. But this bill and others will be dealt with by this Senate this week. The Albanese government is acting to safeguard the future of this critical sector and ensure that students are supported while they are there. Now, I'll start with the help debt indexation. The Accord final report recommended that the government set help indexation as the lower of the Consumer Price Index or Wage Price Index. This bill fulfils recommendation 16 so that former students who are in the workforce and are paying off their loans don't go backwards. This change to indexation will also be backdated to the 1st of June 2023. In recognition of the higher than usual CPI rate of 7.1% that was applied to student loans in 2023. This will wipe around $3 billion in student debt for 3 million Australians nationwide, easing pressure on workers, apprentices, trainees and students across the country. For some with a debt of $26,500, their debt will be cut by around $1,200. For some with a debt of $45,000, their debt will be cut by around $2,000. And for someone with a debt of $60,000, their debt will be cut by almost $2,700. Now, the new methodology would also apply to other Commonwealth loans, including VET student loans, Australian Apprenticeship Support loans, student start-up loans, AB-Study student start-up loans, and student financial supplement scheme loans. There was overwhelming support for this measure in the inquiry. Overwhelming. Charles Darwin University said these changes represent a significant step forward, achieving greater equity in higher education and ensuring that financial barriers do not hinder their academic and professional aspirations. That's what Charles Darwin University said. And the National Tertiary Education Union, the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation and the Australian Services Union all welcomed the changes as a positive first step. Now, detractors in the Greens and the Coalition argued that this change would not make any substantial difference to the hip pockets of students and former students. Now, that's fine for them to say. I've just read out the thousands of dollars that will be saved. But I challenge them to say that to the National Union of Students President, Nairi Bogman, who told the committee about stories of students who are unable to get home loans because of their HECS debts. The former government did enact, and their indexation settings left students at the mercy of inflation. Well, this government is picking apart their broken scheme and providing tangible relief for current and former students. And it's especially rich for the Liberals and Nationals who introduced the disastrous Jobs Ready graduate package, which drove up the cost of degrees and didn't make an ounce of difference to the choices of students. Now, I'll move on to the changes to the Student Services Administrative Fee, Amenities Fee. This bill will set a requirement for universities to allocate a minimum of 40% of their funds of revenue of the SSAF to revenue to student-led organisations. Additional funding will help student volunteers and elected officers deliver services, welfare services such as food banks and free breakfasts, and run campaigns to address issues on campus, including access to psychology sessions and addressing gender-based violence. Now, many universities already meet that standard, but many regional universities fall short. That's why it's important for this to be a consistency across the country. And there's nothing new about this idea. In Western Australia, they have had a minimum allocation of 50% for student-led organisations for almost a decade. Now, I note those opposite are saying that's not good enough. Well, quite clearly, Western Australia University found it most efficient. In actual fact, Western Australia University are paying 50% out of the same fund rather than the 40% proposed by this bill. Now, Luke Shee from the Universities of Australia told the inquiry that it's a long-established practice in Western Australian universities that balances both the interests of students and student representatives and obviously governance relating to the administration of that money. Now, despite supporting the measures in principle, several participants at the inquiry expressed concern that universities don't already have a student-led organisation and would find it difficult to assist students to set up one by the time the requirement kicks in. Well, the bill takes that into account and includes a 3 to 5 year transition period for providers if the measure would create challenges or issues. This bill also massively expands the number of fee-free uni-ready courses. The Universities Accord says that by 2050, 80% of our workforce has to not just finish school, but also has to go on to TAFE or to university. These fee-free uni-ready courses are effectively a bridge between school and university, and the expansion of these courses are an essential part of reaching that lofty goal. And also there's important courses that TAFE had in its own measures. TAFE is a very important institution in its own right, not only as a pathway to university. Now, the University of Tasmania told the inquiry that they already deliver a university preparation program and welcome funding for it to be extended. Tasmania told the inquiry that since 2020, and I quote, this program has supported over 1,300 students to build the knowledge, skills and confidence to study at university. Of these students, 51% are first in family to attend university. 39% are from a low SES background and 65% are under the age of 24. contrary to what those opposite put regards this bill. This bill has significant advantages for those on low income, as well as people having their income held back by excessive charges. Now, we want, unlike those opposite, all Australians to assess the benefits of higher education, no matter where they live and no matter what background they come from. From our perspective, it is a worthwhile investment to help students to bridge the gap between secondary and higher education. This bill introduces funding for paid practical payments to education providers so that when teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students are required to do work experience as part of their degree, they get some financial support. Each year, this will affect 68,000 students. We're talking about 3 million students getting having paid less fees. We're talking about 68,000 students getting support for paid practical payments. And we've got those opposite and the Greens saying these aren't significant figures. Well, they are millions and hundreds and tens of thousands of people receiving the benefit of what this government's putting forward, and in substantial amounts of money. The University Accord report recommended that the government introduce financial support, but it also said that the priority cohort should be prioritised, especially occupations who have higher representation of women and First Nations people and often have lower levels of earning potential than in other industries. The submission from the Australian Services Union notes that currently social work students are required to do 1,000 hours or 26 weeks of unpaid placement. And according to a survey from the ASU, Australian Services Union, the current situation is causing dropout rates to increase, with over 1 in 5 studying a community services degree withdrawing from study due to financial stress. This will be life-changing for students that are forced to choose between finishing their degree and paying their rent or putting food on the table. Education providers also supported this measure. In their submission, the Australian Catholic University said, and I quote, "This measure will help teaching and nursing students to complete their degrees and reduce the bottleneck in the supply of higher education graduates in these critical fields of workforce shortage." The University of Sydney backed it in too, saying, quote, "This initiative is very welcome as a first step towards addressing the issue of student placement poverty." Now, there were calls by several participants at the inquiry for payments to be means tested and allocated to students by a government agency like Services Australia. But key groups criticised this suggestion. The Australian Services Union said the university is closer to students and has a closer relationship with them than Services Australia does. The National Union of Students agreed and said that cutting out the middleman here and having students apply directly through the university is the simplest way to make sure this payment will be effective. The Department of Education said that the proposed approach ensures that higher education providers remain responsible for providing a quality practicum experience, including managing changes for practicum arrangements. It's also important to note that to address the potential administrative burden of delivering these payments, the bill includes a 5% loading to providers. Now, other participants at the inquiry questioned if eligibility for these payments should be extended to other courses. Now, I note that Minister Andrew Giles announced on the 19th of August that the Commonwealth is also administering the Commonwealth Prac payments for vet students and represents a $12 million boost for skilled teachers and trainers. Now, as I said earlier, the University's Accord and the commitments made by this government represents a steep change for an industry that was left adrift by the Liberals and Nationals by those opposite. We on this side are on the quarter of students, teachers and education providers, and the bills that are before the Senate this week are a down payment on the future of the higher education sector. I encourage those across this chamber to support this bill.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024. Firstly, I'd like to thank the committee and the committee chair for conducting the inquiry that we held into it in the collegiate way in which we approach matters. Even when we disagree, we actually do work well together, and we're able to prosecute the matters that are before the committee in a civil way. And I thank the committee for the way that we undertook this inquiry. I say that as the Deputy Chair of the Education and Employment Committee. Now, the Coalition does support this bill. We will be proposing several amendments, but I do want to, in my contribution here today, join with Senator Henderson in calling out the government for some of the failures that they've been presiding over in the higher education sector. We note that there are broad failings of the Albanese government, including the economic mismanagement and its homegrown cost of living crisis, which of course is affecting all Australians and indeed students. I think students face cost of living higher than anyone else. I have a higher ed age student who's about to commence next year, living in my home, my daughter, and it's difficult for young people to be able to work out how to make ends meet, and that's what many students across the country are facing. Now, at a recent Select Committee on the Cost of Living inquiry, an analysis by the Australian Financial Review in August 2024 illustrated that Australian households have experienced the largest fall in disposable incomes across the OECD over the last 2 years. This supports the body of evidence provided to the committee, demonstrating that in the last 2.5 years, the cost of essential goods has increased rapidly while household incomes have not kept pace. Therefore, any kind of help indexation relief from this bill is automatically swallowed up by the persistent and ongoing inflation, including the high grocery prices that this government seems to have little understanding of exactly what Australians are facing. By their actions, they're demonstrating they do not grasp the challenges that Australians are facing. Everyday prices have skyrocketed across this country. The cost of food is up 12%, health costs are up 10%, the cost of education is up 12%, housing 13%, rent 16%, electricity a whopping 31%, and gas up a staggering 34%. It's little wonder that economist Chris Richardson said on the 3rd of November earlier this month that he said handing $16 billion in to graduates is a reverse Robin Hood. It's a tax cut targeted to the big end of town, with money going from the less well-off to the better off. It's a fairness fail. Worse still, that's $16 billion that does nothing for the nation's future. The Education Committee that I'm on held its public hearing on the 24th of September. And on the 2nd of October, the EC was advised by the Department of Education and the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations that questions on notice resulting from the hearing would not be available until the 11th of October, well after the inquiry reporting date, which frankly is completely unacceptable. This committee does important work on behalf of all senators here in this place, and when we ask questions, we expect that those answers can be provided, and when we're given a deadline by the majority in this Senate to report back, we need a timely response to the questions that are asked. And in this case, we had questions that couldn't be answered by the department until after we'd reported back to the Senate. This is unacceptable. It's an agenda, it's a timeline that is controlled by the government using their numbers that they have here in this place, and it's unacceptable that timelines are set by the government that cannot be met even by their own departments. and worse still, not without the instruction given to their departments to be able to satisfactorily meet the deadlines that's provided, that they need to meet in order to facilitate the parliamentary procedure to occur, in order to facilitate an inquiry to properly examine all issues, and important questions are asked and not answered in a timely way. Now, the Senate inquiry process is meant to ensure that non-government senators and stakeholders, very important, we hear from stakeholders through these inquiry processes to properly scrutinise government legislation and have access to the information it requires to better inform the process. And as I said, it's the responsibility of the government to ensure that their own departments are able to meet the deadlines. Now, if there are some reasons why, and sometimes there are, sometimes gathering of data can take some time, we accept that, but then why does the government, who are in control of the agenda in this place, set the sort of timelines that they're not able to meet themselves through their own administration? It's unacceptable, it's not proper governance, and it really does, it smacks the face of the constituents that vote for us and put us here in this place, of all parties, but importantly also those stakeholders that have a particular view that needs to be considered and needs to be represented through our committee reports and through our deliberation here in this place. And when the government doesn't follow that and doesn't respect that, it really does, as I said, really does slap upside the processes in this place, and it's a real shame. It demonstrates a continuing pattern right across this whole term of the Labor government that have treated the inquiry process with the disdain that it should not be delivered. Now, back to the bill. Because of Labor's crippling cost of living crisis, more than 3 million Australians with a student debt have been hit with crippling increases to help indexation. Under Labor, help indexation rose by almost 16%. 16%. That's 3.9% in the first year of their government, 7.1% in the following year, and 4.3% in this last financial year. For someone with an average loan of $24,700, as at June 2022, this has meant a debilitating increase of around $4,000 on top of their payments, on top of their balance. In contrast to the average help indexation of only 1.7% under the former coalition government, this increase constitutes a very significant increase in student debt. And what are the risks with the proposed changes? Well, Mr Andrew Norton, respected professor in the practice of higher education policy at ANU, appearing before the inquiry in a personal capacity, highlighted the dangers with the proposed changes to help indexation. He said, and I quote, "My concern is that this leaves us vulnerable to a period where the CPI and the WPI are both high simultaneously," and that's of course what we're dealing with. And he goes on to say, "kind of like what we've had in the 1970s, and I don't think it's likely now, but nor did we expect this kind of resurgence of inflation." Now, in response to questions on notice, Mr Norton also stated that the function of a loan scheme like HELP is to help people achieve their educational and career goals, doing so in a way that balances managing their personal financial risks and the government's fiscal position. All parts of the system, the original fees charged, the indexation arrangements and the repayment system, need to work together in a coherent way to achieve these objectives. Well, how will the government's changes assist regional students? This is an important question that needs to be asked. Regional Universities Australia said, and I quote, "These amendments will provide little to no cost of living or cost of study relief to those students enrolled at Australian universities today who face the immediate pressures of study during the cost of living crisis. Nor will there be any substantial immediate benefit to Australians currently paying off their help loan. If these students are already in the workforce, their ongoing helpline repayments remain fixed and unchanged under this government. So who will benefit? It's unfair to millions of Australians who do not have student loans. Only people who have paid off their help debt, estimated to be around 200,000 out of the total 3 million debtors, will receive an actual refund. But those refunds are only payable once all other Commonwealth debts, such as for child support, are cleared. Now, this is, as I said, not delivering the help that is needed, particularly for those facing the high increased costs of living. Now, I want to address, in the short time that I have remaining, another matter of this bill, and that is the Student Services Amenities Fee. This bill mandates that a minimum of 40% of the Student Services and Amenities Fee revenue be directed to student-led organisations, including student associations, unions and guilds. Now, students studying at university or with a higher education provider pay what is known as the Student Services and Amenities Fee. It is set to a maximum each year, and this year it sets at $351 and is collected by universities to provide non-academic support. Now, this includes help with housing, health and welfare and career advice, and the provision of library or study areas, financial advice, legal services, or providing food and drinks. Now, in 2023, more than $278 million was collected through these fees, of which, according to the Department of Education, $110 million, or 38%, went to student-led organisations. The Accord noted that while universities have discretion on how they use these funds, as long as they use them for the intended purposes, it is a financial source on which student unions heavily rely. Now, this measure appears to be driven more broadly by ideology rather than common sense, a pattern that we see with this government continuing to recur. Some student organisations do not have the capacity to deliver appropriate student services, and some universities too have raised these concerns. We are deeply concerned that this bill lacks any measures which require transparency and accountability as to how student union, guilds and associations would be using this funding. There must be clear rules. There ought to be clear rules. These are hard-earned student fees, student levy that's been paid by students, and those fees that are paid should be accountable. Now, during the inquiry, many providers raised concerns in their submissions about the likely unintended consequences of this proposal, including that student-led organisations do not have the capacity or expertise to deliver essential supports for students, such as mental health assistance or indeed food banks. Submissions also noted that the changes may result in employment uncertainty for some staff. Universities Australia recommended that changes to how the SAF is used be deferred until the proposal has been further developed in consultation with the sector because of substantial concerns raised by its members. So there must be clear rules. There should be clear rules about approved expenditure to ensure that only essential services which directly support students are funded. It's abhorrent, for instance, for any such funds to be used by any organisation for any anti-Jewish or anti-Israel student protests, which we have seen. It should be clear that funds cannot be used for those type of activities. It should be absolutely crystal clear, but it's not under this bill. It's a free-for-all, and it needs to be, safeguards need to be put in place to prevent this from occurring. So the Coalition seeks an amendment to remove the 40% allocation requirement to allow students the flexibility to be able to distribute SAF funds in ways that best meets their needs, and we want to see accountability in it. Transparency and clear guidelines for SAF expenditure are essential to assure that only essential services directly supporting student needs are funded, rather than allowing for potential ideological misuse of student fees. Thank you.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It is an indictment on both major parties and successive administrations that Australian governments collect more money from HECS than the Petroleum Resource Rent Tax. And not just a little bit more, a lot more. In 2022-23, Petroleum Resource Rent Tax collections totaled nearly $2.3 billion, compared with $4.9 billion in student loan repayments. If you want to know what state capture looks like, this is it. This is it. A country that is happy to be one of the top 3 gas exporters in the world and then yet collect more from students repaying their loans than from these gas companies in Petroleum Resource Rent Tax. It's disgraceful. And I think it should form part of this debate because it goes to our priorities and the kind of things that we're seeing with this Senate and this Parliament deal with, and the things that are being kicked down the road or not being dealt with. And for those who might be asking, well, what is Petroleum Resource Rent Tax? It's what we should be getting for our offshore LNG exports, because states and territories don't have a levy on that. I was up in Darwin for a Senate committee looking at Middle Arm, and we were out on the harbour talking to some anti-government officials, and we were hearing about the impact that INPEX and their export facility was having on the harbour. Fishers saying that they're seeing a decline in sea life. Researchers saying that they're concerned that sort of dolphins and other sea life seems to be declining by about 50% since INPEX set up this facility. And I said to the NT officials, I said, well, so what do you guys actually get out of having INPEX here on the harbour? And they looked at me a bit sheepishly and said, well, we get payroll tax, which I just think is extraordinary. And they said, oh, don't worry, Australia will get Petroleum Resource Rent Tax. But when you go to Treasury and you ask them, how much PRT have we got from offshore LNG exports? $0 and 0 cents. This is nuts. This is totally nuts that we allow this to happen. What are our priorities as a country? Are we happy to saddle students with debt at the same time that we let all these multinationals basically take our gas for free, export it, and then weave some crazy narrative about how much they contribute because they're paying payroll tax, which everyone does? You look at the experience of Norway, a $2 trillion sovereign wealth fund. Australia, $1 trillion of national debt. Like, come on. We have to see a change here. I recently had a young man come into my office to talk about HECS. He had heard some of the debate and he said, after hearing about politicians talking about HECS, I wanted to show you a real example. And he printed out his HECS and his compulsory repayments. He's completed a Bachelor of Arts and a master's degree, which he said ended up getting him the job that he has because he learned that they basically excluded people who didn't have masters because there were so many people who applied. And he's at a HECS debt of over $83,000, a debt that, despite making regular compulsory payments, hasn't gone down in almost a decade. Even the government's promised 20% debt forgiveness won't cover the quantum paid in indexation. Clearly, the system here is broken. The cost of degrees is too high, and the way that we index students is not working. It is unfair, totally unfair, how we're indexing HECS. And I'll acknowledge that this bill goes part way to fixing it. The change in indexation, the rate of indexation is very, very welcome. But clearly more needs to be done, and I don't understand why the government is waiting. I don't understand why they're kicking hard reforms that will make such a huge difference to Australians down the road. The Universities Accord final report could not have been clearer. The job-ready graduates system needs to go. It's the primary driver of increased fees and long-term debt for students. It is fundamentally fair and ideologically driven. And the government were very happy to say that in opposition. And yet after almost a full term, we're coming up to the last two sitting weeks of this year, probably this term of government. What have they done? They've put off the hard task of reforming job-ready graduates, and they've given it to the Australian Tertiary Education Commission, a body that hasn't even yet been established. How's that for a handball? How's that for kicking a can as far down the road as you possibly can? And my second reading amendment goes to this issue. It also goes to the issue of timing when it comes to indexation of student debt. Changing the rate of indexation is terrific. It's a great, welcome move. Why at the same time aren't we changing the date of indexation? How can we in good conscience charge people with a HECS debt indexation, essentially interest, on repayments that they've already made? Can you imagine trying to do that anywhere else? If you had a mortgage and the bank saying, okay, well, pay us all this back for 11 months and then we're going to charge you interest and we're not going to include the 11 months that you've just paid off. It's nuts. Like this makes no sense. How have we allowed this to happen? If banks tried that, or if someone who gave you a loan to buy a vehicle tried that, it wouldn't cut it. And guarantee you this place, in a matter of days, would fix the problem. Why, when it comes to students and to Australians who are really struggling in a cost of living crisis, don't we see the same urgency? I also think we should be considering and moving on pausing indexation until compulsory repayments kick in. It's one thing to delay when compulsory repayments start, but obviously with compound interest, you're setting yourself up for a bigger, ultimately for more repayments. So the one thing is welcome, but we're not actually fixing this underlying issue. And again, to come back to the start of this, government and Treasury will say, well, we can't afford everything you want. The crossbench, you're not in government, you can't come up with all these airy-fairy demands. Until we fix petroleum resource rent tax, you have no argument to stand on. To give away our gas, to get more from HECS than petroleum resource rent tax, and be one of the top 3 LNG exporters in the world, that doesn't cut it. I really think it's time to stop tinkering. It's time to put away the band-aids and bring out the serious policy reform options. Because Australians are doing it tough, doing it incredibly tough. And there's a lot of people looking to the Parliament saying, what are you doing for us? You've got to know how hard we're doing it here. Young people putting off their future, delaying making decisions. Where has the reform been when it comes to competition? We know we have a tragically condensed economy or sectors of economy here in Australia, whether it's supermarkets, to banks, to insurers, to airlines. And it's no surprise that that's been overseen by the ultimate duopoly. The duopoly that is now telling us that they're going to ram through electoral reform to protect the duopoly in the land of duopolies in a matter of weeks, without parliamentary scrutiny. After we hear so much about the need for proper process and parliamentary scrutiny, when it's in their interests, stuff can happen very quickly in this place. Well, I think we should be acting quickly in the interests of Australians. And I just want to put on the record how many Canberrans, who I know a lot of people will think, oh, well, Canberrans are wealthy, I've spoken to who are doing it genuinely tough. And coming up to Christmas, we all know there's expectation, and there are more families than there should be in this country who are looking at Christmas, at the festive season, with a sense of trepidation and are concerned what that means for their family. And so I welcome a number of measures in this bill. I thank the government for doing them, but I urge them, stop tinkering. Australians are looking to us for whole-scale change on things that are fundamentally broken. If the system's broken, let's not just try and patch it up and say, well, it'll keep going for a bit longer, she'll be right. Let's actually change it. That seems like the reason that people put us in this place to do.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy President. Education unlocks economic opportunity, which is why the education of Australians from an early childhood all the way through to adulthood is a focus for the Albanese Labor government. We've got a pretty good education system, but it can be a lot better and a lot fairer. This Universities Accord bill is an important part of achieving that goal. This bill is the first stage of the implementation of the Universities Accord, responding to 29 of the Accord's 47 recommendations. We know that after 10 years of coalition neglect, the tertiary system will have to be reformed in stages. Piece by piece, we will build up Australia's tertiary education system to be one that is high-performing and truly fair. First, this legislation alters the indexation formula of the Higher Education Loan Program. The annual indexation of help debt will now be based on whether the Consumer Price Index or the Wage Price Index, whichever is lower. We know HECS debt is negatively impacting the lives of many Australians, but particularly so for Gen Z and millennials. Many Gen Z and millennials are trying to start their adult lives, boost their education, kickstart their career, make a living, and or purchase their first home. This is against the backdrop of global cost of living pressures, climate change, and a tumultuous geopolitical environment. That's why this bill ensures that HECS debt won't grow faster than wages and helps students to be students and to study without stress. It will raise around $3 billion in student debt for 3 million Australians across the country, providing relief to workers, apprentices, trainees and students. Our government understands the economic pain caused by the opposition's unfair indexation hikes, which is why these changes will apply to all student support loans that existed on the 1st of June 2023. This means that last year's consumer price indexation of 7.1% will be replaced with a lower wage price index rate of 3.2%, while also reducing this year's indexation from 4.7% to 4%. As a result, an Australian with an average student debt of $26,500 will see around $1,200 wiped from their student loan. For someone with a debt of $45,000, it will mean that their debt is cut by around $2,000. For someone with a debt of $60,000, it will mean their debt is cut by almost $2,700. Second, this bill allows for grants to be paid to higher education providers for a new Commonwealth PRAC payment. Students have told us that mandatory placements not only see them work without pay, but prevent them from working jobs outside of their studies. This means that many Australians either delay or finishing their degree or don't finish it all, simply because they cannot afford to. The Albanese Labor government hears these concerns and is introducing the payment for eligible teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students. The other thing that these industries have in common is that they are female-dominated industries, so we know this will be better for women too. We know how important these jobs are to our country, which is why we're providing the support that these students need. Third, the bill establishes a new Commonwealth Grant Scheme funding cluster for fee-free university-ready courses. These fee-free courses provide a bridge between school and university, providing Australians with the foundation skills they need to succeed at university. Across Australia, we will uncap fee-free university-ready courses, giving more Australians the opportunity to pursue university study. Fourth, the bill requires that higher education providers allocate at least 40% of the student services and amenities fees revenue they collect from students to student-led bodies. We know how important it is that students have a say in how their services and amenity fees are spent, and we're acting accordingly. Our higher education system was neglected by the previous government for over a decade. Not only was it neglected by the Coalition, but made more unfair through changes made to lower payment thresholds. But our government is fixing this by making further changes related to student loans and their repayments. The Albanese Labor government will raise the minimum repayment threshold for student loans and cut repayment rates to make the repayment system fairer for all 3 million Australians with a student debt. The lifting of the minimum repayment threshold from around $54,000 in 2024-25 to $67,000 in 2025-26 will allow Australians to keep more of what they earn at a time when many are looking to save for a house deposit or start a family. We're also introducing a system where repayments are based on the portion of a person's income above the new $67,000 threshold. For someone on an annual income of around $70,000, this will mean they will save around $1,300 a year in lower repayments. The government's move to a marginal repayment system is informed by the architect of the help system, Professor Bruce Chapman, and responds to another recommendation of the Australian Universities Accord. These changes mark the most significant reform to Australia's higher education system in more than 35 years. When our government came to office, we inherited an economy in distress. Inflation was at 6.1%, climbing dangerously and on an upward spiral, reflecting the troubled economy and policy vacuum left by the former coalition government. In recognition of the pressure that the coalition's unjust economic policies placed on Australians with student debt, if re-elected, the Albanese Labor government will also wipe 20% off all existing student loans by the 1st of June next year. In doing so, we will erase around $16 billion in debt for more than 3 million Australians with a student loan. The wiping of student debts builds on our changes to the help indexation formula and will save a university student with an average HECS debt of around $26,500 more than $5,000. All up, the average student loan will be around $6,500 lower if the Albanese Labor team is re-elected, and it will be done by the 1st of June next year. The Albanese Labor government also understands that our tertiary system does not just include universities. In the past decade alone, we have seen state and federal coalition governments defund and shut down our TAFEs, which are invaluable in providing our workforce with the workers that Australians need. That's why the government will introduce legislation to permanently fund 100,000 fee-free TAFE places a year from 2027 onwards. Permanent fee-free TAFE builds on the government's existing partnership with states and territories to deliver 180,000 places in 2023 and 300,000 places over 3 years from 2024. Since the Albanese government introduced fee-free TAFE in January 2023, the program has seen 508,000 enrolments in courses in areas of priority for the Australian economy. This includes 131,000 in care, including disability and aged care, 48,000 in technology, 35,000 in construction, and 35,500 in early childhood education and care. Our government is not just talk, we are about action. We are expanding Australians' access to our tertiary system. A record 170,000 young Australians, 124,000 job seekers and 30,000 First Nations Australians have enrolled in TAFE courses under our government. I'm proud to be part of a government that prioritises education pathways for Australians, no matter who you are or no matter where you come from. It is an absolute stark difference from the former coalition government's blatant disdain for vocational study. The Universities Accord is not only bigger than one piece of legislation, but bigger than one term of parliament. This is a historical commitment of national importance. Minister Jason Clare and the broader Albanese Labor government will continue to ensure Australia's tertiary system is fit for purpose and in modern Australia. It's time we make it right and it's time we make it fairer.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Student debt in our country has spiralled out of control as people are graduating with bigger and bigger debts that grow every year and take longer to pay off. Total student debt in Australia sits at a whopping $81 billion and it's holding our young people back. From Western Victoria to Gippsland, I'm hearing from students across Victoria about how student debt is forcing them to juggle multiple jobs just to make ends meet. They're graduating from university and TAFE, facing a decade of debt during a raging cost of living crisis and struggling to pay the rent or their mortgage. I'm hearing about how student debt is locking people out of the housing market, how it's causing people to delay having families, and about how student debt is crushing kids' dreams of going to university. Education shouldn't be a debt sentence, but the reality is, in this country it is. The Greens have relentlessly pushed the Albanese government to deliver desperately needed student debt relief since they came to power. And the pressure has worked. We have secured changes to indexation as well as this most recent commitment to raise the minimum repayment income and cut student debt by 20% after the election. This is a big win for the Greens and all of those in the community who have pleaded and pushed for action to tackle skyrocketing student debt. Our campaign has made this progress socially and politically possible. But sadly, Labor's tweaks to student debt won't provide relief to the millions of people struggling under the weight of ballooning debts in a cost of living crisis today. Labor's plan to cut 20% of student debt after the election will be too little too late. People need cost of living relief now. The government's plan to provide student debt relief will still see student debts rise by 11.5% in their first term. Student debt keeps going up and up. In fact, even after these changes, student debt will have risen by over 10% in Labor's first term of government. Labor say they're wiping $3 billion in student debt, but they're just shaving off a tiny bit of indexation off the top of a giant, swelling debt pile. $3 billion off $78 billion is but a drop in the ocean. And let's be clear, 80% of a lifetime of debt is still a lifetime of debt. Labor's rhetoric of wiping student debt simply isn't correct. Its policy ambition doesn't match its social media messaging. We have thousands of students drowning in debt in a broken university system, with a Prime Minister who went to university for free, saying he'll scrape a little bit off your student debt, like your parents would cut the mould off a block of cheese, but only if you vote him back into government for another term. Now, I'm not sure if there are any spaces available in Politics 101, and the Prime Minister might actually have to pay for the course this time, but in it, he might learn that the benches over on that side of the chamber are where government sits. They have the ability to implement this, and we Greens are over here willing to pass it right now, because students cannot wait. If Anthony Albanese can go to uni for free, so should everyone else. The young people of our country who deserve to have the same opportunities as the Prime Minister. We need an overhaul of the way that we do higher education in this country. The Greens are proud to be the party of public education. We will keep pushing and fighting to wipe all student debt and to make uni and TAFE free, unburdening almost 3 billion people from their debts and allowing people to keep more of their income. Free uni would boost our economy, reduce economic inequality and give countless more people the opportunity to follow their passions. Let's not forget that it wasn't that long ago that university was free in this country, and it's still free in numerous countries around the world. France, Germany, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. Student debt shouldn't be dangled like a carrot on a stick and held hostage to the next election. People are sick and tired of the political game being played with their lives. The Greens are calling on Labor to bring in a bill right now to fulfil their promise of wiping 20% of student debt like they have done for free TAFE places today. There is no reason to wait to legislate these changes until after the next election. The Greens are ready to work with Labor to deliver these changes that will make life better for millions of people. We have the numbers in Parliament to do it right now. Labor needs to get on with passing student debt relief immediately. Then we'll work with Labor to wipe all student debt and make TAFE and university free. Wiping all student debt will make real, tangible difference to so many people doing it tough, especially in a cost of living crisis. Wiping student debt will put money back in the pockets of people who desperately need it to make ends meet, to pay rent, to save for a deposit for their first home, to buy their medicine. Wiping student debt is the right thing to do. Thanks.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I rise to speak on legislation that will give students a fairer go, uplift Australia's world-class higher education system and take the first steps in implementing the Universities Accord. This bill will wipe almost $3 billion in student debt for more than 3 million Australians. Students from across Australia have cried out for a fairer loan system after last year's indexation spike, and our reforms are addressing just that. By capping the help indexation at the lower of either the Consumer Price Index or the Wage Price Index. And we're backdating this change to June 1, 2023. So if you're a student and you have an average debt of $26,500, you will see up to $1,200 wiped from your loan. If you have a debt of $45,000, you'll see about $2,000 wiped from your loan. Or if you have a debt of $60,000, you'll see almost $2,700 wiped from your loan. This relief is timely. It is well-deserved for Australia's students, past, present and future. And our bill means more relief is on the way. If you're studying to be a midwife, a nurse, a teacher or a social worker, you will receive practical support for your practical placements. Around 70,000 higher education and vet students will benefit from paid prac. And for many, this will be absolutely life-changing. Students have made the difficult choice to delay or even leave their qualification without this support, unable to support themselves through their placements, yet they're working towards careers in absolutely essential industries, in some of Australia's most important sectors, and we absolutely can't afford to lose them. Universities gave broad support for paid prac payments, with our largest educator of teachers and nurses in Australia, Australian Catholic University, saying that they are, and I quote, greatly supportive of this measure, which will help students in these fields of study complete their degree and reduce the bottleneck in the supply of higher education graduates in these critical fields of workforce shortage. Similarly, the Social Work Action Group at RMIT University welcomed these changes as well, saying they were, and I quote, a long overdue step to address student poverty, inclusive education and workforce shortages. Now, recently in Gippsland, I met Louise Allen, a nursing lecturer at Federation University, and we had a long discussion about how these prac payments will help her students. And she told me just how important these payments will be for regional and rural universities and students. And many of her students are taking up a degree later in life, so they've already got their cost structures set up. And many of them are some of the 40% of Federation University's students who are the first in their family to study at university. And so these changes, these practical solutions, these prac payments, will allow these students to focus on what is important, their studies, by giving them that little bit extra of financial support. So for a young mum from Morwell studying to be a social worker at Federation Uni, this will mean practical support for her practical training. So she can complete her studies and then go on and do what we really need her to do, which is to give back to her community utilising her degree. So this bill not only delivers relief for students here and now, but it paves the way for more Australians to achieve a tertiary education with the expansion of fee-free university-ready courses, which bridge the gap between school and university. We want to support and uplift the aspirations of all Australians. And this reform is expected to increase the number of people doing these free courses by about 40% by the end of the decade, and then double that number in the decade after that. If you want a university degree, these courses will help you get the skills to get there. Now, my own mother, she was a passionate teacher, and she was the first in her family to attend university. And I had no choice, and my brother and sister had no choice either, but to inherit the belief and the commitment that it is education that makes a real difference in life. And that is a sentiment shared by this Labor government. So many of us are the first in family to go to university, and so many of us are the children of the first in family to go to university. So we are absolutely passionately committed to making higher education accessible and more affordable to all Australians who want the opportunity to do it. So whether you're the first in your family or the fifth to seek out formal higher education, you deserve a fair go. And you deserve a system that will support you every step of the way. By wiping student debt, introducing paid prac and strengthening fee-free university-ready courses, we are making progress. We are creating pathways, and we are helping Australians into the good, secure jobs that await them at the end of their courses. After all, Labor is the party of education.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. I rise to speak on the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024. At the outset, I should say this bill is better than no bill at all. I'll be supporting the bill more out of desperation than joy. We need action in this space, and some action is better than none, but I have to tell you, I'm disappointed we haven't done more to fix the real problems facing our students. Take student placement units. These are units that the student completes externally. They don't go to university to do it. They go somewhere else, with no classes, no tutorials, no workshops. They are not taught by any university employees. No university facilities are used. The cost to the student with this bill, and without it, is the same as a unit delivered fully within the university campus by university employees. We're still charging students the same fees for their placement units as we do for their regular classes. How can that be right? These are our future nurses, teachers and social workers we're talking about. Yes, the new Commonwealth prac payment is a step forward. As someone without a degree, as someone who's experienced what it's like to go without, I get what it feels like to wonder whether your rent money's coming within. So I'm all in favour of helping you out. But we're still asking these students to pay full university fees while they're basically working for free. This problem is particularly concerning when I think about placement overseas. We have students doing placements in places like New Zealand or Singapore, and they're still paying full Australian university fees, even when the overseas hospital or school is doing most of the teaching. That's not right. It's not fair. Think about what we're asking of these students. They're often having to cut back their paid work hours. Some are having to move away from home. For students studying things like clinical psychology or occupational therapy, we're talking about more than 1,000 hours of placements. That's an awful lot to ask of anyone, let alone young people who are just starting out. While I appreciate the government's trying to help with this new payment, I have to say I'm worried about how it's all going to work. How will they decide who gets what? How will the universities manage it? We need much clearer answers. The bill does some good things. The changes to help debt and those fee-free uni-ready courses are steps in the right direction. But we need to be honest about this placement fee issue. We're asking students to pay full price for something that isn't a full service. Whether they're studying here, at home, or gaining valuable experience overseas, they deserve better than this. The argument about students dropping out during placements often focuses on money. People say students can't afford to work for free, that the financial pressure forces them to quit. But when we look closer, it's not that simple. Take medical students. They do some of the longest unpaid placements you can imagine, and yet they're the most likely to stick with their studies. Now, these are students who got very high marks in school. They could have chosen any course that they wanted. They're in medicine because that's exactly where they want to be. Compare that to courses with lower entry requirements like social work, and goodness knows we desperately need more social workers in our regional communities. Some of these students might be there because it's what they could get into, not necessarily what they dreamed of doing. Their connection to their studies might not be as strong. So when the going gets tough, when they're facing unpaid placements and financial pressure, they might be more likely to question if it's worth it. This isn't about ability. I've known brilliant social workers who didn't get high marks in school, but it is about how committed students feel to their chosen path. If you've worked your whole life to get into medicine, you're probably going to push through the hard times. If you're in a course because it was available and seemed okay, well, those unpaid placements might be the thing that make you wonder if there's something else you'd rather do. This bill helps with affordability, and that's important. But if we really want to help our students succeed, we need to do more. We need proper support for all students during placements, yes, but we also need to help young people find the right path for them, not just the path that their ATAR happen to match. Because when a student drops out, we all lose. That young person loses precious time and money, and our communities lose what they could have contributed. We can do better than that. We must do better than that. I want to talk about these student services and amenities fees, because these are two things here that really don't sit right with me. First, we're making distant students pay these fees even though they can't use any of the services. Think about that for a moment. We're asking students, many of them parents or working full-time or living in remote parts of Tasmania, to pay for campus gyms and cafeterias they'll never see. It's like asking someone in Smithton to pay membership fees for a gym in Hobart. It just doesn't make any sense. This isn't an abstract concern either. We have many Tasmanian students who are required to either travel long distances to visit university or they study remotely. And mature-age students who work full-time and study online after hours, how many times are they going to the uni pub? Do they really benefit from cheaper palmies? There's not as many students using these services, full stop, because there's not as many students spending hours a day on campus. The world of university has changed so much in the last 30 years. When I talk to students in my community, many of them are studying online. They're juggling family responsibilities, they're working to make ends meet. They're fitting their education around their lives, and that's wonderful. It's giving more people the chance to learn and grow. But our thinking about these fees is stuck in the past. Now, this bill does try to do something about student fees. It says universities have to give 40% of this money to student-led organisations. That sounds good on paper. Our students should have a say in how their money is spent. But this brings me to my second concern. Why 40%? Why not 50 or 60? No one seems to be able to explain this figure. I've read through everything and I can't find any justification. Think about it. This is money our students are paying. Many of them are from families who count every single dollar. Why shouldn't students have an even bigger say in how it's spent? Why not half? Why not more than half? I've heard some people say that giving more money to student organisations might mean universities can't provide important services like mental health support. But that doesn't quite add up. Universities already fund these vital services through other channels. That's not what this fee is about. So we have two problems here. We're charging fees to students who can't use the services, and we're not giving students enough say in how their money is spent. Our thinking needs to catch up with reality. University today isn't just about sitting in lecture halls and hanging out in the student union. For many of our students, it's about logging in from their kitchen table after their kids are in bed. We need to fix both these things. Our distance students shouldn't have to pay for services they can't use. And if we truly believe in giving students a voice, and I do, then we need to explain this 40% figure and ask ourselves honestly, are we giving students enough say in how their money is spent? The bill shifts the calculation of help debt indexation to using the lower of CPI or WPI. Instead of just using CPI, this will rarely make a difference. Maybe every 7 or 8 years it will matter, but it won't matter for most students. Something that would make a meaningful and fair change to the help debt indexation system would be to change the timing of the indexation. Imagine you've got a help debt of 40 grand. You're doing the right thing, working hard and making your repayments through the tax system all year long. Let's say you've paid off 4 grand over the year. You'd think your debt would be $36,000, wouldn't you, when they calculate the interest? Well, wouldn't you? That would be fair. That would make sense. But that's not what happens. Instead, on June 1st, they pretend you haven't made any of these payments. They add the interest to your full 40 grand. Only after that do they take off your $4,000 in payments. It's like they're charging you interest on money you've already paid back. And here's what makes this even worse. We're charging students full fees for their placements units, remember. So a nursing student doing their placement is racking up help debt at the same time. I've just lost my place. So a nursing student doing their placement is racking up help debt at the same rate as if they were in lectures every single day. They're working full-time, unpaid in a hospital, and we're charging them thousands in fees. Then we're charging them interest on those fees before we count their repayments. The member for Goldstein and the member for Warringah support the same change I do. Change when we add the interest. Do it after we've taken off the repayments people have made. It's not complicated, it's just fair. But is the government fixing this? No. They're patting themselves on the back for using a lower interest rate, but they're leaving this fundamental unfairness in place. They're leaving our nurses, our teachers, our social workers stuck in the cycle. Think about what this means. A student nurse doing their placement is earning nothing, being charged full fees, building up help debt. Then when they start working and making repayments, we don't even calculate the interest fairly. It's like we're making it as hard as possible for them to get ahead. This isn't some technical detail. This is about basic fairness. These students take on these debts to get an education, to build better lives, to serve our communities. The least we can do is make sure the system treats them fairly when they're paying it back. The government needs to fix this, not next year, not in some future reform, now. The unfairness of placement fees and this interest calculation, it's too much. Our students deserve better than a system that feels like it's designed to keep them in debt. Take it from someone who never went to university. I see the value in university education. I believe in university education. I think it's hugely important. I believe it should be open to everyone who wants to learn, who wants to build a better life. And that's why it breaks my heart to see what's happening in our universities today. Look at where we are now. Our universities spend more time and money marketing themselves in Southeast Asia than they do looking after students from places like northern Tasmania. And I don't blame the universities for this. They're just trying to keep their doors open. They're doing what they have to do to pay their bills. The sad truth is that teaching Australian students isn't profitable anymore. Think about that for a moment. Our own universities can't make ends meet by educating our own people. That's how broken this system has become. They have to rely on international students to keep the lights on. So what happens? Our domestic students become an afterthought. Universities charge them as much as they can and spend as little as they can get away with. Not because they want to, but because they have to. We've created a system where you can't run a university in Australia unless you've got an office in Singapore or Jakarta or Shanghai. This bill, it makes some small improvements. It helps around the edges, but it's not addressing the real problem. It's not fixing the fact that our universities see Australian students as a secondary concern to what actually pays the bills. One day, I hope we'll see a bill that really tackles this problem. A bill that makes teaching Australian students sustainable again. That's the bill I'm waiting for. That's the bill I'll be truly excited to support. This isn't that bill. It's something, and something is better than nothing, but let's not pretend it's more than this.
Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. Well, this parliament is chock-a-block full of folks who had access to a free university education. From Prime Minister Anthony Albanese on down, there are a massive group of Labor MPs and current Labor ministers who had access to a free university education, and it's the height of hypocrisy that now a government, chock-a-block full of Labor folks who had access to a free university education, supports massive charges in the form of HECS that actually saddle people who want to go to university with a massive debt. And Labor's announcement that it would wipe 20% of student debt if they win the next election is firstly testament to a massive community campaign, massive effort by so many people, including the Greens in this place, led by our awesome Deputy Leader, Senator Mehreen Faruqi, a campaign against student debt and a campaign to wipe the entirety of student debt in this country. It is firstly testament to that campaign, but secondly, it's a massive missed opportunity by Labor because there is no reason at all why Labor couldn't come in here and legislate that plan today. The numbers are here to pass that legislation through both houses of this parliament if the Labor Party would get on board. And interestingly, they've actually introduced legislation to make some TAFE places fee-free in the future. They've introduced that legislation, but they're not introducing legislation to wipe 20% of student debt. And it's a toxic move by Labor to make that legislation contingent on their re-election. Well, the Greens stand ready to legislate today to wipe 20% off student debt levels to give effect to Labor's new policy. And in fact, we not only stand ready to do that today, we will give Labor a chance to vote for their own policy when we move an amendment to this legislation to wipe 20% off student debt starting on 1 July next year. We don't need to wait for an election to legislate to give effect to Labor's policy. We could do it now. And we call on the Labor Party to stop playing base politics with this issue and actually start delivering for people who are getting smashed by high levels of student debt. People are hurting, people need relief now, and they don't need that relief to be contingent on an election result in the first half of next year. I mean, what Labor is saying here is that they don't have enough commitment to their own position to legislate for it now. What Labor is saying to people who have student debt is if you want 20% wiped off your student debt, you've got to do what the Labor Party is telling you. What Labor is saying to people and effectively admitting to people is that this isn't about their levels of student debt at all. It's not about people's level of HECS debt. It's about trying to leverage votes for the Australian Labor Party. It's well beyond time that Labor got serious about this, like they are with their legislation to make some TAFE places fee-free. I mean, if it's good enough to legislate to make some TAFE places fee-free in the future, if it's good enough to legislate for that this year, then it should be good enough to legislate to wipe 20% off student debt this year, to legislate this year to give effect to that. But Labor's too interested in playing political games and not interested enough in actually doing something meaningful to help people who are getting smashed with high levels of HECS debt now. And what this exposes is that Labor is becoming more and more worried about young people in particular voting for the Greens. That's what this is about. And we see you, Mr Albanese. We see you, Dr Chalmers. We see what you are doing. We see this cynical play where you are actually refusing to introduce legislation to give effect to your own position because you want to make the delivery of that position contingent on a particular election outcome. Well, we see you and we see right through you. And that's why we're going to introduce amendments to this legislation that will give effect to your policy. And let's see what you do. Are you going to actually do the right thing? And are you actually going to vote in support of your own policy to wipe 20% off student debt from 1 July next year? Or are you going to vote against your own policy? Because what you do here will make it very clear what your motivations are. If you really care about people who are getting smashed by student debt, vote this week in this place to ensure that from 1 July next year, 20% will be wiped off student debt in this country. But if you are, and I suspect this is far more likely, if you are simply announcing this policy as a cynical electoral ploy, that'll be revealed if you vote against your own policy. And my prediction, and I make this with a high level of certainty, is that you're going to vote against your own policy this week, and you're going to do that because you care more about yourselves than you do about people who are getting smashed by high levels of student debt. That's where we're going to find ourselves this week. And people like Mr Albanese, who had access to free university education, people in his cabinet, people in his caucus, dozens of them, who had access to free university education back in the day, are going to take a position that will expose them as nothing more than cynical political players, and it will expose that they're actually not proposing this policy because they want to help people, but they are proposing it because they think it's in their own electoral interests. And that is the height of hypocrisy. Student debt should be wiped completely in this country. University should be free in this country like it used to be free, like it was free for the Prime Minister, like it was free for dozens of his cabinet and caucus colleagues. University should be free because we should not be disincentivising people to go to university. We should be encouraging anyone who wants to go to university, to get a tertiary education for free, just like it used to be. And it is the height of hypocrisy for this Prime Minister, Mr Albanese, for his dozens of caucus and cabinet colleagues who had free university education to oppose a free university education today. Well, let's see what you do when the Greens serve up your own policy to you this week. Let's see what you do. Because I predict very, very confidently that you're going to vote against your own policy. You're going to vote against the Greens' attempts to legislate your own position. And in doing so, you will expose the fact that you are not proposing to wipe 20% off student debt levels in this country because you want to help people, but that you are doing it because it's in your own political self-interest to do so. If you were serious about helping people, you would vote this week to legislate your own policy. Now the evolution of this debate and this issue shows the power of having the Greens on the crossbench in this place. And I use that word power unashamedly. People put the Greens into this position, into balance of power, so we can actually fight for them. So we can fight for things like putting dental and mental health into Medicare, so we can fight to raise income support, so we can fight for climate action, so we can fight to save our beautiful forests, so we can fight to make GP visits free, so we can fight to make big corporations pay their fair share of tax, so we can actually use that revenue to help people who are getting smashed by cost of living, to accelerate the transition into renewable energy. That's why people put us in this place. And that power and that campaign, where we have worked hand in hand with so many thousands of people in the Australian community to campaign to wipe student debt, has actually led the Labor Party into a position where they had no choice but to do something. And classic Labor, they've decided to do the bare minimum, but at least this one is a step in the right direction. Wiping 20% off student debt is not as strong as what it should be, because what we should be doing in this country is wiping all of student debt, but wiping 20% off it is a good start and a step in the right direction. So legislate it. Legislate it this week. We'll give you the opportunity by moving an amendment to legislate your own position. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you going to vote with us in favour of your own position, or are you going to vote against it, and I confidently predict line up with the opposition in opposition to your own policy? And what we're going to see, mark my words, folks, is a Labor Party voting against its own position. Because it doesn't want to legislate this now, because this has never been about actually doing the right thing. It's only ever been about appearing to do the right thing. Pressured by the community, pressured by the Australian Greens, the Labor Party has taken a classic Labor position. Take the bare minimum and then don't actually do it, just do something that makes it look like you're doing it. And tie it to an election outcome. Classic Australian Labor Party. All about Labor, not about the people in our community. Well, the Greens are here to fight for people in our community, and that is why we are intending to serve up Labor's policy to the Australian Labor Party this week. That is why we are going to move amendments to this bill that would legislate Labor's position of wiping 20% off student debt on 1 July next year. That's what this Senate should vote for. We're going to give the Senate an opportunity to vote for that, and we call on Labor to join us to legislate the position that they themselves have taken and to do the right thing for people who are getting smashed by excessive levels of student debt. We should wipe student debt. It should be dead, buried and cremated in this country. If the Labor Party won't do that, we're going to offer them the opportunity to legislate their own policy, and we demand the Labor Party to join with us and provide much-needed relief.
Senator Rob, I've got on my whipping list Senator Roberts, and I'm coming to you, Senator Pocock. Is that correct? Yes. Senator Roberts.
I speak on the Universities Accord, Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024. Thank you, Mr Deputy President. The university degree system is failing our students and our country. School leavers is happening right now on the Gold Coast and across the country. These school leavers are too busy celebrating finishing high school to be listening to this speech, yet maybe their parents will be listening. To schoolies I say, this is the last break some of you will have before heading to university. Enjoy it. Be warned, universities do not have your best interests at heart. Today they act like a greedy corporate business and you're their cash cow. For people heading to uni, please be aware that you're taking on a very big HECS debt. That debt is meant to be in return for something. Uni is meant to give a good qualification that students can turn into a sound career. For many people, though, universities aren't doing this anymore. Instead, unis are loading up school leavers with millions in debt for degrees that aren't worth the paper they're printed on. Many people watching might wonder how they're getting away with this. If a uni doesn't give you a degree that can enable you to earn money and you can't pay back the debt, then the uni should go broke, right? HECS is different, completely different. The uni gets the money up front, straight away from the government, from the taxpayers. Then you owe HECS to the government, seemingly forever for some students. The uni gives you a degree that doesn't live up to its promises and immediately laughs all the way to the bank, while you're stuck paying HECS debt to the Albanese Labor government. The university's lust for money shows up in the data. In 2005-2006, an average person with a HECS debt owed $10,400. $10,400. Today, the average debt is an astonishing $27,600, nearly triple in a bit under 20 years. The entire system needs a fundamental reset. One Nation believes that future students at schoolies right now should be given all the information to make an informed choice about the future, about their future. This bill does not help students do that. Every university should be forced to publish the average salary of graduates from each degree, 1 year, 5 years and 10 years after completion. A form of accountability, quality control, putting responsibility back on the universities. This would break the university scam of treating students like cash cows to load up with debt for useless degrees. It would empower school leavers to make a choice that matches their goals based on real-world data, not be left in the dark. This data is available. Every uni student is required to have a unique student identifier number, a USI. Everyone with a HECS debt has a tax file number. These have been going for years. It's a simple number to match up tax file numbers with unique student identifiers and publish graduates' average earnings. Anonymised, of course, to protect identity. But the government won't do this because universities are powerful. They earn unfathomable amounts of money with amazingly overpaid vice-chancellors at their head. And there's the core. As the Australian Financial Review's journalist Julie Hare reports, in 2022, Paddy Nixon, the then Vice-Chancellor of the University of Canberra, which was ranked 421st best university in the world, took home a salary package of $1,045,000, the same as the world's best university, #1 rankings, Oxford. In South Australia, Colin Sterling, boss of Flinders University, ranked 380th in the world, 380th, took home a pay packet of $1,345,000. Not bad, considering it was over $100,000 more than Lawrence Bacow, who was head of Harvard University. At the University of Queensland, the Vice-Chancellor earns over $1.2 million a year, more than double the Prime Minister. Despite being defined as not-for-profit and exempt from tax on revenue, these universities are making billions of dollars. In 2023, the University of Queensland generated $2.6 billion in revenue. $2.6 billion. $1.3 billion, or half of that, was spent on employee expenses, like the Vice-Chancellor's salary. University of Queensland sits on a piggy bank of more than $4.1 billion in net assets alone. These universities are not simple little charities. They're huge businesses, rivaling the top 10 companies on Australia's stock market. They have abused the social contract with their country and the generous guarantees that governments, taxpayers, give them. Taxpayers. This bill would make some minor changes to the indexation of HECS debt, bringing it down from 16% over 2.5 years to 11.1%. But it only tinkers around the edges. This bill does nothing to address the fact that the average HECS debt has tripled in 2 decades. It does nothing to make sure degrees are worthwhile for getting into debt. It does nothing to address the fact that many people going to university would be better off getting a trade qualification. It does nothing to address universities using pre-recorded lectures, sometimes more than 3 years old, and played back once a week forever. No expense, just lots of revenue. One nation's plans for HECS debt and universities would fix all the things this bill does not fix, that this bill neglects. Inflation is compounding in a way that the original architects never expected. We need to stop the pile-on and give people time to pay down their debt. To do this, One Nation would freeze HECS indexation completely for the next 3 years. Secondly, universities must be made accountable for the degrees they're delivering and the education they're not delivering. One Nation would force universities to publish the average salaries of graduates from their degrees 1 year, 5 year and 10 years after graduation, so students know what they're signing up for. Is the debt going to be worth it? Delivering degrees is getting cheaper, so course fees should be getting cheaper too. One Nation would cut the fees for subjects that use repeated, pre-recorded lectures and large amounts of group assignments. Our universities should be focused on delivering a good education for Australian students first. Focused on students first and delivering good education. One Nation will enforce English standards for international students, so universities aren't sacrificing Australian educations to increase profits from international students, to the detriment of Australian students. We've discussed that in the past. I've raised it. And finally, having a HECS debt shouldn't mean graduates are locked out of buying a house, which is what they are at the moment. In combination with our People's Mortgage Scheme, offering 5% fixed-rate mortgages, people with HECS debt will be able to roll their debt into a home loan and pay it off together. Whether they can't get a loan from the bank because of their HECS debt, One Nation will get HECS debtors into a stable, clean, cheap home loan. And Mr. Andrew Norton, Professor in the Practice of Higher Education Policy, noted during the inquiry into this bill, quote, all parts of the system, the original fees charged, the indexation arrangements and the repayment system need to work together in a coherent way, end of quote. The parts of the system are not working for the country. Instead, they're working for highly paid Vice-Chancellors and the consultants in the education sector. One Nation believes in a university system that works for the students that choose to study there and for the same type of support for people doing a trade. Until we fix the core parts of the system, the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024 is merely tinkering around the edges. That's all it's doing. One Nation will make the changes needed to ensure a university system to serve students and to serve our country. Thank you.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024, and I associate myself with the comments of my Greens colleagues, including Senator McKim's confident prediction made just now that Labor will vote against our amendments to take action today, vote against their own policy proposition. Let's be clear, this student debt relief bill is nothing more than a PR stunt and will not deliver genuine cost of living relief in a timely way, in the way that Australia's students and graduates need right now. Labor uses Greens lines about wiping student debt because they know it's what people want, they know we can do it, but they are really just tinkering here with indexation. The Greens are the only party with a genuine commitment to wipe student debt and to make university and TAFE free. Labor want people to wait until after the election and to extort young people's concerns, their cost of living crisis, and to defer action which could be taken today. This bill amends the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and other legislation to give effect to some of the Universities Accord recommendations, including changes to student debt indexation. Firstly, it retrospectively ties the student debt indexation rate to the lower of either the CPI or the WPI and provides an indexation credit to reduce the 2023 and 2024 student debt indexation rates from 7.1% and 4.7% to 4% respectively. Someone with an average student debt of $26,500 will see a reduction of around $1,200 for their outstanding debt as a result. Secondly, it will allow for grants to be paid to higher education providers for a new Commonwealth PRAC payment. Thirdly, it renames university-enabling courses to fee-free uni-ready courses and provides a new Commonwealth grant scheme funding cluster for them. This funding is expected to increase the number of students enrolling in these courses by 40% by 2030. Fourthly, it will require higher education providers to ensure that 40% of the student services and amenities fees revenue they collect from students is provided to student-led organisations. And finally, it also makes amendments to the Act to allow for the merger of the University of Adelaide and the University of South Australia. Some of these are positive steps, but they go nowhere near far enough to fixing the structural crisis within the tertiary education sector. The first and foremost problem is the crushing impact of student debt on too many Australians. Soaring student debt is making the cost of living crisis worse. It's locking people out of the housing market, causing people to delay having families and crushing dreams for too many of going to university. However, the Labor government's plan to provide student debt relief will see student debts rise by 11.5% in their first term. This is simply not good enough. Labor says they're wiping $3 billion in student debt, but don't fall for it. All they're doing is shaving a tiny bit of indexation off the top of a giant, swelling pile of student debt. Taking $3 billion off around $80 billion is peanuts. Setting indexation to the lower of CPI or WPI is akin to rearranging very expensive deck chairs on the Titanic. The WPI is usually higher than CPI, so this change will make very little difference. In fact, in the last 25 years, the WPI has been lower than CPI indexation only 4 times, including 2022 and 23. Labor's little tweaks to student debt won't provide real cost of living relief to the millions of us people struggling under the weight of ballooning debts in a cost of living crisis. The root of the student debt crisis remains
totally untouched by this bill. People are graduating with bigger and bigger debts that grow every year and take longer and longer to pay off. This is largely due to the Morrison government's disgraceful, punitive fee hikes, which Labor is backing against the advice of their own Uni Accords panel, which says the scheme needs urgent, immediate remediation. Next year, for the first time, arts degrees will cost more than $50,000. We've got Labor to thank for that. There's a simple truth here. The student debt system cannot be fixed because student debt should not exist. Higher education, like education at every level, is an essential public good that should be free, universal and provided by the government. Many of us in this place, including the Prime Minister and many in the Cabinet, are beneficiaries of free higher education. I am certainly. I was the beneficiary of a free undergraduate economics degree, a free honours year, 3 years of a free PhD. That's 7 years for free. And better than that, I had help with living costs as a kid who came from the country. At the end of the month, my household, with my sister who was studying to be a nurse, could afford a slab of beer, and we were the party house as a consequence. So I didn't just start with free education, I actually had a livable income, which meant I could be a student who didn't spend 30 hours a week trying to earn an income to finance my living while I was studying. And I didn't start my working life with thousands of dollars in uni debt, an average now of $26,000, facing a cost of living crisis, a housing market out of control, and now $50,000 arts degrees. Well, shame on us. Shame on us as a parliament to say to the next generation and the current generation, you walk out of your university with thousands of dollars in debt around your neck into a housing market that's impossible to meet with insecure jobs in too many of our industries. We are a wealthy country. Why are those of previous generations who enjoyed free uni education passing on an obscenely expensive set of debts that will hobble future generations, hobble productivity and hobble our economy? It's all wrong, and in this wealthy country we can and we should be doing better. Then there is the problem of placement poverty. We've got a widespread issue of poverty for those who must do placements within their qualification. Hundreds of thousands of students are required to complete work placements as part of their study, many of which are unpaid. Work placements are especially common in feminised fields of study, which further entrench gender inequality. A teaching bachelor degree mandates 4 months of unpaid full-time hours to qualify. Nursing takes 5 months and social work more than 6 months. This bill creates the power for grants to be paid to higher education providers for a new Commonwealth PRAC payment, but provides zero detail as to the payment and how it will work. The detail of the payments will come in disallowable regulations, meaning it'll be up to the minister to decide the eligible criteria and the payment level. There's no guarantee that any student will actually receive it, and that's totally unacceptable. We need that detail now. According to the government's announcement, the payment's intended for eligible teaching, nursing and social work at a rate of $319.50 a week, or $8 an hour for anyone doing a full-time placement. This amount is woefully low, and so many will miss out. Dentistry students, vet students, physio students, psychology students, medical students, for example. During this cost of living crisis, unpaid placements are forcing students to choose between putting fuel in their car to get to their placement and putting food on the table every day. Mandatory unpaid placements are causing students to forego paid work or drop out of uni, and it's taking an intense toll on students' wellbeing and their health. Students are being pushed to the limit, going months without a day off and finishing their placements at 5 p.m, going straight off to paid shifts at the pub or grocery store. Students are being burnt out before they even begin their careers and left with absolutely no time to have a social life, enjoy their youth, or enjoy all of the activities, excitement and expansion of being in a university environment. How on earth are students expected to live when they have to give up hundreds of hours of paid employment to do unpaid work and placement? How on earth are students expected to support themselves for weeks or months, just living off their savings during a time, if they have them of course, during a time when the cost of living is soaring and we're seeing huge increases in rents across the country? This is pure exploitation, and students should not be forced to provide their labour for free. And they should definitely not be forced to juggle work and placement both at the same time just to scrape by. Students experiencing placement poverty need urgent relief, and Labor has said this policy will only commence on the 1st of July 2025. What are people supposed to do until then, and what about all of those who are left out? Every student should be paid for every hour of work they're required to do as part of their degree, and yet government is excluding so many, including those vet students who undertake a mandatory 52 weeks of unpaid placement to complete their vet qualifications. Students should be paid at least a minimum wage for their work on placement, not a lesser supplementary amount. This bill also adds the new Adelaide University as a Table A provider and removes the University of South Australia and University of Adelaide from the list, following their merger and in view of the expected commencement of Adelaide University in 2026. The Greens have previously expressed concern about this merger. University mergers can result in negative outcomes, including things like program restructures and elimination, staff layoffs, course cuts, decreased competition and reduced student satisfaction. The Greens share the concerns of the National Tertiary Education Union and the anxieties that staff have expressed around this specific merger. A June 2023 NTEU survey of 1,100 university staff found that only 25% supported the establishment of the new university. Many are feeling concern. Additionally, 75% indicated they had not been appropriately consulted by the South Australian Government. Some uni students and staff have found out this plan via the advertiser, not through consultation, and this is not good enough. The South Australian Greens did not support the Adelaide University bill in the State Legislative Council. They did, however, move 23 amendments to try and secure better outcomes for staff and students. And these amendments included requiring the uni to be an exemplary employer, various transparency measures and a requirement to divest the new university of fossil fuel and its assets in the defence industry. Sadly, only one of those amendments passed. These contracts, and some of them were with Deloitte and other big consulting firms, have not been made available and transparent to the South Australian public. They should be. We want the university merger to publicly reveal those details and be clear about the business case. The Greens will always stand for robust universities and for accountability and transparency. But we wish the university staff and students well as they transition through this phase. Overall, while this bill, in all its parts, makes some positive changes, the entrenched issues within our tertiary sector require urgent, widespread and structural reforms. We call on the government to wipe all student debt, to make university and TAFE free, and to pay all students doing mandatory placements no less than the minimum wage. We have relentlessly pushed the Albanese government to deliver desperately needed student debt relief since they came to power. This pressure has worked. It's worked in securing changes to indexation as well as recent commitments to raise the minimum repayment income and to cut student debt by 20%, but after the election in Labor's notion. There is no reason to wait. Student debt relief shouldn't be dangled like a carrot on a stick and held ransom to the next election results. We can act now. We have the numbers in this parliament to lock in these changes now. Labor could move a bill to do it right now, and the Greens are going to keep up the pressure through amendments and changes in this bill to wipe all student debt. We want to see TAFE and uni free, and we want to work with Labor to deliver the changes that will make life better for millions of people, like wiping all student debt and making TAFE and uni free, so that the next generation and the current people coming through our universities and those who have in recent times can enjoy the same opportunities, the same benefits of higher education that I did, that the Prime Minister does, and that so many in this place and in the Parliament enjoy. Next generation should have the same privilege. Thank you.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill of 2024, and I would like to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, and in particular our spokesperson on higher education, Senator Marine Faruqi. Now, don't be confused. This isn't the bill, and this is to the students up there watching, this isn't the bill that would make some TAFE places free, not all, but some, nor is this the bill that would reduce student debt by 20%. And of note, of course, that's not 100%, it's only 20%. This is a bill with some tweaks, and sure, they're welcome tweaks, but tweaks is perhaps a generous description. It's a bill that tweaks the rate of indexation on student debt. So this will make an impossibly awful situation ever so slightly less awful for uni graduates who are graduating with a debt that perhaps has been unmatched in history so far. So this is a step in the right direction, but it's the tiniest possible step that anyone could possibly take. And so once again, we see our hearts broken by this government, who we had such great hopes for real reform to tackle the issues that people are facing. And student debt is one of those key issues in a cost of living crisis. And deterring people from further study is something that should be top of the list for any government. And so unfortunately we see that we have the tiniest of possible changes to this area of policy that really merits broader and deeper reform to actually help people. I remain baffled at why this government lacks courage to actually enact the changes that people deserve, and that frankly I think they were elected to deliver on. And I don't understand where the breakdown in communication is between students who are facing the biggest amounts that they've ever had to pay for higher education, whether that's TAFE or whether that's uni, the biggest amounts that they've ever had to pay, and how this government thinks, well, we're just going to make some tweaks to the inflation rate of that debt, after which, if these changes are made, and the Greens will support them being made, student debt would still have increased by 11.5% under this government's watch. Where's the bill to cancel student debt completely? Now, we've said, of course, we will back in your proposals for these indexation tweaks, and we'll back in your proposals for a 20% reduction of student debt, but it's not enough, folks. 20%, I'm sure it will be welcome, but that compound interest is killing students. Now, I want to flag that I had to pay for my education. I wasn't like some of the others in this chamber and the other place that got their university education for free. And it took me getting elected to the Senate to pay off my student debt for my environmental science degree and my law degree at Griffith University in Meanjin, Brisbane. Now, that's hardly a policy solution that will apply to everyone, is it? Get yourself elected so you can pay off your HECS debt. Of course, we need more ordinary people elected into this place. But it took me that long to pay off my HECS debt and half a drama degree that I'd done prior to that. The compound interest was already making my debt worse, and the situation has only gotten worse in the meantime. We see degrees that are now costing more than they ever did. Compound interest and inflation is making those debts turbocharged, and now we have a timid government that's dangling the tiniest of fixes to that situation, making some slight reductions to the indexation rates, which we will support, but it's just not what students actually need. We want to see student debt cancelled. And I remember when I was still at uni, we were having a discussion about how much our degrees cost, and I said, oh, it's all right, the Greens will be in government one day and they'll just cancel my student debt. Well, perhaps I was needing to be a little bit more patient, but here we are with the potential to make some changes. And once again, the government's choosing the absolute minuscule amount of reform that they possibly can. And I would urge the government to listen to the real pleas and the needs of students who deserve to be able to go to uni without crippling debt, who should have their existing debt cancelled and who should be able to get their degrees for free. That was one of the amazing reforms of the Whitlam government that this Labor government should be proud of and should be trying to get us back to. Free university, free TAFE, cancelling student debt. We could have these things. You have the numbers to pass those reforms. We beg you, we invite you, we urge you to do those things. We will vote for them. We will back that in. We've been pushing for these reforms for decades. And yet when you're in government, you've got the chance to do that and you've got the numbers to get it through. Why so timid? Why so disappointingly beige in actually tackling the issues that students are facing?
It being 1:30, I interrupted debate to call on 2-minute statements. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. In 1891, an event known as the Australian or the Great Shearers' Strike played a pivotal role in the formation of Australia's oldest political party. Widely regarded as one of Australia's earliest and most significant industrial disputes, it was one of the key factors in the establishment of a political party that represented the hard-working Australian, advocating for better working conditions. However, that party is almost unrecognisable today, reflecting a shift in activist pressures and the electoral threat posed by far-left parties such as the Greens. The modern-day Labor Party has made clear its prioritisation of urban, left-leaning agendas over the economic and social realities affecting rural Australia. Nowhere is this clearer than in the Labor Party's decision to ban live sheep exports by 2028. The implications for rural communities, particularly in my home state of Western Australia, will have dire consequences for our farmers and for country towns. As a result, Western Australian farmers have already started downsizing operations, including reducing land numbers and, ironically, using euthanasia to maintain healthy herd sizes or leaving the industry altogether. Australia is a world leader in animal welfare standards, with rigid regulations. Reducing animal mortalities is in both the buyer and the seller's best interests. The ban will only increase demand for live exports from other countries with standards much lower than Australia. It threatens not only Australia's sheep and wool industries, but also livelihoods and communities. Far beyond the immediate loss of export income, local industries, schools, clubs and individuals will be affected. With both state and federal elections on the horizon, Labor has clearly alienated its voter base.
Senator Darmanin.
In October, with Simone Rees, Director of Mansfield Autism Statewide Services, and the talented staff and families of children with autism, I celebrated the opening of the Mansfield Autism Operation Game Changer Retreat in my home state of Victoria. This $12.75 million project, of which the Albanese government provided $3.8 million in funding, is more than an expansion of the great work of Mansfield Autism that they're already doing. It will be our life changer for families navigating both the challenges and the impact of autism. It offers incredible respite services, family camps, farm stays and individual programs to build life skills and independence. The newly opened retreat is a place where families can recharge, reconnect and access support they need for their children to thrive. And what I learnt from my visit was that the support of families, including siblings, is vital. By building capacity and confidence in both children and their families, this project delivers best practice services that will create lasting impacts. For families like Penny's, who I had the privilege of meeting, who moved to Mansfield to be closer and have the support they need, this truly is a game changer. None of this would have been possible without the passion and dedication of those who envisioned and brought this project to life. To everyone involved, congratulations and thank you for your unwavering commitment to this project. And to Danny, another one of the parents, thank you for sharing your beautiful poem about your 11-year-old boy. May Operation Game Changer be something that enables many more families to be illuminated and lit up by their family members with autism. Congratulations, you should be so proud of your achievement, and I am pleased to have participated in just a very small part of that.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, flew into Tasmania to launch their new candidate for the seat of Braddon, Senator Urquhart. Now, I don't have a problem with Senator Urquhart leaving the Senate and running for the lower house. In fact, I wish her all the best. What I do have a problem with is the Prime Minister making a commitment of $28 million of taxpayers' money to the salmon industry in Tasmania. $28 million. $22 million of that for an oxygenation project. They're going to turn Macquarie Harbour, the last known home of the critically endangered Maugean skate, into a giant aerated fish tank. This harbour, on the edge of a World Heritage Area, this harbour that is precious to Tasmania, is going to receive taxpayers' funds. Why? The skate is going extinct. We've been told that by scientists. We've been told that the best thing the government can do to stop this skate going extinct, believed to be between 40 and 120 adults left in the wild, is to move salmon farms out of Macquarie Harbour. But here's the rub, Senators. At the moment, the federal government has committed $7.2 million working with the salmon industry for a trial project, a trial pilot project in Macquarie Harbour, which doesn't finish till October next year, 1 year away, and it's been going for 11 months. So we're halfway through the trial project, and the Prime Minister comes in and commits 6 times the amount of taxpayer funds to this project. When it hasn't even finished, we don't even know the results of this scientific project. And even worse, this money is being given to big multinational salmon companies, foreign-owned, who pay no tax, to clean up their own mess, to greenwash the extinction of a species. It is simply not good enough. And the Greens will fight this, and Tasmanians will vote against this.
Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much. Under the Labor Albanese government, I am hearing over and over and over again that our country is clearly heading in the wrong direction. Now, whether I'm talking to locals at the supermarket in Ellenbrook with David Good, or visiting cafes along the north coastal suburbs in Perth with Jan Norberger, or even when I'm chatting with locals at pharmacies in Forestfield and High Wycombe with Matt Moran, the feedback is the same. The cost of living crisis is hurting, and it is hurting Australians badly, and particularly I'm hearing that again and again right across these suburbs, right across Perth. Now, the tragedy of it is that this has deliberately been implemented by the Labor Party. They have pump-primed an additional $315 billion across their 3 failed budgets. And anybody knows that when you pump-prime the economy like that, you cause inflation to rise, which causes interest rates to rise, and so it goes on and on. And I think even John Maynard Keynes would, even he, the great economist, the pump-priming economist, would think that those opposite have gone too far. West Australians have suffered 12 interest rate rises under those opposite, and anybody, particularly those on low incomes, trying to rent a house in Perth is almost impossible. And that is as a direct consequence of what those opposite have done. Now, while interest rates are starting to fall in many other nations, or have fallen significantly in New Zealand, Canada, the United States, the Great Britain, there is no sign whatsoever of relief for households in Australia. Now, when you combine the rapidly falling household disposable income with severe housing costs and their disastrous immigration policy, flooding Australia when we don't have homes, all of this is the result of the...
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, any parent in Australia will know how dangerous and scary RSV can be. It's the leading cause of hospitalisation for infants in Australia, and there is absolutely nothing worse than bringing your precious newborn child home only to have to rush back to hospital weeks or months later because they are so unwell, unable to feed or struggling to breathe. For many Australian families, this experience is all too familiar, and I know when my son had RSV, it was one of the scariest moments of motherhood for me. RSV puts 12,000 infants in hospital every year, and nearly a quarter of those babies need intensive care. It's the leading reason young children under 5 are hospitalised each year. And that's why I am extraordinarily proud of our government's commitment of $174 million into the world's most comprehensive RSV vaccination and protection program for infants. Pregnant women will have access to a vaccine from their 3rd trimester free of charge, expected to prevent some 10,000 hospitalisations every year. That's 10,000 Australian families who won't have to go through the trauma and anxiety of watching their babies, watching their little ones struggle to breathe and struggle with RSV. Not to mention the impact it will have on our hospital system, which during peak season in winter is often overburdened by the cases of RSV. And without this initiative, families would need to pay $300 for this vaccine in a cost of living pressure environment. That's something that many families simply cannot afford. This is an extraordinary announcement, one which will keep our littlest Australians out of hospital, ones which will protect Australian families from going through that pain and anxiousness when their little one has RSV. It's a tremendous announcement, and I commend the Health Minister for his efforts.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. The net zero transition is driven not in accordance with science and certainly not common sense nor truth. It's ideologically driven, using cherry-picked numbers, cancelling academics who disagree, enabling a parasitic and dishonest solar and wind lobby to transfer hundreds of billions of dollars from everyday Australians into the lobbyist pockets. Meanwhile, Communist China pretends they're implementing net zero while expanding coal-fired power stations, growing wealth on the back of cheap coal power. This is taking investment, employment and wealth from everyday Australians. Net zero will cost Australia to 2050 around $1.5 trillion, after which the parasites continue the process, replacing short-lived, weather-dependent generation. Net zero is vandalising our natural environment. The latest proposal covers 2 million hectares of fragile ecosystem along the Nullarbor Plains with industrial wind and solar. There was a time when environmentalists would have thrown themselves in front of the bulldozers. Now they're driving the bulldozers. Australia has had enough of this hypocrisy and obscene, dishonest devastation. A one-nation government will cancel the net zero transition and withdraw from the Paris Agreement. If people in cities want solar and wind, let them have it, and retrofit coal-fired power stations with steam stack capture and conversion devices, turning nature's trace gas, essential to all life, carbon dioxide, into fertiliser, ethanol and AdBlue, products that will grow Australia. Industrial solar and wind subsidies will be redirected to fund the removal and remediation of wind, solar and transmission lines, which is inevitable once the climate profiteers realise their jig is up and they shoot through, leaving their broken monstrosities behind. One Nation will close down the Department of Climate Change and the related web of agencies that funnel taxpayer money into a web of foreign corporations, parasitic Australian billionaires, compliant academia, government departments and agencies, dishonest government departments. One Nation offers Australia a clear choice. Vote for the Liberal, Labor, Greens, Teals Uni-Party and continue our descent into poverty, or vote One Nation and restore the economic powerhouse that Australia once was.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy President. And I rise today to speak about a statement that was put to me by the Treasury Department in the last set of estimates, whereby I was told that the last time there was a double taxation agreement renegotiation with Ireland was 1983. Now, the reason why I was shocked to hear that was that in 1983 Ireland had a tax rate of 40 cents. Today it has a tax rate of 12.5 cents. Now, a lot of things have happened in the last 4 decades, but one of the biggest things that happened was that Ireland joined the EU. And as a result of joining the EU, they got billions of dollars in subsidies, which enabled them to lower their company tax rate. As a result of that, multinational companies shifted en masse to Ireland to take advantage of this low tax rate of 12.5%. Now, I've raised a number of times in this Senate the issue of having jurisdictions with a very low company tax rate. And I've pointed out that here in Australia we have a withholding tax rate to Ireland of 10 cents. So that means that if royalties are paid to Ireland by many multinationals, they get a 30 cent tax deduction for paying the royalty to Ireland, and then they pay 10 cents on the way out, and then they pay 12.5 cents company tax rate in Ireland. So you don't need to be an Einstein to work out that 10 plus 12.5 is 22.5, which is 7.5 cents lower than 30 cents. So when you're shifting $1 billion offshore, and that's what Pfizer shifted offshore in 2022 to Ireland, you're saving $75 million in tax just by posting a few journal entries. But the sad thing is it gets worse, because as the ATO told me, they actually get a withholding tax credit on the withholding tax paid to Ireland, so they're only paying 12.5 cents. So multinationals that shift their profits to Ireland now are getting a 17.5 cent arbitrage on every dollar of profit they send off to Ireland. I suggest the ATO and Treasury get busy and start renegotiating their taxation arrangements.
Senator Payman.
Thank you. In legislative terms, the Albanese government is presiding over a car crash. Not a little accident like scratching someone's Duco in the car park, but a full-blown repercussive catastrophe, the kind you see on CCTV footage. Take a glance at the notice paper and look at the bills that sit there, mangled and motionless, their hazard lights shining through the haze of smoke and explanatory memoranda. Staggering closely, we can see Tanya Plibersek, jaws of life in hand, desperately trying to force open the driver's seat door of a crumpled Stage 2 variant of the now discontinued nature-positive model. It's difficult to tell through the smoke, but it seems that if Minister Plibersek moved slightly in either direction, she would have a much easier time to get the job done. Further down the road, towards the newest addition in the carnage, we see a man sitting on the footpath, head in hands, fuel leaking out of his smouldering vehicle like cabinet discussions. "We'd been restoring that for a year," he mumbled. Indeed, there was still a brilliant shine on the Reserve Bank Reform badge, which shimmered by the light of the dancing flames. Behind him, a ghostly voice called out, "You're all tip and no iceberg, and you'll never be Prime Minister." The man, Jim Chalmers, burst into tears. A few cars across, another man has popped open the boot of his car. He strains and struggles to force out an oversized cricket bat with double dissolution written on it. Unfortunately, the compact Help to Buy model is unambitious and doesn't have much space in the back. Over his shoulder, the man sees a brand new monstrosity hurtling down the road, broadly drafted without any public consultation. It's a silver misinformation sedan.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, we are in a climate emergency. It threatens the safety of people, our health, wildlife, water, our ability to grow food and the air that we breathe. In the Pacific, girls are experiencing the most severe impacts of the climate crisis daily. New research from Plan International Australia and Kiribati Climate Action Network paints a stark picture of this. 50% of Pacific girls surveyed as part of this research said that the climate crisis has stopped them from going to school. Eleanor, a 12-year-old girl living in rural Fiji, says, I walk 5Ks every morning to catch my school bus during bad weather conditions. The road from my home to school is very poor. The culvert and bridges are very low and not in good condition, putting me at risk while travelling. More than 25% said that there's not enough food, and 19% said that they feel hungry as a result of this crisis. Unasi, a 10-year-old girl also living in rural Fiji, says, the sea is being polluted and turtles are trying to find their way out to breathe and look for shelter. It's really affecting me and my family because this is always where we get our food from. It's too risky for me and my family to fish now. Now, the Greens support these young girls and their calls for governments to do more. It is the duty of every government, Australia included, to support communities facing the irreversible impacts of climate change. If we have any hope of achieving a safe climate, we must reach net zero by 2035. It'd be nice if we actually knew what the government's target was going to be. We must transition to 100% renewables as quickly as possible, and we must commit to no more coal, oil and gas.
Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I rise to give a speech on behalf of one of the candidates in the Raise Our Voice to Parliament campaign, which ran in this chamber from the 7th till the 10th of October, but Senate Business prevented the giving of the speech during that week. 90 MPs and senators have participated in this year's campaign, and it's an important campaign which gives young Australians the opportunity to write a speech and have it read out by their representative in Parliament. My speech today, or remarks, are on behalf of Esther. And Esther writes, "I dream of an Australia where all households can afford to live comfortably, where the forgotten middle-income families can provide for their children, afford to pay their bills and aspire to achieve the great Australian dream of owning a home. I dream of an Australia whose government supports a strong small business sector, where SMEs, the backbone of the Australian economy, thrive, and where the media landscape is able to report on business success rather than industry collapse. However, this dream is increasingly out of reach. According to data, the risk of small business failure rose by 20% in the year to March 24. This is a national tragedy worthy of criticism, and I fear that this risk is only being furthered by recent government actions. It is for this reason that I speak on behalf of the small businesses and households struggling to pay their bills and call upon the next Australian Parliament to lift the statutory ban on nuclear power. With this ban, Australia is only falling further behind other G20 countries, all of which are pursuing a nuclear energy future. It is my dream that the coming decade will see a government investment in nuclear energy, a clean, efficient baseload power supply that would provide reliable, low-cost energy to all Australian households and businesses."
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. You know, when parents can't care for their child, grandparents, aunts, uncles or even family members often step up to provide a safe and secure place for these children. I've met with kinship carers and what they do is incredible. But something else incredible is that so many of these carers do it without any extra financial support. I've been working on a solution for this along with colleagues here and in the other place through the Parliamentary Friends of Grandparent and Kinship Carers group. We recognise kinship care as an issue where political colours are not relevant. One simple solution is a stat debt that can be used whenever they need to prove their career status, like Medicare, school administration or times when the child needs permission for an extracurricular activity. But we can do more. We've been looking at tweaking the legislation to recognise and define kinship care. Earlier this month, a constituent came into my office to tell me there were newborns who were about to be put into foster care, but the carers were not able to claim parental leave because they were not their biological children. We all know a newborn needs a different level of care to an older child, so when the carers took leave from their jobs, they had to appeal to their employers to help them out. The employers were able to give them some extra leave, but not the same level most new parents could access. This situation highlights a gap in our foster care system, but also shows there are even bigger gaps when it comes to the rights of kinship carers. Foster carers can access childcare subsidies, income support. But what about kinship carers? They are doing the same thing as foster carers, so why can't they be recognised for that? Kinship care is hard and rewarding, and we need to support these people for stepping up and caring, not penalise them.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Senator Thorp.
This morning, Labor and the Libs teamed up to pass a shameful censure motion against truth-telling. Well, I tell you right now, the censure motion I wear as a badge of honour, because the protest against the colonising king was exactly what I wanted to do, and that was to bring the whole world's attention to the plight of my people in this country. 600 deaths in custody. You don't care. This government don't care. That government didn't care. 24,000 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children in out-of-home care. None of this mob care. Suicide rates, don't care. Incarceration rates, don't care. Destruction of country and water, don't care. So I will continue to call out the king coloniser and any supporter that wants to shut me down for speaking truth to power. Now, the international solidarity has been incredible. thousands and thousands and thousands of people reaching out. Even the so-called insignificant white old man who rang me this morning and said, it is just ridiculous what they are doing to you, Senator Thorp. So, this is about justice. This is about an ongoing genocide that everyone in here is complicit to, who make the decisions, who set the racist policy that we have to live under. And I have created a whirlwind internationally. Now, shame on this colony for continuing this sophistication of genocide against my people. I will continue to do it, and I will stand in solidarity with every other Indigenous people around the
Senator
globe.
Thorpe, your time has expired. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, President.
Senator Chandler. Senator Thorpe. Senator Chandler, please begin again and start the clock again.
Thank you, President. Last week there was great news for farmers and producers in Tasmania's Coal Valley, with the Coalition securing the funding for the critical Greater South East Irrigation Scheme. Farmers and growers were in shock earlier this year when the Albanese government refused to fund this game-changing project in the budget. Mr Dutton and Liberal candidate for Lyons, Susie Bauer, stepped in to announce that the Coalition will commit to providing the $150 million in federal funding, matching the $150 million from the Tasmanian state government and farmers. After refusing to fund it in the budget and sitting on the business case for more than 10 months, just 48 hours after the Coalition's commitment, Labor followed suit and matched our pledge. Now that's good news for the hardworking farmers in one of Tasmania's driest regions, who without this scheme are facing a huge price rise for water which would have made many farms uneconomic. But it took the commitment of the Coalition and the advocacy of our candidate Susie Bauer, after we had listened, looked at the strength of the business case and agreed to support this project, to guarantee that it will now go ahead. The Coal Valley is already home to some of Tasmania and Australia's finest producers of wine, fruit and high-value products. By supporting this scheme, together with the Tasmanian Liberal government, we will ensure that these producers and many new producers can send their amazing products around our country and the world, creating jobs and huge investment in Tasmania. Well done to Susie Bauer, the Lyons Liberal candidate, Tas Farmers, the Coal Valley Products Association and all of the producers in the region for successfully advocating for this vital investment.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Polly.
Yes, and just to concur with my colleague there, I'd just like to say how pleased we are that we've got Rebecca White to be our candidate in Lyons, and who will win that seat and deliver for Lyons. But I wanted to speak today in relation to the success of this government's invested in fee-free TAFE. We cannot underestimate how valuable this is to my community, my home state of Tasmania, that there are over 6,000 Tasmanians who are now studying a vocational course since the Albanese Labor government implemented the life-changing policy. Fee-free TAFE delivers a coordinated response to workforce shortages in industries of local and national priority, helping build the pipeline of skilled workers that the community requires and that we need going forward. I'm so proud to be a senator in this Labor government, which is committed to investing in Tasmanians and saving them thousands of dollars in fees and course costs. Fee-free TAFE has allowed Tasmanians to study a subject which they will gain the skills that are short in supply. It will give them a secure job when they graduate, which will all lead to greater benefits to our local economy. The Albanese government remains committed to implementing policies which are creating opportunities for Tasmanians to succeed and for sectors to thrive, to get an education, to get a job and to have a secure future. That's what drives us in this place and the other place every day as a Labor government. Tasmanians will benefit from this. TAFE are benefiting from it, unlike those opposite who gutted it with $3 billion that they took out of TAFE. That's what they did when they were in government.
Senator Ayres.
Well, I was told that they couldn't find a Liberal to finish the last 2 minutes. It's the Liberal and National parties running out of puff again. Couldn't find a speaker. Couldn't find a speaker to fill the gap. So I'm happy to help. Happy to help by filling in a little bit of time, and hoping that it's an opportunity for a moment of self-reflection over there. I thought I'd take the minute that remains to me to remind the team over here that the Albanese government is engaged in real practical action on the cost of living, acting on taxes, tax cuts for every single working Australian, acting on putting downward pressure on prices for electricity by supporting working families through this. Childcare costs down because of the Albanese government, 2 budget surpluses in a row, downward pressure on inflation, and the alternative approach that leaving working Australians on their own to face rising costs and rising interest rates from this lot, $300 billion cuts to services for veterans, $300 billion cuts to healthcare, $300 billion worth of cuts for senior Australians in the services that are offered to them. That is the hard, austere, angry, arrogant approach that symbolises what Mr Dutton and Mr Taylor have in store for ordinary Australians.
I indicated this morning that I would make a statement to the chamber. I intend to do that now. I was asked by the Leader of the Opposition, Senator Birmingham, to make a statement to the chamber on the constitutional requirements for senators to make and subscribe an oath or affirmation of allegiance. I sought the advice of the clerk when this matter first arose. My statement today will echo the response given when this matter was examined at the Finance and Public Administration Estimates hearing last month. Senators make and subscribe the oath or affirmation by reading aloud the prescribed words, which are provided to each senator on a card for their convenience, and by further signing the test roll in the column containing the relevant text. As President, when administering the oath or affirmation, I countersign the test roll to confirm that the oath or affirmation was made and subscribed before me on a particular date. In doing so, I attest to its validity. Making and subscribing the oath or affirmation is a prerequisite to senators taking their seats. It follows when the question whether the constitutional requirement has been met must be determined by an objective assessment of the facts at the time a senator is sworn. On 1 August 2022, by any objective assessment, Senator Thorp made the affirmation in the form required by the Constitution and subscribed that affirmation in the test roll. The requirement to make and subscribe the oath or affirmation is in section 42 of the Constitution. As I have mentioned, this is a prerequisite to senators taking their seats in the Senate following their election. It does not affect the eligibility of a senator to remain in office. As senators will appreciate, the subsequent adherence to the oath or affirmation of allegiance does not forego the qualification or the disqualification of senators. The only grounds for this are those set out at sections 44 and 45 of the Constitution. Senators will be aware that this and related matters have been referred to the Procedures Committee. I advise Senator Thorp that I was also making this statement. I thank the Senate. We'll now move to question time and call Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Minister, the Cost of Living Committee held more than 20 hearings across Australia. It received more than 1,500 submissions and responses to the community survey throughout its inquiry into the cost of living crisis. The overwhelming evidence is that Australians are poorer than they were 2.5 years ago, and we are in a national cost of living crisis. Will the government adopt the Cost of Living Committee's recommendation to convene the National Cabinet to address the excessive government spending that is keeping interest rates higher for longer?
Order! Order! Order across the chamber. Senator Wong.
Thank you, President, and thanks to Senator Hume for the question. And she would know that the government doesn't require a Senate committee to understand the extent of the cost of living challenges facing Australians. And in fact, the Finance Minister, the Treasurer, the Minister for Health, all Cabinet Ministers and the Prime Minister, first and foremost, have been focused on what it is that we could do as a government to assist Australians when it comes to cost of living. And that's why you have seen, under this government, more people in jobs, more people earning more and keeping more of what they earn with our tax plan. And I would remind those opposite that we have seen more than 1 million jobs created. We have seen near record number of women in jobs and women working full-time. We have real wages grown more in the past 12 months alone than they did in the entire decade of the former coalition government. The smallest gender pay gap on record.
Order.
And, of course, the tax of living measures that the government has put in place in order to make a contribution to the challenges Australian families are facing. Bigger tax cuts for every working Australian, cheaper childcare, energy rebates, student debt relief, free TAFE, more bulk bill GP appointments, cheaper medicines, the largest increase to rent assistance in 30 years and the largest investment in social and affordable housing in more than a decade, as well as a fair go at the checkout and a crackdown on dodgy deals and tackling excessive surcharges on cards. And of course what I'd be interested in is whether Senator Hume brought forward to that committee the evidence of what it would be like if she had had her way, the evidence of what it would be like if she and her colleagues had had it their way, if Senator Hume had had it their way, because we would know that Australians would be paying higher taxes. We know, that Australians.
The time for answering has expired. Just a moment, Senator Hume. Senator Cash, if you withdraw those interjections you made earlier in relation to Senator Wong about Senator Cash, we're not here to
If I would withdraw.
Thank you. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Madam President, the committee's final report found that Labor's anti-productivity red tape agenda is contributing to the cost of living crisis, driving up costs for small businesses and prices for consumers. Will your government adopt the Cost of Living Committee's recommendation to convene the National Cabinet to develop productivity-enhancing reforms to the economy, including establishing a national deregulation agenda?
Order. Order. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator Hume, I think that the difficulty with you putting a proposition to us and to the Australian people that somehow you would have a different outcome on cost of living really ask people to ignore the fact that you have voted against all of the government's cost of living measures.
That's right.
And I know you want to try and shift the conversation because you now want another committee. You want to have a discussion about what we do. But when you were tested, Senator, you and your colleagues made very clear that actually cost of living is not your priority. There is no other way to explain the way in which you voted in this chamber. And now you might be desperate to come up with an agenda that you can say to Australians, well, look, actually, we're going to have this committee and it's going to talk about this, and we're going to do all of these things, but please forget about the fact we voted against energy price relief. Yeah. Please forget about the fact that we voted against cheaper medicines. And please forget about the fact that we don't actually think your wages should.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Australia is in a cost of living crisis that requires an immediate response to get core inflation sustainably under control, as the RBA says it requires. You've had 2.5 years. How can it be that this government is already out of ideas on how to sustainably lower inflation and fight the cost of living for all Australians that doesn't simply involve spending more money or creating more red tape?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Wong.
What I would just remind those opposite, well, I'll just make a few points. We know that that we have seen inflation increased over a period of time prior to us coming to office, and we know that this government has had to work to try and work to bring down inflation. Now, I would make the point that when we came to office, inflation was higher and rising, and now it is lower and falling. I would make the point that inflation was 6.1% at the time of the election, and is now 2.8%. It is less than half of what we inherited and about a third of its peak.
Order.
Now, you are right, Senator. Inflation remains a key challenge and one that this government is focused on. You are wrong in pointing to your own record as one that is anything to be proud of.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. How has the Albanese Labor government worked to help Australians during the worldwide inflation surge? And how is the government cleaning up the mess left by the Liberals and Nationals' reckless budget management and failure to plan for the future? What cost of living measures has the government introduced to support Australians? And how is the government supporting Australians in other ways, including promoting higher wages, stronger rights for workers and bringing costs down for households?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Wong.
And my thanks to Senator Walsh for that question. And I might start by making a point about jobs and wages. As I said in response to Senator Hume, we've seen since we were elected more than 1 million jobs created. It's the first time any government has seen the creation of 1 million new jobs in a parliamentary term. We've seen near record number of women in jobs and the smallest gender pay gap on record. We've seen real wages having grown more in the past 12 months alone than they did during the entire decade of the former coalition government. So, look, real wages growing under us, under them, not so much. And in fact, we all remember Senator Cormann, actually, you know, the inside voice came out when he talked about what the coalition's real plan was, and that is lower wages are a deliberate design feature of their economic plan. Now, in terms of inflation, absolutely, we understand the challenge inflation places on an economy and on families, on an economy and on people. And that is why we have worked hard through the budget process, both to put downward pressure on inflation but also to deliver cost of living relief. And I would again make this point, that inflation is much less than half of what we inherited and around a third of its peak. Senator Walsh also talked about cost of living support, and she's part of a government that has delivered bigger tax cuts for Australians, a tax cut for every Australian worker. Senator Walsh knows a lot about early childhood education and the people who work in that sector, and Senator Walsh would know, and Labor senators know, and workers know that we are delivering increases for childcare workers at the same early childhood educators at the same time as delivering cheaper childcare. We've delivered energy rebates, and people will remember in this chamber those opposite voting against energy price relief for Australian families.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Walsh, first supplementary.
I note that under the Albanese Labor government's careful economic management, inflation has halved. How is the government tackling inflation, getting it back to where it should be, while also bringing costs down for households, improving wages and providing cost of living support to all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Minister Wong.
Thank you. It is true, President, that we have faced, the world has faced, real challenges, the economic aftershocks of the pandemic and the ongoing effects of conflict around the world. We've seen disrupted supply chains, shortages in critical skills, a worldwide surge in inflation and in energy prices. And we in Australia have made good progress. Of course we want to do more. Of course we want to do more. But inflation has more than halved under our watch. As I said, it had a 6 in front of it when we came to office. Now it has a 2. And it is back in the target range, the target band, for the first time since 2021. But importantly, what we want to see is inflation coming down, wages going back up, and the gender pay gap closing, and we are seeing all of those things trending in the right direction. And that is a good thing for Australian workers, that is a good thing for Australian families, and it is a good thing for the economy.
Has expired. Senator Walsh, second supplementary.
Thank you. The Albanese Labor government has introduced cost of living relief, from tax cuts to cheaper childcare and cheaper medicines. Minister, what reasons have Mr Dutton and the Liberals and Nationals given for not supporting cost of living relief policies which help every single Australian?
Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator Walsh knows that we have been working to improve the lives of Australians with cost of living relief, and we also all know that Mr Dutton opposed it. Opposed all of it. He opposed the tax cut for Australians. He opposed every cost of living measure. And what we know on Medicare is that he opposed cheaper medicines, and I assume will continue to oppose the extension of bulk billing. And if you really want to know what Mr Dutton is like, you only have to look at his record when he was Health Minister. When he was Health Minister, you might want to shout, but what we know is he is the worst Health Minister that Australia has ever seen. The Health Minister who wanted a GP tax, a tax on going to the GP. You're led by a man who wanted to tax people for going to the doctor, and now you want to come in here and tell us all that you're the friend of working people, and give us a break.
Minister, order. Senator Ruston, when I call your name, I expect you to come to order, not continue to yell across the chamber. Senator McGrath.
President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. The recent COSBOA Small Business Perspective report released last month shows the biggest pressures for small and medium enterprises are rising energy costs, the increased cost of doing business, increased cost of goods due to inflation, and impacts of rate rises on mortgage costs and rents. Minister, the Albanese Labor government promised to fix most of these concerns prior to the last election. You promised to reduce energy bills by $275, deliver cheaper mortgages, and claimed Australians would notice what a change of government would feel like in their wallet. Instead, interest rates remain at record highs despite cuts in most comparable global economies. Inflation remains sticky, energy bills continue to skyrocket, and as a result, business insolvencies are now at record highs. Minister, will your government take responsibility for any of these broken promises?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
The government always takes responsibility for ensuring we steer Australia through economic challenges, and that's what we have done, and that is what we are doing. And I remind Senator McGrath that when we came to government, inflation was at 6.1% and it was rising, and now it is at 2.8% and is falling, and it is less than half of what we inherited and a third of its peak. So that's the first point. The second point in relation to energy price relief, as I recall, Senator McGrath, you were amongst those who voted against it. That's right. So to come in here and say that small businesses are very worried about energy bill relief after you voted against providing them with energy bill relief seems a very odd political position. It's a very odd political position. Look, small businesses are the engine room of the Australian economy, and they are at the heart of local communities across the country, and they employ some 5 million people and contribute $500 billion to our economy. That is why we do have to ensure that we deliver for small business and help them bounce back from challenges and improve their long-term resilience. The most recent budget provided more than $640 million in practical and targeted support for small business. We are giving the government government policy is to give a tax cut through the $20,000 instant asset write-off, something that I think originally there was some dispute about on the other side about whether they're going to support it, but I'm pleased that on this one occasion they actually did the right thing. We've abolished a number of nuisance tariffs and the largest unilateral tariff reform in 2 decades, and we have updated the Commonwealth procurement rules, with small businesses getting a bigger slice of the $75 billion in contracts the Australian government spends each year, with a 40% target for contracts up to $20 million and a 25% target on contracts up to $1 billion in value.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McGrath, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, recent research from Roy Morgan found that 1.9 million homeowners are at risk of mortgage stress, increasing by 852,000 since you came to government. The average owner-occupier mortgage has now risen to $634,479, a 9.3% increase from 2023. Can you explain how these figures represent the cheaper mortgages the Prime Minister promised to voters prior to the last election?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, I think there are three sort of economic points in relation to that. The first is inflation, and I've responded to that on a number of occasions. The second is wages. And unlike you, we see that we have more people entering the workforce. We have more people who are able to keep more of what they earn because of our tax cuts. And, of course, we have wages growing in a way they did not grow under you. Now, the third point is obviously housing supply. We know that housing affordability and the difficulty with housing affordability is in great part being driven by a lack of housing supply. So in all three of these, you see domains of economic policy, you see the government acting and the coalition doing what you would anticipate, which is opposing. So, Senator, it is the case that many people are struggling to make ends meet. It is the case that many people are struggling when it comes to mortgages.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator McGrath, second supplementary.
Thank you. In his 2022 victory speech, the Prime Minister stated that, "I can promise all Australians this. No matter how you voted today, the government I lead will respect every one of you every day." How can the Prime Minister possibly claim to have kept his promise to respect Australians when he has failed to deliver on any of the numerous promises he made prior to the last election, like delivering cheaper mortgages or reducing energy bills by $275?
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Minister Wong.
The disrespect, actually, Senator, is to vote against assistance to Australians and then come in and play politics with the fact that Australians are doing it tough. I mean, that is what the game plan is, and I know there's a lot of arrogance on the other side. Mr. Dutton, we know he's a very arrogant man. But I think if you're serious about helping in these jobs, if you're serious about trying to help people with the work that you're doing, then surely you should be trying to deliver the sort of relief that the government is. It is the case. We understand how tough people are doing it. That is why we have worked hard to deliver cost of living relief, while we are working hard to bring inflation down, and while we are working hard to ensure wages continue to increase. I just make the point, those on the other side oppose cost of living relief and oppose higher wages.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Environment Minister, Senator McAllister. One of the greatest threats to endangered Australian wildlife like the koala and the swift parrot is the destruction of their habitat. Yet the majority...
Senator Hanson-Young, please resume your seat. Order on my left. Order. 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 I'm waiting for quiet. Order. Senator McKim, that applies to you when I call order. Senator Hanson-Young, I'm going to invite you to begin your question again, and I'm going to ask for the clock to be reset. So please begin again.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Environment Minister, Senator McAllister. One of the greatest threats to endangered Australian wildlife like the koala and the swift parrot is the destruction of their habitat. Yet the majority of deforestation in Australia is not assessed by our federal environment laws. Why does the logging industry get an exemption that not even the miners get?
Senator Cash, order. Order. Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. And the Senator asks about the approach that this government takes to environment protection. The Senator, in fact, knows the answer to this question already. which is that the Australian government has embarked on a program of law reform to improve the laws which govern the way that environment issues are managed in this country. And in fact, we did that on the basis of a report that was commissioned by the previous government and delivered by Professor Samuel, who recommended wide-ranging changes to Australia's environment laws. Now, at this point in time, Senator, the second tranche of legislation to implement those policy reforms is before this chamber. And in fact, it is open to the Greens to vote for that legislation, to vote for legislation that would put a tough cop on the beat, to vote for legislation that would increase penalties. And it is surprising to me that the Greens political party continue to insist that they do not intend to vote for this legislation at all. That despite going to the electorate and saying that you're the people who want to see reform, you're indicating that you don't want to see a new Environment Protection Authority, a national authority established.
Senator McKim.
Senator McKim interjects and he asks about the approach to native forestry.
Order.
What I indicated to you earlier in my comment, Senator, is that the program of reform that the government's embarked upon is comprehensive. And as part of that reform, we have publicly indicated, we have made it very clear that native forest logging will be regulated by national environment laws for the first time ever through a national environment standard. And the question for you is whether or not you're in the cart for this reform.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Hanson-Young, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Samuel report clearly said that the exemption for the regional forest agreements should be removed. That's right. It should be removed. Previously, the Labor government has said they would do this. I want to know, will you get it done while you can in this term of government?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister McAllister.
Well, as I indicated in my answer to your primary question, Senator, we have legislation before this parliament to implement our proposed laws, our proposed nature-positive laws. And your party has publicly indicated that you do not intend to vote for them. Now, it's up to you to explain to the Australian public why that's the case, why it is that you won't vote for legislation that establishes stronger penalties, that establishes stronger compliance arrangements, and that has been asked for and supported by Australian environmental groups as well as Australian businesses. Because the actual truth
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. Senator McKim, I've called you at least 4 times. Your constant interjections are rude and disrespectful and disorderly. You will listen in silence or you can leave the chamber. That's your choice. Minister McAllister, please continue.
Thanks, President. And as I was indicating to the Senate, we have a comprehensive program of reform in place. We have legislation before the Senate that has been provided support by environment stakeholders, by business stakeholders, and the actual truth is that the current laws actually are not working in the way that we need them to. They're not protecting the environment adequately, and we need reform. And the question is why the Greens
the time for
won't get
answering has
involved.
expired. Senator Hanson-Young, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. It's extraordinary how many words need to be said to try and avoid using the word forests. If these logging loopholes aren't closed and Australia continues to be the global deforestation hotspot, how on earth does the government expect to stop extinction of our wildlife?
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Minister McAllister.
It can be at times difficult to answer a question which is entirely unresponsive to the information that's already been provided. So I will go back to the original information that I gave you, Senator, which is this. As part of our Nature Positive plan, we have said that native forest logging will be regulated under national environment laws for the first time ever through national environment standards. We have put this proposition forward and we have sought support in this chamber for the reform package. Tranche 2 is in front of you. And you have yet to explain why you won't vote for those laws. Laws which improve penalties, laws which improve information gathering powers, laws which establish a better architecture to police environment laws, and let us
Minister McAllister, please resume your seat. Senator McKim, please take up my invitation to either cease your interjections or leave the chamber. Minister McAllister, please continue.
I understand that we are approaching an election and this is a favourite area for the Greens, but the actual truth is that they can't escape, is that there are environment laws before this chamber that you are...
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Since we last met, the Albanese Labor government has continued to focus on cost of living relief for all Australians. In addition to the announcement in August that we would wipe $3 billion off student debt, the government has now gone further, wiping a further 20% off all student loans for 3 million Australians and cutting debt repayment rates. Minister, why has the government taken this approach, and how will it assist people who have student debts with the cost of living?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Sheldon for this really important question and for highlighting the work that's been done since we last sat to look at ways that we can continue to roll out effective and responsible cost of living relief, but also some support for young people in this country, particularly as we know we need more and more of them to go to university, to go to TAFE, to make sure they can secure the job opportunities of the future, and also so Australia can secure our economic opportunities ahead. As our leader has said this afternoon, the Labor government wants Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn and not pay more than you should. And so we've been really focused on ways that we can assist Australians with student debt, often younger Australians. And we did that in the budget by initially dealing with that indexation challenge that we had, which would wipe $3 billion off student debt and put in place a long-term lasting reform around the indexation rate that applies to people with student debts. By cutting the debt and increasing the repayment thresholds, which is part of this new announcement, we're freeing up money for other costs that young people face, like moving out of home, furnishing a home, buying a car or saving a deposit for a home. Our policy cuts a further 20% off all students' loans, which will benefit around 3 million Australians. This represents around $16 billion in cuts, reducing the debt burden for Australians with a student loan. For someone with the average help debt of $27,600, they will see around $5,520 wiped from that debt from next year. In August, we introduced a bill to cap the help indexation rate to be the lower of CPI or the WPI index and impose that retrospectively.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Sheldon, first supplementary.
Minister, it is clear Labor's help debt policy will make life easier for 3 million Australians, particularly young Australians. How is the government supporting the rest of the community with cost of living relief, and can the minister outline progress made to tackle inflation?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Sheldon for the supplementary, because these are the key priorities that we've been working on since coming to government. And as again, Senator Wong outlined in answers to questions earlier, we inherited an inflation challenge that was increasing. It was about 6.1%. It peaked at 7.8% at the end of that calendar year, and we have been getting it down. Absolutely. Focused on how do we bring inflation down in a way that supports households who are doing it tough. And that's why we've been looking at those initiatives, well, like energy bill relief, like investments in childcare, like free TAFE, like more money going into Medicare, all of these areas where investments are felt at the hip pocket but don't add to the inflation challenge that we've been trying to manage. So getting costs down, getting wages moving, getting inflation back to where it should be, that has been a key focus of our economic plan. The data that we're seeing in relation to inflation is very promising.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
Minister, what challenges has the government faced in delivering cost of living relief to all Australians, and how can the Senate work together to ensure that people with student debt can get some relief?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, Senator Sheldon. And as we'll see in the next week or so, the Senate could support the reforms that are before the Parliament. We've got important reforms, not only to indexation arrangements, but also to implementing aspects of the Universities Accord. We want to make sure our vocational education and training system, our higher education system more broadly, is geared and supported and invested in by this government to make sure that people have the choices going forward, whether they want to take up a trade, they want to get a certificate, whether they want to enrol in a bachelor's degree or even a further degree beyond that. Then we are about investing in that system and making it easier for people to take up those choices. We will remain focused on that, but certainly one thing the Senate could do is support the government and not oppose all the measures as those opposite has consistently done for the last 2.5 years.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Communications, Senator McAllister. During Senate estimates on the 5th of November, the age assurance verification trial and social media age verification proposals were examined. For those that missed it, let me see if I have this correct. The system the government is considering will require two things. Firstly, a digital ID to access social media for all users. And then, to make sure nobody is using a dodgy digital ID, age verification assurance technology will scan the user's face, monitor their keystrokes for content and technique, and calculate their age. If it finds the person might be underage, it will compare back to the biometric data in the person's digital ID, check their identity and date of birth. Is that an accurate, concise explanation of the system being examined?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
No. I suppose I could sit down. Perhaps I'll just... no, Senator Roberts, that is not accurate.
Misinformation, Malcolm.
But we are obviously engaged in an important policy reform process to protect children from some of the harms that they are exposed to on social media. And I would be really surprised, Senator Roberts, if you didn't hear about this amongst the people that you talk to in your constituency. I think every senator in this place has had a conversation with a parent or perhaps with a teacher who is concerned about the kind of information that children are seeing online, accessing online, and the inability of parents to actually engage and protect their children from some of those harms. We want Australian parents to actually know that we've got their backs. That is the underlying motivation for embarking on the reform. It's actually, of course, about protecting kids. We still want them to be connected. We don't want to punish children. We don't want to isolate them, but we do want them to operate in an environment that is safe. And that's the reason that we have committed to bringing forward legislation for a minimum age limit for social media this fortnight. We have worked with a pretty wide range of stakeholders, Senator, and we're very grateful for the support that we've received in doing this work. Obviously, the National Cabinet has taken a very strong interest in this, and First Ministers in that forum have agreed that the Commonwealth will legislate a minimum age of 16. I think one of the implications of your question and the way that you framed it was a concern around privacy, and that's a legitimate question to ask, Senator. We will not put at risk the personal information of Australians, and the regulations will include robust privacy protections for personal information with significant penalties for platforms. The time for answering has expired.
Senator Roberts, first supplementary.
Thank you. I predicted during the digital ID debate that one person could sign a younger person into the social media, and the only solution is keeping the device camera on permanently, an outrageous breach of trust and privacy. While you're peeping into the camera feed of all social media users, hackers will have an easy hack to spy on families in their bedrooms, to learn daily routines and work out when the home can be safely burgled. Minister, in the name of supposedly keeping children safe, are you building a surveillance apparatus for perverts and thieves?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
No.
Senator Roberts, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The government solution still requires the camera to be permanently on. There'll be continuous surveillance of the computer user in their own home by the government. What if a parent has a child on the knee watching a children's video or a cooking video on social media? Will the system lock them out because the child is under 16? Minister, in your brave new world of internet regulation, do parents have any rights over their children's lives, or is the Albanese government cancelling parents?
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Minister McAllister.
President, almost nothing in the set of propositions put forward by Senator Roberts in his question to me accurate, true, or based in anything that has been said publicly by the minister or anyone in the government. And I want to make that very, very clear. Our focus is in fact on protecting children, on protecting them from an environment that has not been designed to secure their safety. And the reason that we know that is because we hear that all the time from the parents that speak to us. Our interest, in fact, is creating an environment that is supportive of parents who are trying to engage in a constructive way in dealing with the information that their children are exposed to. Our interest is in supporting those parents who say, we wish to do better in terms of the harms our kids are experiencing, but we don't have the tools. And that is the focus of our legislative efforts.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, super funds like CBUS and Australian Super are facing significant regulatory fines. Does the Albanese government support these super funds passing on these costs to their members in the form of additional charges?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President, and I thank Senator Bragg for the question. The government is a strong supporter of the regulators and the regulatory system that has been put in place to make sure that where there are issues of concern or where there are issues that the regulators identify as issues of concern, they should take action. And that's what we're seeing happen with some of the cases that Senator Bragg has been following, and I think he alludes to in his question. So the government supports the regulatory system that's been put in place. We support having strong independent regulators like ASIC and APRA, and also support them being able to do their job without political interference. That would be the government's position. We have a strong superannuation system. It's done a great job in terms of ensuring that members are accumulating funds for their retirement. We want to make sure that members of those funds and those funds always act in the members' interests, and the superannuation industry scheme legislation, I think, is pretty specific about that, and that's why we have APRA and ASIC doing the work that they need to do. So making sure that the superannuation system works in the interests of members, that there's transparency around that, and where there are problems, that those problems are investigated and responded to by the regulators, is the system that the government supports.
Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
Thanks very much. Minister, how is it reasonable for these super funds to pay unions, but the same shareholder unions can avoid paying fines?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I didn't hear the first bit of the question, just the second bit.
I'll invite Senator Bragg to restate the question. Thank you, Senator Bragg.
It's not very complicated. The question is...
Senator Bragg, there's no need for commentary. Just repeat the question.
I wasn't trying to editorialise. All I was saying was how is it reasonable for these super funds to pay the union movement, but the same shareholder unions that own the funds not pay regulatory fines?
Well, why didn't they use... Thank you, Senator Bragg. Order. Senator Scarr, order. And Senator Watt. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, I think I've answered this in the original question. There are regulators that enforce the legislation that governs the superannuation industry. The rules and laws need to be abided by. The regulators need to, respond, and where they find misconduct or inappropriate conduct, they have a range of penalties available to them. This parliament has set the regulatory arrangements for the superannuation industry. We are always looking at ways to strengthen superannuation in this country. Those opposite are always looking to destroy it. Senator Bragg himself never misses an opportunity to talk down superannuation. They won't be happy until every person in Australia has had access to their super funds before retirement to raise the level of housing prices in this country.
Thank you. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
Thanks very much. Does the Albanese government, therefore, have any plan to step in to protect members of the super funds, or does the government endorse super funds paying unions but not their insurance claims?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Gallagher.
I've answered this question in the original answer. The government supports a strongly regulated superannuation system for all superannuation entities. There are rules in place, rules that have been determined by this chamber, and those rules need to be enforced. And if there are any concerns, if there are any findings that are inappropriate, then the penalties should be imposed. But Labor will always support the superannuation system. We invest in it, we value it, we think it's good for working people, and you will always seek to undermine it.
Order. Order. I invite those senators who have so much to say via their interjections to make their comments at some other time, not at question time. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Education. Minister, student debt is crushing millions of people, shackling them in a lifetime of debt, blocking people out of getting their first home, making it harder to make ends meet, causing people to delay having families, and even crushing their dream of going to uni. After years of relentless pressure, Labor is adopting parts of Green's policy to start to cancel some student debt. But what are you waiting for? Why are you dangling your pledge to cancel 20% of student debt as an election bribe? Minister, will you commit to introducing legislation this week to lock in your government's pledge on cancelling 20% of student debt and increasing the repayment threshold?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Faruqi, for highlighting yet another commitment of the Albanese Labor government to do something about the cost of living pressure that Australians are facing. We've had questions before from Senator Hodgins-May about the early childhood education and care payments that it took a Labor government to provide, and I appreciate you highlighting the commitment from a Labor government to deliver a reduction on student debt. This is a very important change that it took a Labor government to provide, not a Greens government, because that will never exist, not a coalition government, that's for sure, because they were about loading up student debt, but it took a Labor government to actually commit to cut a further 20% off all student loan debts, which will wipe around $16 billion in debt for around 3 million Australians. Now, of course, that comes on top of the measures that we announced in this year's budget to change the indexation rate for students who had taken out significant debts that grew exponentially under a coalition government. And again, it took a federal Labor government, the Albanese Labor government, to actually make the changes necessary to relieve that kind of pressure on students. So I'm very proud of the fact that it was the Albanese Labor government that has now made a commitment to cut a 20% off all student loan debts. And what that means for students with a debt of about $20,000 to $30,000 is a reduction of $4,000 to $6,000 off their debt. For students with a debt of $30,000 to $40,000, that's a reduction of $6,000 to $8,000 off their debt. For students with debts of $50,000 to $60,000, which is about 147,500 Australians, a reduction of $10,000 to $12,000. Now, we've also heard over the last week the coalition oppose this policy because they want students to have it even harder when they're trying to save up for house deposits. They want life to get harder for Australians, whether they're students, workers or anyone else.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Well, the question was about when and not what. But, Minister, people need certainty on student debt relief right now. The vast majority of people burdened with student debt are young people and women. who also bear the brunt of the housing and the rental crisis and the cost of living crisis. In the absence of any government legislation, will you support Greens' amendments to the Uni Accord Bill to lock in your pledge to cancel 20% of student debt and give people certainty right now, not next year, not after the election?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Watt.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where, for the Greens Party of Australia, undeterred from their recent shellackings in the Queensland and ACT elections, have decided to double down on their policies and continue obstructing Labor as we attempt to deliver real improvements for students, for workers, for people looking for housing. Now, Senator Faruqi included in her question the point that Australians are struggling to deal with lack of housing. Yes, they are. Now, I wonder if there's someone in this chamber who could do something about that. Yes, there is. Their party name is a colour. Work out who that is. It's the Greens Party who could be doing something to help Australians struggling with housing by voting for our Help to Buy legislation. It's the Greens Party who could be doing something to relieve student debt by voting for Labor's legislation around student debt. But instead of that, all you do is obstruct and ask questions about things that you'll never actually deliver.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, people are being tired of being used as pawns in political games being played by your lives by Labor. You have a chance to show right now that Labor cares about people being crushed by student debt. Why won't you? Why won't you stop playing political games and actually legislate? Legislate right now. Yeah, you can laugh. You don't care about people.
Order. Order. I'm going to wait for the chamber to come to order before I call the minister. Order. Senator McKim. Minister Watt.
Well, I really have seen it all. A Greens Party senator asking questions about political games. Really? Really? The party who thrives on grandstanding, the party who will take any stage to grandstand, even if that's to line up with disgraced leaders of the CFMEU, that's how much you will grandstand, now want to come in here and lecture other people about political games and using people as pawns. For many, many months now, the Labor Party has had legislation in this chamber to literally help Australians to buy their own homes, help to buy. And what has the Greens Party done? They've stood in the way and joined up with Peter Dutton and the Coalition to block that going ahead. Please don't give us a lecture about political games. Now, we know that not all the Greens Party think that way. Senator Faruqi was giving voice to the extreme faction of the Greens Party that wants to block everything that Labor tries to do. We know there are other Greens who don't support that kind of approach and actually want to get things done. Maybe they'll eventually get something done and back in Labor when we're doing something.
Senator Grogan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Skills and Training, Senator Watt. Cost of living is front of mind for all Australians. We know that the cost of courses is often a significant barrier to studying for many existing and aspiring students. Over the next decade, 9 out of 10 new jobs will require post-secondary qualifications, and almost half of them will come through a VET pathway. I note that Mr Dutton and the Liberals and Nationals oversaw a chronic skills deficit, and they believe that investment in TAFE is just wasteful spending. How is the Labor government continuing to prioritise skills and training and removing the cost barriers for Australian students? What are the key challenges to delivering this support to Australian students?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Watt.
Well, thank you very much, Senator Grogan, who I know is a very strong supporter of TAFE and the free TAFE program that our government is putting forward. Now, the Albanese Labor government knows that Australians are doing it tough right now, and that's why our economic plan is all about helping people with their cost of living while also driving down inflation. And a key part of our cost of living support is helping more Australians access high-quality training for free so that they can get secure, well-paid jobs. And that's what the Albanese government's Free TAFE Places agenda is all about. Our Free TAFE initiative is bringing down the costs of getting a qualification, saving students money and helping them into better-paid jobs. Working with the states and territories, our government's Free TAFE initiative is also making immediate inroads to addressing the skill shortages faced by Australian employers. The enormous uptake of enrolments in its first 18 months demonstrates what a critical difference free TAFE makes to Australians looking to undertake training. Since free TAFE started in January 2023, there have been more than 508,000 enrolments in courses in priority areas, including construction, early education, digital technology and care. And importantly, 1 in every 3 places has been taken up by people in regional communities, and 6 in every 10 enrolments have been women. And we are hearing the sneering coming from the other side of the chamber about the idea that Australians would get free TAFE courses to help them into a better job. And given the significant benefit the program is providing to women in regional towns, you might be surprised to hear what the Deputy Liberal leader and member for Farrer said about free TAFE. She called it wasteful spending. How arrogant! How arrogant! They sneer at regional Australians trying to get ahead. They sneer at women trying to seek to re-enter the workforce by getting a free TAFE place that is being provided by the Albanese Labor government.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Grogan, second supplementary. First supplementary.
Thank you, President. On this side of the chamber, we know that vocational education and training plays a crucial role in addressing skills shortages in critical areas like construction. Can the minister outline how the Albanese Labor government is investment in free TAFE will support more Australians to pursue careers in construction?
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. I can, Senator Grogan. Under our government, we're helping more tradies get the qualifications they need to build more homes, and we're helping them get those qualifications for free. Oh, Senator Henderson scoffs. Was that a scoff or a sneer? I'm not quite sure what that was. At the idea, it was a sneer, wasn't it? A sneer at the idea that we would help people get into construction trades through free TAFE courses. More than 35,000 Australians are doing free construction courses through our free TAFE policy in the program's first 18 months. Last week, our government made announcements with the Western Australian and South Australian governments that will make more free TAFE places available in construction and housing courses. Because if we want to build more homes, we need more boots on the ground. And under an arrogant Peter Dutton, we won't sneer at young Australians
Senator Watt, 1, you need to refer to those in the other place by their correct titles, and 2, withdraw the comment.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
Under an arrogant Mr Dutton.
Because you are reflecting on his character.
Okay. We won't sneer at young Australians seeking a qualification in construction and calling it wasteful spending. We will deliver that support to people who need it.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Grogan, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, we have an ageing population and there's an increasing demand for care and support services across the country. How does fee-free TAFE support the development of a skilled and resilient workforce in the care sector, and what are the key barriers to meeting our workforce needs?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator Grogan, free TAFE is helping train more carers to look after our loved ones, whether they be young or old. Over the past 18 months, the most enrolled free TAFE courses were in early childhood education, individual support and nursing. In fact, there have been over 130,000 new enrolments in aged care and disability care courses. That's 130,000 Australians getting the skills they need for free because of the Albanese Labor government. We need to grow the next generation of high-quality health and aged care workers, and removing cost barriers with free TAFE will continue to attract students into care industries which still need more workers. For example, in Queensland, a student enrolled in a Diploma of Nursing course would save almost $16,000 under our free TAFE place policy. Christy is one of those students training at the Logan Lee campus, and she says that free TAFE is a huge help. The financial support has allowed me to focus on my studies without worrying about tuition costs.
That's
what free TAFE is doing for Australians.
Senator Kovacic.
My question is
Senator Wong.
President, I wonder if you could take some time, post-question time, to reconsider your ruling on the use of the word arrogant. What I would make, my submission to you would be that that is a word that has been used quite regularly in this place, and asking Senator Watt to withdraw arrogant in relation to Mr Dutton probably is not consistent with precedent. I know that Senator McGrath might not agree with Senator Watt, but that's a different issue. But I wonder if you could consider that and perhaps respond later in the day or tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator Wong. I will do that. Senator Kovacic.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Senator Gallagher. The Health Department has revealed that your government has put a cap on the number of medicines that can be considered for listing on the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. This is the first time in history that this process has been capped. It will cause serious delays for Australians wanting to access potentially life-saving or life-changing new medicines. Will your government commit to immediately removing this cap?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I think this is thank you, and I thank Senator Kovacic for the question. I think this is the issue that we dealt with in estimates in quite considerable detail in terms of the management of what has been a very significant increase in applications for PBAC approval. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I recall from estimates it was a very significant increase that couldn't be dealt with at one meeting. And so the decision of the Minister was to call for an extra meeting so that all of those applications could be considered in detail, and that those were triaged in accordance with, as I understand it, an assessment of against an assessment of criteria to make sure that those decisions could be dealt with as quickly as possible. It is simply, and I think we went into it in detail, there are simply the workforce to provide some of those assessments isn't as big as we need it to be, and so quite a lot of work has been done by the Department of Health to go out and to try and find extra assessors to provide information for that. So everything that can be being done is being done to make sure those PBAC meetings, the one that's being held next month or in March, and the extra one, are being dealt with as quickly as possible. So I reject the insinuation that there has been some sense of control put on it. It's about managing the appropriate safety and regulatory responsibilities to ensure that those applications are processed as quickly as possible. It is highly unusual to have this number come forward, much more than any other standard meeting, and that's why these extra measures have been put in place.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Kovacic, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. In Senate estimates, you said we need to accept the reality that there is only so much that one PBAC meeting can do. Can you please clarify what you think Australian patients who are waiting for access to life-saving medicines and treatments should accept your government's cap on potential new PBS medicines?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Gallagher.
Again, I reject the use of the word cap. There have been double the number of applications come in for assessment through PBAC. We have a system in place that manages how those submissions are dealt with. If you were in government right now, it would be exactly the same for you. So the fact that you are politicising the safety and regulatory assessments of medicines in this country is outrageous. We have a certain amount that can be dealt with at the March meeting, and so the Minister has asked PBAC, has directed PBAC to hold an additional meeting.
Minister, please resume your seat. Minister Wong.
Senator Ruston's been called numerous times and she has ignored your requests.
Senator Ruston, it's not a matter of whether your comments are acceptable or unacceptable. They are rude and disorderly and disrespectful. And I've asked you several times to be quiet when a minister is answering the question. So I'm going to request that you do that, or your choice is to leave the chamber. Minister Gallagher, please continue.
So the fact that this is going to be used politically, it seems, is a real shame, because the real issue here is that there isn't enough independent assessors to do the work to deliver all of those submissions in the 3-day meeting in March, and so an extra one has been called for May so that things can be managed as quickly as possible.
Minister. Senator Kovacic, second supplementary.
When last in government, Labor took the unprecedented step of deferring the listing of new medicines on the PBS because it couldn't manage the budget. Health Minister at the time, Nicola Roxon, said that Labor can't in every instance guarantee that a drug will be listed immediately because there are financial consequences for doing that. Minister, Labor promised to list all PBAC recommended medicines on the PBS. Has your government implemented the new PBS cap because you are worried about the financial consequences of delivering on this promise?
Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Minister Gallagher.
I'll repeat again that there is no cap. We are managing unprecedented submissions coming to PBAC, and we need to make sure those medicines are safe and ready to use. It is done in March and May. But for those opposite that have voted against cheaper medicines in this chamber to then come in here and point the finger at us on medicines, we have done more in 2.5 years to bring down the price of medicines, to make sure medicines are more affordable, to make sure that people who are on long-term medications can get double the amount of medications for the price of 1 month for 2. And we have listed from the 1st of July 2022 to the 1st of November 2024, the government has committed additional funding for 265 new and amended PBS listings. A further 476 items were also approved where the budget funding is already provided, and further 22 price changes. We are doing everything we can to make more medicines available.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Senator McGrath, are there any notices to take note of answers?
Yes, I move, Deputy President, to take note of all answers to all questions asked by coalition senators. And what is disappointing today, Deputy President, is the realisation that this government is just so out of touch with what is going on out in the real world. We don't just have a Canberra bubble, we have this Perspex sort of fiberglass brick wall bubble around Canberra that seems to be shielding the Labor Party and the Labor Party ministers for what's going on out in the real world. And indeed, their only interaction with the real world is when the Secretary of the Labor Party, Mr Paul Erickson, wanders up the hill with his union-funded research to tell the Labor Party this is what's happening out in the real world. And there is a cost of living crisis out in the real world. There's actually a crime crisis out in the real world. And we just saw in the Queensland election only a few weeks ago that Queenslanders understood that the Liberal National Party, with its priorities and focusing on the cost of living crisis, the crime crisis, the housing crisis and the health crisis, there was the Liberal National Party that had the plan and the vision and the know-it-all to get on with the job. And that's why the LNP won a substantial victory on October 26. And that's why I believe, Deputy President, that with Mr Albanese having bought his retirement home, that it would be rude of us to delay him moving into his retirement home sooner rather than later. And I would encourage the Prime Minister to call an election whenever, we'll be there, because my reading of the people around Queensland in particular is there is a mood for change to get rid of this Labor Party because of the cost of living crisis, but also, Deputy President, because of the failure of the Prime Minister and those ministers who sit around the Cabinet table to keep their word. We have a Prime Minister who said his word is his bond. Well, he broke his word, he broke his bond, he's broken everything. The promises that Labor took to the last election, in particular in relation to energy bills, and in particular in relation to mortgages, have not just been broken by the Labor Party and by the Prime Minister. They've been trampled on, picked up, chewed up, spat out and then run over again. Such is the disregard for the Prime Minister and the Labor Party for the truth when it comes to keeping their promises in relation to power bills, but also in relation to mortgages. The Prime Minister promised 97 times before the last election that power bills would go down by $275. There is not one Australian, who would say that their power bills have gone down by $275 or indeed have gone down at all. Every Australian, their power bills have gone up since Labor have been elected into office. And not just gone up by a small amount, Deputy President. Power bills have gone up by a huge amount. You know, you look at the cost of gas, it's gone up 33%. But it's not just power, it's everything else, Deputy President, that's gone up. Health costs have gone up 10.5%. Education costs have gone up 11.2%. Food's gone up 12.3%. Housing has gone up 13.1%. Rents are up 16.3%. And the insurance has gone up 17.3%. This is hurting Australians. And the lesson from around the world, and people are taking the wrong lessons, in my view, out of the American election. The reason that Donald Trump won is because he focused on the bread and butter issues of the cost of living crisis impacting Americans. It is reason why I've seen change of governments in Sri Lanka. It's reason why the Japanese governing party had a big swing against it, why Macron had a big swing against it. It's the reason why the Conservatives lost. And the lesson for the Labor Party is the mob are coming for you because you broke your promises before the last election. Sorry, you made promises before the last election. You probably broke them before then also. You've broken the promises since the last election, and you do not understand how tough people are doing it. And the mob are coming for you. The mob are coming for you because of the cost of living crisis impacting Australians. And you should be scared. And I would encourage the Labor Party and some of those Labor backbenchers to choose a nice font for your CVs, Times New Roman or Arial, because Peter Dutton is going to win the next election and David Littleproud is going to be his Deputy Prime Minister, and there will be a government on the side of the people.
Senator Steele.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President, and I look forward to making my contribution too in this part of the day's proceedings. And I will touch on the cost of living, but Mr Deputy President, through you, I just want to go to the question that Senator McGrath did ask in question time around small businesses. And I want to say this with the greatest of respect. I don't know Senator McGrath's background. In fact, I don't know the background of the majority of those on the other side. But I want to say this. I actually was a small business. My wife and I had our own little trucking company, and we had 11 years as owner-drivers, progressing from a rigid around town as a 20-year-old into running road trains from Perth to Darwin for the last 2.5 years. So I do have a little bit from my own patch in my history of my world, knowing what small businesses want and what small businesses need. And I just want to say this, Mr Deputy President, I find it a little bit galling. But those on the other side who have been in small business, you know, they'll speak for themselves. I have no doubt my good friend Senator Colbeck is a man who worked with his hands like myself, and I have the greatest respect for those that have come from that background. But in this chamber here in February and leading up to February, we had hundreds of thousands of small businesses and small business owners and owner-drivers who were pleading through their associations, whether it be the TWU, the National Road Freighters, or the membership of the state organisations, VTA, QTA, Western Roads Federation, Tasmanian Transport Association, Nat Road, RTO, the whole lot of them pleading to that side of the chamber to pass the transport reform, so that the small businesses in this nation wouldn't continue to be screwed by the top end of the supply chain, where payment times could go from 60 to 90 to 100 to 150 days. And I won't name that client, but they're a big beer maker that expects small businesses to carry their costs. And I find it galling that that side become the champions of small business, where when $24 million, Mr Deputy President, was put into a scare campaign. And I'll tell you who led the charge, that if the trucking reform had come, transport reform had come here, that would not have assisted the small businesses in transport that were pleading for the reform. Mobs like COSBOA, the National Farmers Federation, did not want to see small businesses in the transport industry be safe, sustainable and viable. It's all right for their small businesses to want to be safe, sustainable and viable, and I want them to too, but not us truckies and not us transport companies. The Minerals Council of Australia, well, the less said about that mob, the better, but I have to say they led the charge of the transport reform, how that would just crucify the mining industry somehow. I don't know how that was supposed to happen. Let's not forget the Business Council of Australia, who do not represent small businesses. Far from it. In fact, the Business Council of Australia, the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Australian Industry Group, all partners in crime, chipping in money into the $24 million pot to fight against transport reforms so our small businesses could be safe, sustainable and viable, as I said. They represent the big end of town. These are the ones. They represent the construction mobs and the miners and all that, who want to suppress the supply chains at the expense of small family businesses. And I sit there and I am gobsmacked, just absolutely cannot believe the people of Australia have to understand that mob over there, Mr Deputy President, didn't even, not once, come up to the government and say, well, we don't want the closing the loopholes, but we understand that small businesses in transport want to be protected and want to have their rights, and they want to be around for generation after generation. And how dare they want to make money and pay their debts and pocket a few bob to buy a new truck or a new fork or a new yard. Not once did that side offer any alternative. Not once. Not once did they come up and say, well, how can we meet with the trucking industry and understand that those small businesses have their needs and their concerns. So, to wrap it up, it really makes me, I don't want to be crass, but I feel like I want to vomit when I hear that side over there insulting the transport industry as each and every one of you did. There is no mistake about that. And the trucking companies and the trucking families and the owner-drivers here in this nation, they won't forget, because I'm going to be reminding them every opportunity I can of that side over there and some of the crossbench, Senator Hanson and Senator Lambie and co, who sent the same middle finger to the trucking industry.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Deputy President. I also seek to add my comments to the questions, especially around the cost of living area. And we've heard all these things about who voted for what or who didn't vote for what. The bottom line is the government has got their agenda through. They have got their tax reforms through. They've got their what they call cost of living relief, what we call sugar hits through. Nothing has been stopped by this chamber, but they want to say it's because we voted on it things aren't better. They've got everything they wanted to help with the cost of living through. Not everything they promised, but everything they brought to this place. But it is our fault because how we voted made no difference to the outcome. And that is what we get with this government. We don't get a fix. We get a long history of sugar hits and band-aids. So that when we have an economy that can slip back into recession, we throw extra immigration to make sure that we don't go into regression. We go into per capita recession, but we don't go into actual recession because we allow all these extra people to come in. 365,000 in the last quarter, despite them saying there'll be a cap of 270,000. So the economy still grows, but only because of the extra people we bring in. That is a band-aid. When we hear that inflation is low, it's not underlying inflation, it's headline inflation because they are giving temporary handouts. That is the sugar hit. Because they never want to fix something, they just want to cover it up. But the problem when you put Band-Aid upon Band-Aid upon Band-Aid is sooner or later you have a shower and they all wash away. You know when you get in the shower and the Band-Aid comes off, it gets a bit wet. That's what's happening in this economy. That's what's happening in this government. The Band-Aids are coming off and the wounds are still there because they haven't been treated. When the Reserve Bank Governor Michelle Bullock gets out and says it is government spending that is extending what's going on with inflation, the reason mums and dads are costing more every day of the week, the reason families are suffering, the reason all this is going on is the wound is government spending. The wound is government policy, and this government is running out of Band-Aids. And when it comes to the electricity rebates, the sugar hits, the sustenance, it's not on a good diet, it's not on a spending diet. It is feeding that problem so that all that we are doing is delaying the problem, because next quarter, when these aren't there, when these rebates aren't there, inflation goes back up again. Because when you're governing to stay elected, you forget the real reason we're here, to govern the nation. When you are governing to stay elected, you forget that you owe an obligation to the people that put you here to look after them and not yourself. And when we ask questions about the cost of living, what the real policies are, not what the Band-Aids and what the sugar hits are, we hear nothing. Because this is a government that's run into the bottom of the bag of ideas that will help, and instead they are desperately grappling at things that will get them re-elected. Deputy President, I heard today a great debate by Senator McKim talking about Labor's policy of the HECS debt change. That is their policy. They come and announce it. And I love the move where they're talking about here's a cost of living measure. If elected, this will happen. Here the test will come. If you believe in your policy, you'll vote for that amendment when it comes up on cost of living, but you don't. And you won't. And I believe everything Senator McKim says, because it's all a game about staying elected. We don't care about real cost of living. We don't care about cutting costs. We care about staying in the same offices in 6 months' time. And families have had enough. There was a report today, 1 in 10 have a bill that is actively being handled by a debt collector. 1 in 10. When you're out there looking at those sorts of stats, the cost of living has gone too far. When you look at the stats, when Senator McGrath was taking note earlier, he talked about the difference between grassroots issues in America and grassroots issues here in cost of living. Real disposable income in the United States in the last 2 years has gone up 2 or 3%. Here it has gone down 8.5%. People have less. People are doing it tougher. We need to find ways of fixing things, not band-aiding things. We need to give people real reforms that will make their life easier instead of these sugar hits that always come out. And we come here. It's Ukraine. It's Trump. It's this. It's that. Winners take responsibility. And when the game is on the line, champions want the ball. If you don't want the ball, move out and let us who want it get it.
Is there someone? Oh, Senator Dunman.
Thank you, Deputy President. I wanted to take note and go to the predictable and repeated attacks on industry superannuation that were debated earlier today. The $3.9 trillion superannuation industry in this country is something that we should be proud of. And it belongs to the workers of this country. We need to remember that. The vast pool of funds represent hard-earned wages of Australians that are set aside for them to retire with dignity and security. And time again, we come in here and we hear the system that is the envy of the world being run down by those opposite. What I'd really love to see in this place is that we stopped politicising superannuation, which comes from the ideological opposition from those opposite, to workers being involved in governing their own retirement savings. Superannuation, as we know it today, was born out of visionary Labor leadership. It was in the final budget of the Hawke government in 1991, that universal compulsory superannuation was first announced. And it was the Keating government in 92 that brought it into law. That's in our lifetimes. And it wasn't just policy, it was a bold and visionary step in securing the future of every working Australian, and it has delivered. It's about addressing looming intergenerational challenges of an ageing population. And also it is about fairness, about ensuring that regardless of your income, your profession or your background, you could build a nest egg for your retirement. Prior to 1985, which is not too long ago, Australia only relied on the taxpayer-provided aged pension as the principal post-employment income system. This system, as I said, is the envy of the world and should not be politicised, rather should be supported by all of us. If I now turn to the specific debate that was raised by Senator Bragg earlier today, as Senator Gallagher said, the Albanese government expects all superannuation funds to meet the highest standards of governance and to act in the best financial interests of its members. The law requires this, and the independent regulators, APRA and ASIC, have the mandate to uphold these standards. And I know this firsthand. I had the privilege of being on the board of a superannuation fund and actually a chair of a superannuation fund. And I know firsthand the supervision that is applied to funds by APRA and ASIC, the regulators. In my own experience, I met with APRA a number of times as chair of a superannuation fund as part of their regular supervision regime. Labor is committed to delivering accountability, transparency and good governance in every part of our financial system. And we have a very strong record of transparency. We have legislated to align financial reporting requirements by funds with those of public companies. We have expanded the coverage of superannuation performance tests from around 70 products to more than 600. And we have supported APRA's work to expand transparency of superannuation fund expenditure with its latest release. And the part of superannuation that I think those opposite find most offensive is that it is in partnership with both employers and employees. A partnership that is workers and their employers working together to deliver retirement savings. And part of this working together includes marketing through employer organisations and employee organisations. Often these arrangements are more cost-effective than through other means. In fact, at the October 2023 Senate estimates, Margaret Cole, who's the Deputy Chair of APRA, in relation to some of these marketing-type arrangements, said, "There are many in the super industry who make payments to related parties, and that can include trade unions that are perfectly proper for perfectly proper purposes and which would appear on the face of it to be value for money and appropriate. Super funds require services. They may contract with trade unions and others, including employer organisations, to provide these services. And so long as it is in the best financial interest of their members, then it is appropriate."
I'll set the clocks for 3 minutes. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I rise to make my contribution to this motion to take note of answers from government ministers at question time. And it's fascinating to note, Deputy President, that the government wants to talk about anything but cost of living and the impact that it's having on Australian people. Their talking points roll out all the excuses, all the tricky language, all the distractions to the reality of what Australians are feeling, and as my colleagues have said, Australians are hurting. But the focus should be on the fact that the Australian government, this government, made a number of promises to the Australian people before the last election in relation to the economic circumstances that they would see under a Labor government. And quite clearly, those promises have been broken and continue to be broken by Labor. Of course, the most famous being the $275 reduction in power prices that Mr Albanese promised 97 times, or Labor and Mr Albanese promised 97 times before the last election, which will never be seen. And the Australian people are now supposed to be grateful that because Labor broke its promise to them to reduce power prices, they're receiving back some of their own money to mitigate the cost of higher power prices, which is exactly the opposite to what was promised to them before the election. They were promised cheaper housing costs, and the average Australian is paying over $30,000 a year more on their mortgages than they were when this government came into power. Clearly a broken promise. They were promised cheaper housing. The housing has only become more expensive. They were promised cheaper food, and that's up by over 13%. The number of things that have gone up, all by more than 10%, since this government came to power, is a long list. Health up by 10.4%. Now, they talk about cheaper health, but health costs have gone up by 10.4%. Education up by 11.5%. Food, as I said, 11.7%. Housing by 12.9%. Rents up 16.4%. And gas, 33.9%. This government of broken promises continues to distract, continues to talk about other people, continues to do anything but acknowledge that it made these promises to the Australian people before the last election and has no intention, no desire, no will to keep the promises that they made.
Put the question. Those to the question say aye, against. No, the ayes have it. No, Senator McKim, I've got 2 minutes before we get to you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. I move to take note of Minister McAllister's response to my question on identity verification on social media. We all know the real intent of the digital ID agenda. The United Kingdom has almost the same laws that we have here. In the last 2 weeks, British police have visited and advised hundreds of journalists and commentators they should stop criticising the Starmer government's policies. Some were arrested and imprisoned for nothing more than an opinion. Digital ID, misinformation laws, facial verification laws are all part of the control mechanism that facilitates government surveillance and tyranny. The mask has come off quickly. Only recently, Minister Gallagher reassured Australians the digital ID was not compulsory, yet without it, life will be impossible. The digital ID started life under the Morrison Liberal government. As recently as April, opposition leader Peter Dutton championed the misinformation and disinformation bill, and the Liberals support social media age verification. Age verification means the government forcing digital ID on everyone paired with frequent facial scans from the camera on your device. That means your internet device camera will be on permanently. One Nation opposes a world where children become hackers and subversives before they're old enough to drive, just so they can keep in contact with their friends and relatives on social media. Children will be forced into the dark corners of the web like peer-to-peer messaging where no protections exist against illegal material, hate, phishing, hacking and sextortion. Adults will no longer express their opinion for fear of that 4 a.m. United Kingdom-style raid from the Thorp police. Australians should have the option of a regulated private verification service if they see fit, because mandating digital ID is an unacceptable infringement of personal sovereignty. The government running the scheme and having all your data in real time is absolutely terrifying. Senator Hanson and I tried to move a Senate inquiry into a referendum to enshrine freedom of speech in our constitution. It was opposed. One Nation will repeal the digital ID and related bills. We will protect free speech, protect the rights of parents and defend the human rights of all Australians.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I put the question. Those for the question say aye, against. No, the ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of Senator McAllister's response to the question asked by Senator Hanson-Young. Labor was elected to government on a promise to end the exemption that regional forest agreements have from Australia's environment laws. This exemption means that logging operations in places like Tasmania and New South Wales are not required to comply with Australia's Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. Now, that Act is weak and not fit for purpose, but it is telling indeed that forestry conducted under regional forest agreements doesn't even have to comply with that pathetically weak piece of legislation. I mean, we know that the mining industry gets away scot-free in terms of regulation in this country, but not even the mining industry enjoys a straight-out exemption from Australia's environment laws that the native forest logging industry enjoys. And remember, native forest logging destroys our precious, beautiful, globally unique forest. It is driving species like the swift parrot a beautiful little creature that is the world's only migratory parrot, the fastest parrot in the world, that migrates between Tasmania and the southeast of the North Island of Australia. It is driving that beautiful little bird into extinction. It is a mass emitter of carbon, contributing massively to climate breakdown, which in turn contributes to ecological collapse. And of course, our native forests are stolen forests, rich in Aboriginal cultural heritage. There are more reasons to stop logging native forests than any of us could possibly wish for, and it would be a popular thing to do. 8 out of 10 Labor voters want to see an end to native forest logging on public land. 6 out of 10 Liberal voters want to see an end to the logging of native forest on public land. Australians want to see an end to native forest logging, and they want to see an end to the exemption that currently exists, which means that logging doesn't have to comply with Australia's environment laws. Now, of course, Labor, having gone to the last election promising that they would repeal that exemption, have now walked that back. And what the Greens are saying to the Labor Party is this: we will pass your pathetic excuse for improving our environment laws in this country if you commit to taking meaningful action to end native forest logging in Australia. And the meaningful action that we are asking you to accept is what you promised to do before the last election, and that is to end the loophole that exempts forestry operations from Australia's environment laws. The time to end native forest logging is now. The numbers are here in this parliament to end native forest logging if only the Labor Party would get with the program and do what they promised they would do before the last election and repeal the exemption, the loophole that allows forestry operations in our native forests to be exempt from Australia's environment laws, as recommended by Professor Graham Samuel and as accepted by Labor and as promised by Labor that they would deliver before the last election, before, as they have done on so many other issues, they walked their promise back and broke the promise that they made solemnly to the Australian people before the last election. The time to end native forest logging is now. If we end native forest logging now, we might have a chance to save the swift parrot. We could stop destroying koala habitat. We could stop destroying a range of other threatened species habitats in some of the most beautiful forests in the world, some of the most carbon-rich forests in the world. And the reason we're not going to do it is because the forest industry has got its political hooks into the Australian Labor Party, just like the fossil fuel corporations have.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye, against no. The ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Senator Darmanin. This is your time to do a withdrawal.
Right, thank you. Deputy President, pursuant to notice given on 10 October, I withdraw business of the Senate notices of motion number 1 and 2 standing in my name for 3 sitting days after today, proposing the disallowance of the online safety relevant electronic services Class 1A and Class 1B material Industry Standard 2024 and online standard designated internet services Class 1A and Class 1B material Industry Standard 2024.
Thank you. Minister.
I give notice that on the next sitting day I shall move that in accordance with Section 5 of the Parliamentary Act 1974, the Senate approves the proposal by the National Capital Authority for capital works within the parliamentary zone relating to the Senator Neville Bonner commemorative sculpture and associated works. I also present a proposal relating to the works.
Are there any other notices of motion? Honourable Senators, it is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on 6 September 2024 of John Richard Coulter, a senator for the state of South Australia from 1987 to 1995. I call the Leader of the Government in the Senate.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of former Senator John Coulter.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I thank the Senate. I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on 6 September 2024 of John Richard Coulter, former Senator for South Australia, places on record its gratitude for his service to the Parliament and the nation, and tenders its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. Deputy President, I rise on behalf of the Government to acknowledge the passing of a former Senator from my home state and former Leader of the Australian Democrats, Dr John Richard Coulter, at the age of 93, and I convey at the outset the Government's condolences and my personal condolences to his family and his friends. And I particularly acknowledge his daughter Kirsten and thank her for the material she has contributed towards this speech in memory of her father, and enabled a more detailed understanding of his life and legacy, and similarly also acknowledge Natasha Stott-Despoja, who succeeded him in the Senate and became also the Australian Democrats leader. I'm grateful for the reflections she shared with me in the preparation of these remarks. John Coulter was a politician driven by principle, a man who hails politically from South Australia, and I like to think another exemplar of a political tradition that I hope spans parties from South Australia of decency and taking a considered approach to politics. John Coulter brought his passion for the environment and science, for the voices of Indigenous Australians and against the nuclear fuel cycle to the Senate. He did so at a time when his political party sat at the fulcrum of Australian politics. And whilst it is over 16 years since an Australian Democrat senator sat in this place, between 1980 and 2005, the party either shared or held the balance of power in its own right. As senator and leader, John Coulter sought to leverage this position to pursue the values that sustained him both before and after his parliamentary career. As Natasha Stott-Despoja said, he was a critical thinker and intellectual, but not afraid to get his hands dirty, literally, while tending to an orchard or protesting in the streets. Born in Western Australia in 1930, John Coulter arrived in South Australia in the late 1940s, having transferred to commence a degree in medicine at the University of Adelaide. His primary career ambition was in medical research, and after practising as a general practitioner, including as a locum in remote areas, he gained employment with the Institute of Medical and Veterinary Science in 1958. His research ultimately led him to investigate petrochemicals used in agriculture and household chemicals, identifying potentially mutagenic and carcinogenic agents. And he stood against fierce opposition to exposing these chemicals and their manufacturers and the dangers they pose to people and the environment. On this, he seemed well ahead of his time. He was also active in a range of environmental and conservation campaigns and organisations, as well as in local government. He was affiliated with what we know as the Con Council, the Conservation Council for South Australia. He was founding member and later president. The Australian Conservation Foundation, the Underwater Research Group, the Town and Country Planning Association, and what later became Sustainable Population Australia. John Coulter was elected to the Senate as an Australian Democrat senator in 1987, and he was part of a vanguard of environmentalist politicians, of which party founder Don Chipp was another. In his first speech, and in many that followed, he warned of the impact of human activity, particularly carbon dioxide, on the Earth's atmosphere. And he exhorted fellow senators to recognise the impact of human activity on finite resources, just as he had campaigned for decades and will continue to as a senator. Throughout his time in the chamber, familiar themes recurred. His advocacy against Australian involvement in the nuclear fuel cycle, his advocacy for conservation, such as his private senator's bill to ban the importation of logs, sawn timber, veneer and plywood from primary tropical rainforests. He similarly introduced legislation to introduce controls on the use of fluorocarbons, and in 1995 proposed that the Keating government introduce a carbon tax. In other areas, he leveraged the position of the Australian Democrats to secure amendments to government legislation. And when he spoke, he did so with the benefit of a genuine scientific background, and he brought the rigour of this training and this insight, not unique, but certainly not widespread amongst senators, to key debates, such as the one on the patenting of genetic materials. Whilst gains were made on genetic privacy, legislating to prevent the patenting of genes and gene sequences remains a challenge for the Parliament. Dr. John Coulter was also a clear and consistent advocate for a voice and self-determination for Indigenous Australians. And his daughter, Kirsten, reflected that in the week of his passing, he said that he believed his most important legacy from his time in the Senate was his role in supporting the establishment of ATSIC, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Commission, and a voice for Indigenous Australians directly into the Parliament. In 1991, he won a membership ballot and became the leader of the Australian Democrats, and he weathered a difficult period as the Australian Democrats rebuilt after a period of change and attempted to communicate an environmental message at a time of economic recession. Still, he found ways to bring issues of significance onto the national agenda, sometimes creatively. In 1992, his campaign to make the bilby the Australian substitute for the Easter Bunny was the source of considerable publicity. Over 3 decades later, we still enjoy our chocolate bilbies in South Australia at Easter. In addition to advocacy for threatened species, he led the charge against the export of hazardous waste and the protection of inland water supplies, as well as protection of the Great Barrier Reef. It is worth recalling that the Australian Democrats used their position in the balance of power in the early 90s to act as key protagonists in many of the procedural reforms that give the Australian Senate its modern character. In 1992, he also became the first Democrat senator to chair a select committee into the Australian Loan Council. By pushing the limits of the committee's power to call witnesses, he prompted the infamous characterisation of the Senate by the then Prime Minister as unrepresentative swill. Perhaps something else to add to his legacy. Natasha Stott-Despoja gave me some insight into what Dr. Coulter was like as a boss. She underwent what she described as the most rigorous job interview ever and gained employment on Dr. Coulter's staff. And she recalled how he invested in her political talents. His office was a place of trust and of commitment to expertise. Having assembled a team of like-minded people driven by research and evidence, reflecting his desire to bring together people of both sound intellect and analytical abilities. But, as Natasha Stott-Despoja tells it, he was quirky and funny, considerate and kind, and liked a joke too, including about himself as a member of the Socks and Sandals Brigade. Having been defeated in the mandatory party leadership ballot following the 1993 federal election, John Coulter continued to serve until retiring from the Senate in 1995, and he would be replaced by Natasha Stott-Despoja. She recalled her enthusiasm for her candidacy. I quote, "He supported my ascension and was excited to see me become the youngest woman to enter the Parliament. It was an honour to fill his vacancy, and my political aspirations were hugely supported by him." John Coulter's retirement did not herald a retreat, and he continued to actively pursue those causes that had consumed his energy prior to and during his years as a senator. And one personal passion that continued also was his Adelaide Hills property in the seat in my duty electorate of Mayo. In 1972, he bought a denuded 70-acre property at Bradbury that he worked to rehabilitate to its natural bush state for over 50 years. Decades of work led him to successfully transacting a heritage agreement with the South Australian Government in 2015-16, which should guarantee there can be no future clearing, grazing or other use of the land other than the full enjoyment of it preserved and maintained in its natural state. This property is now 80 to 90% covered in natural vegetation, including rare and endangered native flora indigenous to that area of the hills. Now, sadly, it was burnt out to some extent in the 2019 Cherry Gardens bushfire, and efforts to manage the recovery of the property led to a wider group of like-minded neighbours forming the Bradbury Conservancy, which seeks to rehabilitate and protect a wider parcel of land. John Coulter said of the property, and I quote, "It is a microcosm of how we should live with nature and not against nature." He remained living there and managing the property right up until weeks before his death. John Coulter will be remembered by family and friends at a celebration of his life this coming weekend, and it will take place at this property in the Adelaide Hills that he loved so much and nurtured so well. It is fitting for someone who devoted his life to conservation and the environment that this regenerated landscape will be a legacy that lasts into the future for generations to come. It is a monument to his passionate pursuit of practical change and meaningful change, and his optimism for what can be achieved through dedication to a cause and a coherent philosophy. In closing, I again express my personal condolences and those of the government following his passing to his friends and his family.
Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, I rise on behalf of the opposition to join with the Leader of the Government in the Senate in supporting her motion and her fine words in honouring the life and paying tribute to the work of Dr. John Richard Coulter, Senator, leader, scientist, researcher, environmentalist, campaigner, and above all, a dignified man of thought and evidence. John Coulter was born on December 3, 1930, in Perth to John and Constance Coulter. Completing his education at Wesley College, he went on to study medicine, as we've heard, at the University of Adelaide in South Australia, graduating in 1956. Taking residency at the Royal Adelaide Hospital and then as a surgical research officer at the Institute of Medical and Veterinary Science. It was his early medical research, delving into the impact of toxins, which set John on his path to a lifelong dedication to medical research and environmental advocacy, and indeed saw him advance issues well ahead of their general acceptance across politics, policy, or indeed community debate. John was to join, drive, lead and contribute to a number of South Australia's conservation bodies from very early on his career, holding positions that would shape and influence the state's planning, policy landscape, and indeed, no doubt, driving and informing his desire to enter and influence politics. Like Senator Wong, I too had some correspondence and communication with former Senator Natasha Stott-Despoja to better understand aspects of John's life and his contribution. Natasha shared with me her mum, Shirley, recalling attending a protest against tree felling with John, which she assumed, from the way her mum told the story, must have dated back to before the time that Natasha was even born. John's environmental advocacy was to be a hallmark of the life he led. But it was not just advocacy because, as Senator Wong has said, he was a man true to his words and lived the deeds of his words. He was to join the Australian Democrats in 1980. John first backing and supporting those Democrats' campaigns for upper house seats by contesting, firstly, South Australian House of Assembly seat in 1982 and the House of Representatives seat of Boothby in 1983. Often thankless tasks, particularly for minority party candidates, but a demonstration of commitment to achieve the outcome and influence that those minor parties seek. Such is the unpredictability of politics. John was selected for what was thought to be a fairly unwinnable position on the Senate ticket at the double dissolution election of July 1987, called by the Hawke government. He ended up, though, being one of 7 Democrat senators elected in 1987. In South Australia, he was elected as the second Democrat to their then leader, Janine Haynes, and the 12th of 12 senators to be elected from South Australia at that time. From then on, John was to have a solid career in the Senate, and one for throughout his entire career, the Democrats would retain the balance of power in the Senate. John was certainly an active member of the Senate, known for introducing multiple bills, particularly those aimed at protecting the environment. But it wasn't just specific to the environment. He would campaign relentlessly on matters that impacted the environment as he saw it, such as Australia's population growth policies and what he contested to be sustainable levels of population, or indeed the measures of GDP that are applied and economic analysis that he saw and contested subverted or impacted upon the consideration of effective environmental effects. John Coulter was to serve as deputy leader of his party and then as leader of the Democrats, through indeed, as Senator Wong indicated, a more trying period for a party that until then had enjoyed very rapid rise in its success and influence. What is one of the many notable things about John Coulter is that he brought a significant level of expertise to the Senate, and that he was able to use that ability to affect policy outcomes and to influence political discussions. He was to establish the very first significant Senate inquiry into climate change, which, as we've heard, called for the introduction of a carbon tax back in 1995, arguing that funds from that would be used to develop energy-efficient industries. As the Democrats' environment spokesman, he spoke out about arguments in favour of protecting Australia's old-growth forests and wilderness, and he warned of the risks of pollution of fresh water posed by industry, agriculture and urban waste. One of his passions also was to work on trying to get states and indeed Australia to secure water planes for fire emergencies. Perhaps it was his base in the Adelaide Hills that informed that. At the time, it was not something taken seriously, yet today, of course, it is something Australians would not live without. As we've heard, John Coulter also advocated for the endangered bilby, not just as an endangered species, but in a novel campaign to raise awareness of the bilby, he sought it to be a symbol of Australian Easter rather than the environmentally destructive introduced species of rabbit. His legacy well and truly lives on there, from the delightful Haig's bilbies that we in South Australia love to share, but he was active in that promotion, particularly across this place, through the circulating of those Easter bilbies through the federal parliament each and every year, and of course the tradition continued by his successor in the Senate, Natasha Stott-Despoja. John would also apply that medical and scientific research to his work and his thinking, leading arguments to pursue nation-leading legislation, including on the ethics of cloning and challenging the patenting of genes and gene sequences. This work, Natasha Stott-Despoja reflected to me, as I suspect to Senator Wong, that she would love to see that prevention of patenting of genes and gene sequences pursued as a fitting tribute to a pioneer and senator like John Coulter. In 1995, John made the decision to resign from the Senate due to his ongoing health issues at the time. His vacancy would be filled by Natasha. And indeed, Natasha was to receive a gift that she says she treasures to this day from John, a copy of the Prophet, inscribed by John with the excerpt, "Yesterday is but today's memory, and tomorrow is today's dream." It's a kind gift that she said was designed to inspire her to keep working for a fairer, greener world. And indeed, they are words that all in this place could and should treasure and reflect upon. We've heard how John liked to judge people on their intellect and their analytical capabilities, just as he did, a scientist and scholar as well as pioneering environmentalist. Whether as leader of a political party in the Australian Senate, or as a councillor on the Campbelltown City Council, or as president of the Conservation Council of South Australia, Dr. John Coulter made the most of every opportunity he had to advocate for our precious environment and for the society he saw as important to preserve and protect. This is John's legacy. He was one of those unique individuals who will be remembered for his fierce and unwavering commitment to his beliefs and for campaigning on those issues, not only within the Parliament but beyond, and for living true to those campaigns. His contributions were always thoughtful, always respectful, always considered, always deliberative and constructive. On behalf of the opposition and the Australian Senate, to John's loved ones, his daughter, Kirsten, and stepchildren, Graham, Debbie and Gwendolyn, we extend our sincere condolences and pay tribute to his great contribution to this place and our nation.
I ask senators to join in a moment of silence to signify assent to the motion. The motion is carried. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on 19 October 2024 of Harry Vernon Quick, a former member of the House of Representatives for the Division of Franklin, Tasmania, from 1993 to 2007. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I withdraw General Business Notice of Motion number 577 for the 27th of November 2024.
Put the question. Those to the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Postponement notifications have been lodged as follows. Government business, order of the day number 1 for today to the 19th of November. Business of a Senate notice of motion number 1 in the name of Senator Dean Smith for tomorrow to the 25th of November. And general business notice of motion 560 in the name of Senator Shoebridge for today to the 2nd of October. And general business notice of motion number 638 in the name of Senator Thorp to the next day of sitting. Committee have lodged extension notifications as shown at item 13 on today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business. Are there any formal motions? Senator Thorpe, I was aware of you. I was just checking. This is 638? No? It's a postponement, is it? Okay, I'll hear. Please do it now.
Get it over and done with? Great, yes. Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Senator.
I move that leave of absence be granted to me for the following dates for personal reasons. 4th to 14th of September 23, 4th of December 23, 19th of March 24 and 27th of June 24.
Put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. So now I'm intending to go to formal business. Minister, I have on my running sheet something, but no, Minister, that's been postponed, has it? Okay. Come to item 656. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 656 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, Senator.
I move the motion.
Put the question. Those of the question say aye.
Aye.
Against no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Lambie, we now come to 657.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 657 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, Senator.
I move the motion.
Minister.
To make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Since receiving the online gambling inquiry report, the government has engaged comprehensively and regularly with stakeholders. As part of the government's broader consideration of further reforms, we are currently consulting with key stakeholders on a proposed model for online wagering advertising reform prior to a decision being made. The proposed model focuses on breaking the nexus that exists between wagering and sport, minimising the exposure of children to online wagering harm, and tackling the saturation and targeting of wagering ads. The consultation process has been thorough, valuable, and has raised additional considerations that the government is working through. Accordingly, the proposed model has not been finalised and is still subject to the Cabinet decision-making process. There will always be a combination of private and public consultations on any given proposal. Once the government announces a policy or introduces a bill, it will be subject to all the scrutiny and advocacy that we expect in a democracy, including all the usual parliamentary processes.
I intend to put the question. I put the question. Those of the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required? Division is required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is an order for production of documents concerning wagering advertising reform, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair. No to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Honourable Senators, there being 43 ayes and 19 noes, it's resolved in the affirmative. We now come to item 658, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I ask that general notice of motion at number 658 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, Senator.
I move the motion.
Minister.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
The government does not support the motion moved by Senator Lambie. The government condemns the hateful comments made by members of Hib Altair. There is no place in Australia for such disgraceful statements or the glorification of terrorism. There are a range of offences in the Criminal Code that target conduct which promote or advocates extremism, including offences for advocating terrorism and urging violence against groups or individuals on the basis of their race, religion or nationality. A decision to prescribe an organisation as a terrorist organisation under the Criminal Code Act 1995 is made on advice from our intelligence and security agencies, not by a parliamentary committee.
I intend to put the question. I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Division is required. Ring the bells. 1 minute. Senator McKim, 1 minute. Yep, 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the Senate is the reference to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, standing in the name of Senator Lambie. Those for the question pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Lambie as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Yeah. Honourable Senators, there being 4 ayes and 43 noes, it's passed in the negative. We now come to item of business 659. Senator Liddle.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 659 relating to an order for the production of documents before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Oh, sorry, Senator Urquhart.
Clarification. I think it's just a date.
The date.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Yep. I amend the motion by omitting 16th of October 2024 and substituting 25th of November 2024, and I ask that it be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, Senator.
I move the motion as amended.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. We now come to item of business section number 660. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Deputy President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 660 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to the motion being taken as formal? There being no objection, Senator.
I move the motion.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. I think the ayes have it. That is the end of formal business. Senator Roberts has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, as shown in item 15 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? I note that there are at least 4 senators. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. I call Senator Roberts to move the motion.
So I move the motion, Mr Deputy President, and wish to speak to it. Thank you. The government is proposing a ban on children under 16 accessing social media and justifies the measure, because it's supposedly popular. Oh, really? It's ironic that the Senate, that the same parties who accuse One Nation of populism are now promoting a measure, not because it's workable, rather because it's supposedly popular. A true Conservative, though, would support parents supervising their own children in their own home. That's not what Mr Peter Dutton's doing. A true Conservative opposition leader would not be promoting big government replacing parents. Instead, he would be making device supervision easier for parents. The government repeatedly is giving more power to social media giants under the guise, they say, of transparency. They're not revealing anything. We still don't see their algorithms. So social media giants, we still don't see their algorithms. International players who have control over our space. But what we're doing is not making device supervision easier for parents, not making it easier for parents to fulfil their responsibilities as parents. It's time social media companies, plus Apple, plus Microsoft and Android, made their parental locks easier and more powerful. So let's start there. No country in the world has made age limits work because bureaucrats, or social media platforms in far-off countries, can't see who's using the computer or phone. The only people who can see what the child is doing with their device are the people in their home, with them, the parents. It's a parental duty. It's a parental responsibility. It's a parental right to raise their children and to supervise their children. If this proposal from the government goes through, parents allowing their children to watch cartoons and educational shows on free-to-view social media, including YouTube, would be breaking the law. Parents supervising their children would be breaking the law. Watching the same material on Foxtel at $99 a month would be legal. Does that seem right? Not to me, it doesn't. Yes Essential and YouGov polling showed a majority of Australians support higher age restrictions on social media. This is the same Essential poll which found 17-year-olds should be able to buy alcohol and watch pornography, and also recommend the age for criminal responsibility should be raised to 14. Who did they ask? Are these next in the Uni Party's embrace of populism? My earlier speech today gave more information on the unintended consequences of this idea. I will post the speeches together on my website. This problem is as old as the internet, and it's not going anywhere. Let parents parent. That's fundamental to raising children. What we're seeing is the opportunity in education now, states and the federal education department, which doesn't have a single school but allows in indoctrination programs through the national curriculum. Instead of being education, it's now indoctrination. They're grooming people, young children, for the globalist agenda. Terrorise children. The climate is boiling, the global boiling, the climate will end. You've only got 5 years to live unless we do something. These are the terrorists for young children today, the globalists who are pushing this agenda, this legislation around the world. One Nation supports this matter being referred to a Senate inquiry, where technology experts can testify on the harms and unintended consequences of replacing parental supervision with government overreach, government control. We need to let parents parent. Instead of giving more power to the globalist corporations, instead of giving more power to the internet behemoths, we need to put the power back with parents and let parents look after their children. As I said before, it is a parental duty, a parental responsibility, a parental right. I am sick and tired, and so are so many parents across this country and grandparents, sick and tired of the government trying to be a nanny state to protect their kids, all the while grooming their children for control, whether it's directly through education or indirectly through social media. What we need to do is actually look at what people need and then act accordingly. One Nation is not in favour of this, and we are surprised that the Liberal Party, including their leader, seems to be lining up in support of censoring teens on the internet.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, as a parent and as a legislator, I see absolutely nothing wrong with government working in partnership with parents, in partnership with families and in partnership with the community to keep children safe. Actually, I think it's a fundamental responsibility of government to do everything we can, pull every lever we can, to keep children safe. And we know at the moment, when it comes to their online engagement, children are not safe online. Whether that's in terms of the things they're exposed to, whether that's in terms of the way certain things are marketed to them, whether that goes into bullying online, whether it goes into the prolificness of eating disorders and other mental health challenges for our children, we know they are not safe online. And there is no issue raised with me by parents in my community more than this one. Parents are desperate to keep their children safe, but who feel like this has become too big for them to manage in their homes, and they want the backing and support of the federal government. They want us to do something about this. And we have an opportunity and a chance as a government to say, yes, we see these harms exist. Yes, we know these things are hurting our children. Yes, we see this is increasing bullying. Yes, we see this is increasing eating disorders. Yes, we see that this is causing so much damage for our youngest minds. And we can do something about it. I think that is a good thing for federal governments to do. And in so many other areas of children's safety and supporting children, we expect government, whether it be our state governments or our federal governments, to work in partnership with parents, to work in partnership with families to keep children safe. And we cannot be any clearer that at the moment they are not safe online. I think this is fundamentally the right thing to do. And parents tell me that they want us to do it, that they want us to reinforce the decisions they are taking in their own homes, doing everything they feel they can do to keep their children safe online. Recent research tells us that the majority of young parents are concerned about the impact of social media on their child's mental health and well-being, and that 85% of parents have had conflicts with their children over their use of social media. And while this is incredibly stressful and concerning for parents, the impacts, the most severe impacts, are on children. 1 in 5 young women we know have had a sexual image of themselves shared without their permission. A recent Australian study has found that the average age of a child's first exposure to pornography is 13.2 for boys and 14.1 for girls. When I was part of the select committee into social media, we heard about the harmful content that kids are being exposed to online. And eSafe Kids told us this content was mainstream, as 62% of young people aged 14 to 17 in Australia exposed to harmful content online. The E-Safety Commissioner made clear to us that bullying is a significant concern for younger generations, and much of this happens online. And according to the Butterfly Foundation, of the 95% of young people who reported some level of concern about their body image, 62% felt dissatisfied due to social media, and nearly half said body dissatisfaction prevented them from attending school. We know that children are hurting. We know that this is not good for our kids. And we know that overwhelmingly, parents want us to do something about it. They want us to do something about it. And of course, the ultimate responsibility for our children's safety lies with parents. Every one of us who is a parent knows that. As a parent, it is all you think about, all day, all night. How can I keep my children safe? Is there something I'm missing? Is there something I'm failing to do, which means my kids are at risk, my kids are going to be exposed to harm? You start feeling that from the moment you're pregnant, and it never leaves you. And we know at the moment parents are worried. We know they feel there is something which is not within their power to control, which presents an unacceptable risk of harm to their children. But it is in our control in this chamber. It is in our control to regulate this, to stand with families, to stand with parents, and ultimately stand with the young people who are most at risk of harm here. We do it in so many other areas of children's safety. State governments do it. Federal governments do it. This is a new frontier and a new thing for us to navigate. But it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. We have an opportunity to keep our children safer, to stand with parents in that effort which can feel colossal at times. That's not taking away parental responsibility, that's reinforcing
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Sharma.
Thank you. I welcome the opportunity to speak on Senator Roberts' motion today because it is an important and topical issue, and I must confess I approach this issue as someone who is a Liberal, that is, supports the rights of individuals to manage their own affairs, instinctively mistrusts or dislikes the government interfering in the private lives of individuals, and trusts parents to make their own choices about raising their children and the values they should instil in them and the sorts of technology they should have access to. So I do approach the issue of regulating access to anything in people's private lives as a sceptic, but I cannot, and I don't think you can fail to read Jonathan Haidt's The Anxious Generation without being concerned about some of the quite deleterious impacts and at least a high degree of correlation, if not causation, proved between widespread use of social media amongst younger people and social harm. Now, in his book, Jonathan Haidt talks about 4 foundational harms. He talks about social deprivation, that is, children being excluded or missing out from social circles or social opportunities because of the ability of people to organise on social media. He talks about sleep deprivation, just the straight addictiveness of certain social media and the desire to always get the next dopamine hit, to see the next message, to see the next post, to see how your own posting is trafficking, can lead to children staying up all night and staying on their phones. Attention fragmentation, which of course, again, the ability to focus on longer term tasks, to do things like read a book, for instance, even to sit down and watch a movie. If you have young children, you'll know that they're often grabbing for their device to have something that ups their dopamine levels or attention levels. And indeed, of course, as we all know, we are programmed as humans to be super alert to changes in our environment, to be incoming pieces of information, which means we are incentivised psychologically and neurologically to prioritise new and novel information over something else we might be doing. And then, of course, there's the addictive properties of social media. Now, I think it's been well documented and well understood by most people intuitively that social media can supercharge ostracisation and humiliation, especially a problem amongst girls, that it can lead to behaviours like audience capture, which is you as a social media persona trying to exacerbate the characteristics that seems to be popular with your audience, prestige bias, modelling your behaviour on those who seem to enjoy high social status on social media, whose posts or profiles get high engagement or high content. And even what people refer to as sociogenic epidemics, the idea that there is a viral character, if you like, to depression, anxiety and mental health, and the ability of it to spread through society can be supercharged by the use of social media. I think on balance the evidence is that social media is not making our children's lives better. I think it would be difficult to make that case, and I think the evidence on balance suggests it's probably making it worse. From the more benign impacts like irritability and distraction and social ostracism to some of the more sinister ones, development of eating disorders, incessant online bullying, self-harm, suicidal ideation. And I think most parents tend to know this or intuit this at least, but they face obstacles in dealing with this themselves. If they take away their children's phone or disable their access to their phone, they're worried about isolating their child because every other child is on the phone, and they're worried about their children missing out on social opportunities and social conversations. Even if they do cross that Rubicon, though, it can be difficult to manage because parents quite rightly want their children to have phones these days to stay in touch, to let them know where they are. And children are ingenious and very clever at getting around any screen time limitations or app bans or anything else. And so it's a collective action problem, if you like. No parent tends to want to act alone on this, but they would welcome some assistance from government. That is why I think, on balance, this is the right thing to be doing. I think we need to be careful to firstly protect privacy and identity, and I respect that Senator Roberts has legitimate concerns in that regard, which other senators here will share, but also unintended consequences. We don't want to cut children off from sources of information and their ability to feed their curiosity. But I do believe this is an area this parliament should be addressing.
Thank you, Senator Sharma. Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Now I'm here to call out big government and to expose its encroachment into the lives of Australian parents and their kids. I get it. Social media is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it can potentially cause harm to children, but on the other hand, it's also entertaining, it's informative, it's educational. Could it be that the whole reason why we're trying so hard to ban social media for under 16s is so that they don't get exposed to alternate points of view that the schooling system or this big government that we have here today don't want them to see? Social media, it's a way to stay in touch with the people that you love. Should under 16s be able to access it? Obviously, it depends on many factors. And who is best placed to make that decision? It is their parents. Their parents. Not only are mums and dads the best people to raise their kids, but it is also their right and their responsibility to do so without overreach from the government. The government's insistence on doing the job of parents by blanket banning under 16s from social media is massive overreach. Massive. It undermines the primacy of parents in their children's lives. It's not the state's responsibility or their role to go around telling under 16s if they can have friends on TikTok, what family photos they can see on Instagram, or what news they can view on X. Those decisions are for parents. Any argument to the contrary is a gross violation of parental responsibility and represents a massive intrusion of the state. I am in this place to empower parents, not to replace parents. I'm in this place to strengthen the family unit, not to replace or undermine it. My mission is to get government out of all of our lives. I hate the government. It is too big. It is too bloated. Enough. And for that reason, I'm asking my colleagues in this place to recognise that a government-imposed blanket ban on social media for under 16s comes at the expense of parents and privacy. The argument over the ability of young people to access social media sites is ultimately an argument about content, and it's an argument about parental rights, and parental rights must be sacrosanct. Now, some parents don't want their children on social media, and rightly so, I don't disagree. But those parents are perfectly capable of not providing a smartphone to their kids. And they're also perfectly capable of saying no to their own children, just as the Australian people will undoubtedly say no to this government at the ballot box in 2025. Other parents whose teenagers may be more mature or able to exercise discretion will be perfectly happy for their teens to be on social media. And so often happens when the state tries to do what individual citizens should themselves be trusted to do, the government's solution only creates more problems. Age verification for under 16s becomes age verification for everybody. How will they know who's under 16 if they can't prove the age of those who are over 16? The ban is fast becoming a national social media age verification scheme. How else would they enforce it? Could this be used as a lever to increase eventual digital ID uptake? How will they punish offenders? The problems with this proposed legislation are legion. But that's what happens when the government tries to do what parents can and should be empowered to do. Parental responsibility rests with parents, not with an overbearing federal government. So obviously I'm going to ask my fellow senators in this place to join me in affirming that principle. I'm going to ask them to reject Big Daddy government. I'm going to ask them to make parenting great again. But you know what? I don't think they will, and that's a real problem. People at home, pay attention. Your governments are authoritarian. The opposition are acting like authoritarians as well. Reject these people and their ideas at the next election. Choose freedom instead. Choose the ability to make your own decisions. Thank you.
Senator Tyrrell.
Deputy, I can't tell you how many times I've spoken about my opposition to a blanket ban on social media in the past week. As Senator Roberts rightly points out, legislation that bans social media altogether takes away the opportunity for parents to decide when they think their child is ready to use social media and which platforms they can sign up to. Plus, it takes away a parent's opportunity to teach their children how to use these platforms. Parents know best how their child ticks. I'm a parent. I thought about how I use social media and how my kids might use it. Don't get me wrong. I had the same concerns about online content and what they would access as parents now. But when I thought the time was right for them and for me, I helped my kids set up most social media accounts, and together we worked out how they could use them. They're grown up now, but I believe those early lessons on what to do and what not to do on social media set them up for making good choices down the track. That was my choice as a parent for my children. Taking away that choice is not going to help our kids. Look, I know there are good intentions behind the proposed ban. I agree there are huge issues around the kinds of content children and teens have been able to access online and how social media platforms can impact their mental health. But as I've said over and over again, a ban isn't the answer. A ban is not going to stop kids accessing social platforms. Trust me, they are clever enough to find ways around any roadblocks put in their way. And a ban doesn't actually address the problems young people are facing online. Has anyone in the government asked our kids what is best for them? If they had, I'm sure they would have been told this is not the silver bullet solution they think it is. What worries me is that by trying to keep kids safe, we will just create other problems. Think about how important social media is for some groups. These platforms are a lifeline for many kids living in remote areas, or those who can't leave their homes, or those who are sick and stuck in hospital for extended periods. It's the way they connect with their friends. It's the way they keep up with what's going on outside. For these kids, going online is their passport to the rest of the world. Good social media access should start with education. And when I say education, I mean the good in social media, the bad and all that comes in between. A child's education should start with the parent, not the government, and that is a fundamental right when you become a parent. When you conceive, you adopt or you foster. You treat your children in the manner that you want to raise them.
Senator Payman.
The Australian government is trying to regulate an internet that they do not understand. The most obvious evidence of this was from a line from Minister Rowland's speech at the Sydney Institute last week. The minister, in a speech no doubt pored over by her sagest advisers, said, and I quote, "In 1985, Bill Gates brought us the Microsoft operating system," end quote. For the benefit of those not as learned as Minister Rowland, Microsoft is the company, Windows is the operating system. The government's proposal to outlaw social media for kids under 16 is the legislative equivalent of this ill-considered speech. The government has two options when it comes to age verification and assurance. The first option, verification using biometrics such as face scanning, will make the ban a joke. The only effect of this version of the ban will be creating a new household phrase, "Mum, can I scan your face?" The other option is to use ID to verify age. This will require every Australian on almost every social media platform to provide ID, which will need to be stored for an unknown period of time. In an age of unceasing data breaches, we need to store less personal information online, not more. Remember Optus and Medibank? How will the government stop kids using VPNs to access social media? If the minister is listening, that stands for Virtual Private Network. It's an old fascination for Labor, restricting the internet. Recall the Rudd government when that reconstructed grouper, Stephen Conroy, pushed to filter internet content deemed offensive. The idea would have had the government dictate what you could and could not see, but was abandoned in 2012. Once the government sees how comprehensively skirted their social media ban is by young Australians, legislation will meet.
Senator Rennick.
Madam Deputy President, and I rise to speak against this proposed bill. I think the intention of it is admirable. We don't want to see our children being bullied on the internet, but as Ronald Reagan once said, the 9 worst words in the English language are "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Now, I googled this morning, are there software programs that can help stop children from accessing apps? And I googled this because we actually have a program at home, I say we, my wife and I, whereby our children can't download apps unless they get permission from their parents. And there are a number of apps that you can either purchase or get online as a parent to stop children, or other programs to stop children from accessing apps. So the question I have to ask, and I'll just read a few of them out actually, is Google Family Link, a free app that allows you to set screen time limits, block apps, filter content on your child's Android or iPhone device. Quostodio, a third-party parental control service that gives you a lot of control over your child's devices. Bark, a parental control app that monitors your children's texts, emails, web browsing, and over 30 social media platforms. Bark's AI scans your children's activities for risks like cyberbullying, online predators, or signs of depression. So there are a number of programs that parents can buy or access online so that they can monitor their children's behaviour. But you know, the other thing about this is you can ban children from using social media, but it still doesn't address the underlying issue of bullying. You know, people can still access text messages, WhatsApp messages, so you can bully children that way. I noticed before a prior speaker mentioned about the concern of anorexia. Well, you know, Kate Moss was on magazine covers back in the 1990s. That's always been an issue long before the internet ever came along. And I'll concede that the internet can fuel that. But we need as parents to take active responsibility for the way our children are bullied online. And we need to do that here in the chamber as well. I mean, I myself have been called cooker and anti-vaxxer and climate denier, all of these things in this very chamber by the other side of the chamber there, the Labor Party, who are now proposing to care about the welfare of our children. So I think there's a large degree of hypocrisy in this bill as well. So yet again, I ask, why are Labor doing this? It's by all means the intention's good, but we really want parents to stay active and understand what their children are doing. We don't want parents to just switch off from what's going on around their children's lives. And I think that's what we need to be focused on here today. And I've mentioned many times in this chamber the importance of having a stay-at-home parent to help with that particular responsibility.
Senator Antic.
Deputy President, well, I think we all want to see our children protected from harm online, but what's the real cost of a social media ban for children? Well, firstly, it's not clear to me how an age-specific ban could actually be enforced, short of requiring all Australians to prove their identity and therefore their age before actually using their social media accounts. And how would it be done? Well, really, the only reliable methods that are likely to work are those which require social media accounts to be linked to either a government-certified ID, digital ID, or biometric data. Now, immediately, we've gone from talking about a law protecting children under 16 from online harm to proposals potentially requiring all Australians to submit personal identification as a condition of using social media. This is how concerns over safety, in this case children's safety, convince people to hand over their freedom, to hand over their personal information. And of course, this has nothing to do with the fact that a generation of young people are starting to unpick the lies of the corporate media online, does it? That's got nothing to do with that? Well, of course it does. What a great way to ensure that young people only get a left-wing government message approved to them via their devices. Frankly, the words ban and media should never exist in a sentence together, and parents should always be in charge of what their children watch and watch online as well.
Thank you, Senator Antic. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Yep. Okay. Division is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. I appoint Senator Roberts as a teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as a teller for the noes. That'll get me through to the end of my shift, please. The result of the division is 7 ayes and 30 noes. The question is resolved in the negative. Oh, if honourable senators could please resume their seats or leave the chamber. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Dean Smith, which is also shown at item 15 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? It is supported. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Vote for hope is what Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Treasurer Jim Chalmers asked Australians to do in May 2022. Vote for hope. 2.5 years later, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Dr Jim Chalmers, the Treasurer, have some explaining to do. But they're not the only ones that have some explaining to do. Tracy Roberts, the Labor member for Pearce in Western Australia, Patrick Gorman, the Labor member for Perth in Western Australia, Tanya Lawrence, the Labor member for Hasluck in Western Australia, Anne Arley, the Labor member for Cowan in Western Australia, all have some explaining to do. Because West Australians trusted Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, and voted for Labor, and what did they get? They did not get hope, they got disappointment. West Australians were asked to vote for hope, and West Australians were delivered with disappointment. Labor continues to ignore the very real concerns that West Australian voters have, that West Australian households have for the cost of living crisis that now besets every West Australian household. They are living it. They are living the cost of living crisis. And the data reminds us all just how seriously difficult things have become in just 2.5 years under Labor. Australians are now worse off after 2.5 years of Labor than they were when Labor was elected. And Australia's inflation challenge continues to suffer at the hands of Labor. The inflation challenge is worse as a result of Labor's first budget in October 2022. The inflation challenge in our country got worse with Labor's second budget. And then the inflation challenge got worse with Labor's fiscal outlook. Things get worse under Labor. Vote for hope has turned into disappointment for many Australian households. And in fact, when we compare ourselves against those countries in the OECD, Australian households have had the largest fall in disposable incomes of any other nation in the OECD. And Australia remains stuck in an 18-month per capita recession. And Labor chooses to ignore the pleas of Australian households, to ignore the concerns that are being raised by Australia's charities and not-for-profit. They continue to pretend that there's no cost of living crisis and life continues as it did prior to the election. Anthony Albanese promised people that he would change Australia for the better. That's what he said in Perth, that he would change Australia for the better. But if we were to randomly ask West Australians today, do they feel better or do they feel worse off, the answer would be overwhelming. They feel better. They feel worse off under Anthony Albanese. Because the The data does not lie. Anthony Albanese, as opposition leader, said to West Australians, indeed to the whole nation in May 2022, that he would make mortgage rates cheaper. Well, mortgage rates have got higher, and people are now living under the cumulative impact of rate increase, rate increase, rate increase. And every time the RBA meets and makes a decision about interest rates in this country, they are making a decision on the performance of the government. And the RBA chooses to give the government a vote of confidence or a vote of no confidence. And when the RBA chooses to raise interest rates or keep interest rates on hold, as it has done, it is saying we do not trust the economic management of Anthony Albanese and Jim Chalmers as Treasurer. They are saying they do not trust the economic management of Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Dr Jim Chalmers. And Australians know. Australians are waiting for their opportunity to say to Prime Minister Albanese, you asked us to vote for hope, instead you gave us disappointment.
Your time has expired. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the temptation here would be to respond to some of the bunkum that we've just heard over the last 5 minutes, but I would just refer you, Senator Smith, to some of the detail in the report that came from the cost of living inquiry that doesn't appear to provide a great deal of hope at all, has some pretty wishy-washy recommendations and nothing in terms of any sort of vision from the coalition for people to look at. But plenty of evidence gathered through that inquiry, can I say, plenty of evidence gathered through that inquiry to tell us that people did not believe what was being contended by the coalition and by Senator Hume and now by Senator Smith in this chamber, that the cost of living crisis began in May 2022. Well, that's a really convenient tagline for you guys, really convenient tagline that has absolutely no truth behind it. What a shame, but we don't really like to let truth get in the way of a good story, do we, over there on the coalition benches? It's really not where we're actually making our efforts, no. But what we heard from witnesses, one after the other, witnesses stood up and when asked the question, did the cost of living crisis start in May 2022, the answer was no. I think the most comprehensive response we got was from the housing providers. The housing providers, and you can trawl through those transcripts over and over again, housing providers, peak bodies, people in that housing sector telling us that this was a crisis in housing that had been brewing for well over a decade. Not in 2 years. And we heard it as well from the community sector providers, we heard it from youth workers, we heard it across the board. That this is just a political statement you're making that has no truth behind it. And for that, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Just trying to flog a bad story. Just trying to hoodwink people. And then the proof is in the pudding. You read that report that Senator Hume put out last Friday, and it's like a wet lettuce. The recommendations are just empty. So I would say that this has been a glorious exercise of wasting everyone's time for 2 years on the cost of living inquiry to turn out precisely nothing, other than a whole bunch of stuff that says, we don't like Labor. Well, hell, we knew that. No, maybe not. But have a good look. Seriously, have a read, people, because it really is a very, very damp report. I have read it cover to cover and been at many of those hearings because I was on that inquiry, Senator Smith. I was on that inquiry and I listened into many I couldn't turn up to, and the ones I couldn't, I read the transcripts for. So, yes, I know exactly what was said there, and I know exactly, and so should everyone else, not a spy, as a member. So, yeah, we might just leave that. But what you've done over there is consistently blocked, tried to block, voted no, pushed against all of the really good things that we've been doing here. You know, you said no when we were increasing job seeker and the youth allowance with single parent payments. You were a big no. When we looked at increasing housing supply, you're a big no. Like, come on, you know.
Order.
Yeah, they did, but with no help from you. So, just to be clear, Senator O'Sullivan, you fought against all of those things. You didn't get up. We did get those things up, but you fought against each and every one of those things, and for that you should be ashamed of yourselves. We are making a fundamental difference to the cost of living for people on the ground. We know people are doing it tough, and our plan is showing success. Our plan is showing that we can do this. We have brought inflation down from the over 6% that you had it at to under 3%. And yet you stand there and say that we're boosting inflation. Well, we are not. We are bringing it down. And that is a fact. It is a fact you don't like, and it is a fact that you keep perpetuating out there, and it is just bunkum.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Before I call you Senator McKim, I will remind senators that interjections are always disorderly. Interjections across the chamber are particularly disorderly, and that contributions should be directed through the chair. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Well, whether it's the cost of food and groceries, whether it's rents, whether it's mortgages, whether it's transport costs, whether it's energy costs, whether it's healthcare, whether it's insurance, people are getting smashed. And it'll be cold comfort to the millions of Australians who are really struggling to make ends meet, to learn that while they are going through all that pain, the big corporations are raking in record profits. The share of our national economy that is going to profits has never been higher than it is today, and the share of the economy going to wages has never been lower than it is today. The corporations are making off like bandits, and they're doing it off the back of the community pain and the pain of millions of Australians. The latest Australian Tax Office Corporate Tax Transparency Report makes it clear that 1/3 of the top 100 earning corporations in this country pay no tax at all. And if you want a word to describe a system where a teacher or a nurse or a carpenter or a cleaner or a plumber pay more tax than 1/3 of the top 100 earning corporations in this country, look no further than the word broken. This is a broken system where teachers, nurses, carpenters, plumbers, cleaners are paying more tax than 1/3 of the top 100 earning corporations in Australia. That is a cooked system. And this is a direct result of successive Labor and Liberal governments refusing to stand up and fight the big corporations. Well, there is some good news for people, because more and more people are learning that if you vote Green and you put Greens into this place, we will come in here and fight for people. We will fight against the big corporations, and we have the back of the millions of Australians who are getting smashed by a cost of living crisis. If we make corporations pay their fair share of tax, we can put dental into Medicare. We can make people ensure that they can see a GP for free. We can wipe student debt. We can raise income support. We can freeze and cap rent increases. We can make price gouging by the big supermarkets illegal. People know that it's harder and harder to tell the major parties apart. They know if they vote Green, we will come in here and we will fight for them. And people, more and more, are understanding if they want change, they have to vote for it.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Look, I want to start my contribution to this debate by paying tribute to the ABC, which I don't normally do, but a couple of weeks ago on their Insiders program, they put up a chart that I think should be ingrained into the memory of all political leaders in this country. It's a shocking chart. It showed the relative living standards between the United States and Australia over the past 2 years. The chart started in the first quarter of 2022, which was the last full quarter of the last coalition government, and extended through to the first quarter of this year. And that graph showed that if you look at the real gross household disposable income per person between our two countries, in the United States, that generally accepted figure of living standards had increased by almost 4%, just over 3% over those 2 years. In Australia, living standards on that measure, a well-accepted measure, living standards in the past 2 years in Australia have dropped a shocking 8%. 8%. It's the biggest drop in recorded history for Australia. It's the largest drop by far in the developed world since the end of COVID, and there's almost zero discussion about this issue. What I heard from the government senators and the contributions before is like, we'll just throw more money at it, throw more money at assistance and what have you. This is not the point. The point and the reason for why our living standards are cratering relative to other countries, declining at a record pace, is because our economy is not functioning. Our productivity is falling, and falling at a record rate as well. Our productivity has gone down over 6% in the 2 years this government has been in office. And that means we've all got a lot less money. If we're producing less for every hour we work, we get less. If we just had the average productivity rate for this government over 2 years, just the average, so if we just had the historical average productivity growth rate over those 2 years, Australians' income levels on average would be $8,000 a year better off right now. $8,000 a year. That's the cost of the complete lack of focus from this government on an economic agenda. For example, this week, as I say, this graph should be ingrained everywhere. Why are we going so backwards? Why are we going so backwards with all the wealth, all the resources we have as a nation? We should be trying to answer that question. We should be coming up with solutions. There should be legislation to cut red tape, lower taxes, do something to unleash productivity in this country. Instead, at the moment, the Prime Minister's only agenda right now is to ban social media for kids under 16. That's the agenda this fortnight going into Christmas. Now, I think that's an issue. There's an issue with bullying and harassment on social media for young children. But why is that the centrepiece of this government's bankrupt agenda when our living standards are going down by that much? Why haven't they got an answer for this question? The fact that Australians feel like they're going backwards, that they're losing confidence that their children will have a better future than they have had, and there's no solutions being offered by their political leaders. Let's just take a few examples in recent months from this government that has completely lost the plot when it comes to focus on the economy. Just the other month, the Environment Minister blocked a $1 billion gold mine because of a mythical bee. A mythical bee. This gold mine is a $1 billion investment during a gold price absolute boom. Gold prices have never been higher. Could literally make gold for our country, make wealth, create 1,000 jobs. And the government blocked this because a fringe Aboriginal group, not the actual Land Council, but a fringe Aboriginal group decided that there was a dreaming story they had that involved a mythical bee, not a real bee, a mythical bee. I mean, where are we going as a country and where are our priorities when we can't get those types of jobs created, that kind of wealth going for our country, and we make these ridiculous decisions that make the rest of the world laugh? We've also had an energy minister that's not being upfront with the costs of his transition. He glosses over and says, we're just going to transition, we're going to transition. Yet every time power bills arise for Australians, they go up. We'll promise $275 cut in our power bills. They've gone up by an average of over $500 since this government has been in power. And still, they ignore all the evidence that is emerging around the world that relying heavily on intermittent, unreliable solar and wind power ain't going to cut it. It just increases power prices, reduces reliability. Apart from that, it's bloody fantastic. This is a government that is without an economic agenda anymore. And the biggest issue facing our country is how can we reignite the latent potential of our nation with the world's largest coal, gas, uranium resources, the sun, the wind, everything. We've got the land, the water. Let's use it and make Australians wealthy again.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I love the language, the ascending language about making the country great. Wonder where that might be echoing. We do have a great country and we can be an even better country. But I tell you what, one thing is not going to make this country great is if we see the sort of struggle that we know is real and happening in our community, and we have a government in place that says, let's cut spending, let's just let those people who can't afford their medicines, just let them suffer. We know that there's some heat in the electricity sector. People are having difficulty. Let's give them a bit of help by giving them support with their bills. Or do what the opposition has recommended, which is to absolutely oppose any support. $315 billion is what they're saying they definitely don't want to give to support people across this nation. And one of the things that they absolutely want to cut is cheaper medicines. The reality is that under Labor, doing the right thing, helping people, genuinely helping people with the cost of living, instead of coming in here bleating and moaning with no solution, we're making it possible for people for 1 year, general patients, to get them at just $31.60, and 5 years for concessional patients at $7.70. Now, this is a big investment in helping people do something tremendously basic, get the medicines that they need for themselves or their family at a price that they can clearly see is going to remain the same to help them with their family budget. This is a government that absolutely understands the real and practical challenges that people are experiencing. And we as a government are determined to help our fellow Australians navigate through the time of difficulty and uncertainty. And we've done it in not just those practical ways in terms of helping people with medicine, but we gave a tax cut to every working Australian, not just some Australians, not just those who are on the highest wages, but every working Australian got a tax cut because Labor made that happen. And why did we do it? Because we want Australians to earn more and we want Australians to keep more of what they earn. And Australians are earning more. Consistent wage rises have occurred for all award wage earning employees. And we've ensured that they've got stronger rights so that their wages can't be undercut. And we're ensuring that they aren't being made to work longer for less. Earn more, keep more of what you earn. We have created that context. It doesn't mean that all of a sudden it's easy for every Australian, but it does mean that we are putting in place the things that help people to manage the storm, where we've seen inflation at 6.1%, now down with a 2 in front of it. That only happens because of sound economic management. And we know that not just the federal government needs to have support to do the right thing in terms of economic management, but that people need support. Just on the weekend, like so many Australians, I had a few bills I needed to pay. And when I opened the bill and had a look at what I had to do, I can tell you I was very grateful for the energy rebate to the tune of $300 a year for every single household, and $325 to small businesses to help with the cost of living. And people getting their bills are going to see that discount, that support for them. Cheaper medicines I've mentioned, also student debt. We've taken really significant action to support young people who have acquired a debt as they've invested in themselves to be the best Australian they can be, prepare themselves for the workforce for the future. And with a re-elected Labor government, student debts will be cut by 20%. Now compare that with those opposite who are saying $315 billion has got to be cut. Has got to be cut. Be warned, it's very, very clear that the LNP want to cut things like Medicare. They didn't support the changes to the pharmaceutical support for people. They didn't support helping anybody with electricity. They're holding up support for people who want to get housing. And they've got their own secret agenda of cuts. And every day they come in here and they talk about this issue, be aware there is no support for Australians from a Liberal National Party.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Bragg.
Acting Deputy President. Well, the central charge against this government is that it is a government for vested interests. And what I mean by that is that it has worked so hard for its favourite fellow travellers that it has had no time to solve the central economic challenges which are facing Australians. And you can look at that by virtue of an assessment of the failure to beat inflation compared to almost every other country which we would compare ourselves to, or you could compare our record in government to the current government's record in relation to housing construction, because of course if you look at any of the major opinion polls of Australians under the age of 40, people are going absolutely bananas about the housing strife, and that is the same issue regardless of whether you are a renter or a person paying a mortgage. The collapse in housing construction under this government has made the housing crisis so much worse because, of course, if you constrain supply, then you make housing so much harder. And in fact, under this government, we've gone from building 220,000 houses in 2018 to just 160,000 houses this year, which is the same amount of houses that we built back in 1989 when the population was just 17 million. So there has been a disaster on housing, and with trim mean inflation still sitting at 3.5%, you'd have to say that any interest rate relief is some time off yet. Whereas they are, of course, cutting the official cash rate equivalent in other jurisdictions, and they are getting on and building houses. We are stagnating here with stubbornly high interest rates, stubbornly high inflation, and stubbornly low levels of housing construction, which is making the Labor Party's record here very painful for the Australian people. But I think it is one thing to go through the figures here, but it is another to hear the government make their political points in question time and in these debates here in the Senate and in the House. And the thing that strikes me is the tin ear of the government, that they almost are prepared to make the point that Australians have never had it better. And it is this tin ear which I think is linked to this major problem which I identified a few minutes ago, which is that when the government only works through the laundry list of issues which are important to its favourite fellow travellers, it has no time to solve the major economic problems of the day. The problems facing families, the problems facing small businesses, these are the issues where the government ultimately will be judged. And in the last week, we've had an opportunity to traverse the government's obsession in governing for favourite vested interests, where we've been able to call some of the major super funds and the regulator APRA to a Senate hearing where we've heard that the government are very happy to allow the major shareholders of big super funds to receive dividends from the funds but not be on the hook for when things go wrong. So in other words, the government is happy for the CFMEU and all the other unions to take money out of the super funds, millions and millions of dollars. In the case of CBUS, it's $5.8 million over the past 3 years during Mr Wayne Swan's tenure as the chair of CBUS. But when things go wrong, and in the case of CBUS, when they are sued by the corporate cop ASIC for failing to pay death benefits, failing people in their hour of need, when there is a family bereavement, they're refusing to pay death benefits, the government is very happy for the super fund owners, the CFMEU in this case, to be absolved and have no interest in paying the regulatory fines which are more than likely coming the way of the super fund. So very happy for the unions to take the dividends from the super industry, but when things go bad, they are off the hook. And this is a deliberate design feature because we know that Mr Chalmers and Mr Jones moved amendments to legislation in the last parliament to prevent these funds from being on the hook for major fines. So I'm very pleased to add my weight to Senator Smith's MPI because it demonstrates again this government is a government for vested interests, always looking for the best way to protect and preserve the interests that are most important to them, not the Australian people.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. The time for the discussion has expired. Senator Thorp.
Thank you,
Are you seeking the call?
Deputy President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the censure motion agreed to earlier today as circulated.
Is leave granted? Senator Thorp, leave is not granted.
To contingent notice standing in my name, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving a motion to provide for the consideration of a matter, namely a motion to give precedence to a motion relating to the censure motion agreed to earlier today. Today has been a clear demonstration of white supremacy in this chamber. Not only have the major parties censured a sovereign black senator, but they denied me the right to reply, a basic right in our so-called democracy. This is because they are threatened by our truth-telling and sovereignty as First Peoples in this country. It is the major party's intention to distract from my protest and the real issue at hand. This country's ongoing colonial occupation, oppressive violence and apartheid. The colonisers want me to kneel, to be silent, to disappear. But let me be clear, very clear to everybody here. I am a sovereign Gunai Gunditjamara and Japarang woman. My loyalty, my allegiance lies with my people, my country, and with justice, not with a government or a crown that has systematically worked to erase us. First Peoples across this earth are rising. Oh, are they rising? Rejecting the chains of colonial oppression and fighting back with unshakable courage. My sister, Hannah Roti, the direct descendant of those who signed the Treaty of Waitangi, tore up so-called New Zealand's dishonest and undermining treaty interpretation bill. The Kanak people are resisting French state and settler violence. And Samoan First Peoples boldly challenged King Charles III during his recent visit, demanding accountability for colonial wrongs. Across the world, First Peoples are uniting to declare that the era of silence is over, colonisers. Truth-telling is here, whether you like me or not. And whether you like the truth or not, you tell your kids to tell the truth, but you come here and you tell lies. Shame. We are uniting around the world, and the power of our solidarity will not be denied. Our solidarity leaves no one behind. We come united in grief, love, joy and life, while the colonisers only come with fear and death. I'm just a small part of a long line of people who offend the colonial regime. Just look at Cathy Freeman, who was attacked for carrying the Aboriginal flag at the Commonwealth Games in 1994. Eddie Betts and Adam Goods being loud, proud and black on the AFL field. Charlie Perkins, who took our grievances directly to the Queen herself. Yasmin Abdul Majid dared to tweet about refugees on Anzac Day, was vilified by every corner of the media and government. The message is clear. If you're black or brown in this country and you speak up, you'll be met with violence, smear campaigns and relentless attempts to delegitimise and erase you. Throughout this Parliament's violent history, those who dare to speak out against abuses of power or human rights violations have faced silencing or punishment. The only person to have been removed from Parliament before the laws were changed was Hugh Mahon, a member of the House who called out the Irish genocide by the British and the taking and killing of political prisoners. Senator Janet Rice was censured for criticising so-called Australia's support for Indonesia's genocide against the West Papuan peoples. I won't be silent. I'm going to keep calling it out. The Crown is an enabler of the continued genocide in this country, a continuation of its own actions from where their boats first set ashore on our lands. James Connolly, an Irishman who spoke about King George V's visit to Ireland in 1911, put it well. He said, "We will not blame him, the king, for the crimes of his ancestors. If he relinquishes the royal rights of his ancestors, but as long as he claims their rights by virtue of descent, he must shoulder the responsibility for their crimes." Since my protest to the King of Parliament, there have been at least 3 more deaths in custody. And since my protest, we've learnt that 66 children have died in the out-of-home care system, the systems that you created to kill us.
Senator Thorp, your time has expired. Senator Ayres. The question is that the motion to suspend standing orders be put. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion to suspend standing orders, as moved by Senator Thorp, be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division. Order, senators. I'm going to put that question again because Senator Thorp wasn't in her chair, and I do note that it is her motion. The question is that the motion to suspend standing orders, as moved by Senator Thorp, be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion to suspend standing orders moved by Senator Thorp be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Thorp teller for the ayes and Senator Cadell teller for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 25. The question is resolved in the negative. The Senate will now proceed to the consideration of documents, and I might give those senators not participating in this part of proceedings a moment to leave the chamber. For the consideration of documents, these are listed on page 5 of today's order of business, and I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I move to take note of document 28 listed on today's order of business. I take this opportunity to bring to the attention of the Senate the tardiness of the Albanese government in responding to orders for the production of documents, and in this particular case deliberately withholding documents so that a Senate inquiry was unable to use them in its committee deliberations and reporting processes. Aside from what this is about how the government views its responsibilities to this chamber, it is a grave concern to the dedicated not-for-profit organisations across the country. They are dealing with the fallout from the mishandled implementation of the Australian Taxation Office new tax-exempt reporting requirements for not-for-profits, which has been characterised by conflicting information and an administrative burden many smaller organisations simply cannot handle. Yet it's another example of the Albanese government's habit of meeting with stakeholders only to ignore their concerns and fail to act on their recommendations. This pattern is especially troubling considering the government was briefed in March 2024 on the policy's implementation challenges and had ample opportunity to address them. Despite this, it has failed to take the necessary action to meaningfully improve the experiences of those impacted. Witnesses representing organisations as diverse as Agricultural Shows Australia, Stonington Scottish Country Dancers and Landcare Australia appeared before the Senate Economics References Committee to share first-hand accounts of the damage this rollout is inflicting on our community. These are organisations that, for generations, driven by their selfless efforts as volunteers, have helped bring relief to the most vulnerable members of our community and deliver other important services. And yet, in the midst of an unprecedented cost of living crisis, the government is choosing to burden them with an administrative nightmare. The Australian Multicultural Action Network pointed to the lack of an accessible online portal, a basic function the ATO has failed to implement. The reality is that volunteer turnover is high, and this is the case among many organisations that are predominantly volunteer-run, forcing volunteer treasurers, many of whom have limited accounting knowledge, to navigate a labyrinth of confusing requirements and advice, and can hardly be considered simplified and streamlined as the ATO seeks to claim. The Community Council of Australia, a leading voice in the sector, stated clearly and unequivocally that the Australian Taxation Office was repeatedly warned of the detrimental impact these new requirements would have, particularly on smaller organisations, but their pleas, and those of many, many others, have fallen on deaf ears. As CEO David Crosbie put it during the hearing, "You called that a consultation, I called that a dismissive approach to our sector." The Law Council of Australia, recognising the disproportionate burden on smaller organisations, advocated for a reasonable threshold, exempting those with lower revenues from these onerous demands. Yet the Australian Taxation Office and the government continue to ignore these potentially mitigating suggestions, and its implementation has made this a policy that is no longer with its original intentions. But I return to the government's lack of transparency on an order for the productions of documents that I moved, and which this chamber agreed to in relation to this particular issue. The Minister representing the Treasurer failed to meet her obligation to table all records of communication between the ATO and relevant parties by the 10th of September deadline. This tabling didn't occur until November the 1st, 2024, that is 52 days late. This delay wasn't accidental. It was a calculated move to suppress information about potential problems and criticisms of the policy's rollout. By withholding these records, the government directly hampered the committee's ability to properly examine the implementation process, to hold those responsible for any failure accountable, and possibly to make recommendations of greater use to the not-for-profit sector. This lack of transparency demonstrates a blatant disregard for accountability and a continuing attempt to manipulate the inquiry. I urge the government, and especially Minister Andrew Leigh too, recognise the distress and frustration this rollout is causing volunteer-led organisations, to immediately extend the reporting deadline, further still to provide much-needed relief while this situation is worked through, and finally to rethink its approach and explore alternative implementation pathways, possibly involving the ACNC, that are more appropriate and less burdensome for smaller not-for-profits. The not-for-profit sector is the lifeblood of our community. They deserve a government that listens, understands and acts to support, not hinder their vital work. It's time for the government to bridge the obvious disconnect between the ATO's perception of its responsiveness to the sector and the sector's experience, and deliver a fit-for-purpose policy for all involved.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to take note and continue my remarks on the following documents on page 6, documents 20 and 23, and on page 7, 30 and 31.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I seek to take note of document 32. If that's okay, Chair.
It is indeed.
Thank you. Well, this document is in relation to an order that was put forward by myself in this place some time ago, and sadly, while we've now been given the document, the government was over a month late coughing up the paperwork. I mean, it feels as though every time you start asking the right questions, the government shuts down. They don't want to give you the right information if it's a tricky topic for them. Well, that's not how the parliament works, and it's not how the Senate works. So firstly, I'm a bit disappointed about that. But to the substance, this was in relation to documentation into the vitrinite coal mine. Coal mine in Queensland, where the company who wants to expand their operations currently have an application on foot in front of the Minister's Environment Department, asking for approval for this coal mine, smack bang in the middle of critical koala habitat. Rather than waiting for approval to be given, this company has started the bulldozers and they've moved in. They've already demolished a significant amount of koala habitat without waiting for the green light. So they've illegally cleared forests and destroyed the habitat of koalas. They've got no right to do this. It's illegal. It shouldn't have happened. But it is in the exact same place of which this company have an application before the Environment Minister to expand their coal mine operations. And why do companies like this do this? Well, of course, it's because they think, act now, beg for forgiveness later. They don't want approval. They think they're going to get approval anyway, and they may as well, even if they get a fine, it's cheaper for them to cop the fine and a little, rack on the knuckles for doing the wrong thing, because the government, time and time again, keeps giving them approval. This is a business model for these coal companies, these bulldozers of koala habitat and native forests and bushland. Now, I say to the Minister, she needs to send a message. A strong message needs to be sent to this company and all the others watching that this is not on. The Minister could go to the court and get an injunction, because these bulldozers are rolling on the ground now, destroying this habitat despite not being given approval to do so. And the other strong message that the Minister could give is she could make it very clear that it's a one strike and you're out policy. If you do the wrong thing, if you disobey the law, if you thumb your nose at the process, you're not going to be given any more approvals. Nada, done, finished, out of here. And that's what should happen to this company. I mean, it beggars belief that in 2024, when we have koalas facing extinction and we're in the midst of a climate crisis and a biodiversity crisis, we're even in a situation where the Environment Minister currently has an application before her, coal or koala. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard of a decision. Coal, polluting coal, bulldozers, or saving our native species and the koala. How on earth is that a difficult decision to make? But having said that, the application is on foot, and the Minister must tell this company straight up right now, no, you've disobeyed the rules, you've thumbed your nose at the process, they've called chicken on the Minister and her department, and they should be punished for it. They should be punished for it. The Minister needs to pick up the phone today and say, tools down and you're out. Ironic that we're even discussing this today, considering one of the things that has been put on the parliamentary list of debate for this year, of course, has been trying to fix Australia's environment laws. Well, you could start by saving the koala.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Madam President. I rise to speak on the Inspector of the National Anti-Corruption Commission Report 2023-24, number 168.
Just one moment, Senator Lambie. There are a lot of documents.
Sorry.
On
Report 168.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy President. This morning, the first report from Gail Furness, Senior Counsel, Inspector of the National Anti-Corruption Commission, was tabled in the House. Ms Furness, first year as Inspector, ended with an announcement by the National Anti-Corruption Commission not to pursue referrals from the Royal Commission into the robo-debt scheme. Robodebt was not only found to be illegal, it caused huge trauma and people lost their lives. Hundreds of Australians complained to the inspector, and on the 13th of June 2024, thank God, Ms Furness announced that she was inquiring into the National Anti-Corruption Commission's decision, and so she should. When I heard that the National Anti-Corruption Commission wouldn't be investigating these 6 senior public servants, I was angry, like many other millions of Australians out there, but it didn't surprise me at all. I was the only one in this place last year to ask why on earth this government would, in the first place, put Paul Brereton in charge of the National Anti-Corruption Commission in the first place. This is the same bloke who decided that it was fine to let the top brass off the hook and throw the book at our diggers for alleged war crimes in Afghanistan. When the National Anti-Corruption Commission was established, a lot of people thought that senior ADF officers and senior defence public servants would be the most common referrals, but apparently not. This is why so many in the veteran community couldn't believe it when a senior ADF officer was appointed as the Commissioner. Not just any senior ADF officer, but the Major General who gave all of the other Major Generals a blanket exemption from investigation in his inquiry report, that be the Brereton inquiry. Lo and behold, Major General Brereton, wearing his NACC Commissioner hat, decided not to pursue referrals from the Robodebt Royal Commission, and blow me over, one of these 6 people referred was another Major General. Who would have guessed? Hey? We're all mates. There was a very clear conflict of interest here. Brereton says that his, and I quote, judgment was mistaken when viewed through the lens of apprehended bias, end quote. Well, that's an understatement of the century as I've seen one. He's the boss of the anti-corruption body, but he refers to, and I quote again, mistaken judgment and apprehended bias, end quote. The NACC watchdog released her annual report today in that she considered that this mistaken judgment by Brereton could amount to officer misconduct. How about that? But in another refusal of a Major General to accept responsibility, Brereton dug in and refused to resign as he would. He went so far as to tell an audience of the government's institution that he blamed leaders for a poor public sector integrity culture in which responsibility is accepted. Does anybody else see the irony in that statement? Talk about narcissism. And here's the clincher. Brereton told the government institution that, and I quote, if every judge found to have made a mistake of law or fact resigned, there would be no one sitting on the bench in this country, end quote. To compare judges making errors of law or fact with his actions, where a clear conflict of interest existed, a conflict which he even identified, is absolute rubbish. According to a journalist and author, Rick Morton, when the NACC was scrambling to work out how they were going to tell Australians the NACC would take no further action against the 6 people referred to the NACC by Robodebt Royal Commissioner, Major General Paul Brereton told a Deputy Commissioner, and I quote, not to get too hung up on whether there is a corruption issue, end quote. How about that? The Labor government claims it is one of their big wins, but putting Paul Brereton in charge of it has hurt the reputation of an agency we desperately needed to have faith in. This is why Australians are losing faith in our political leaders. Catherine Robodebt Campbell was one of those 6 senior public servants, and she got a slap across the wrist. No loss of super, and she can work as a public servant again as long as she tells them she was involved in the Robodebt. Why don't you tell them how many lives you're responsible for taking as well? And as for Paul Brereton, he should resign effective immediately. And if he had the conscience or integrity left, he would do so. But no, this is typical of soldiers from the military. This is typical behaviour. When he was asked last week if he would resign, this is the arrogance of Brereton, he refused and even suggested that resigning would hurt the NACC. Hey mate, the only person who hurt the NACC is yourself. Get out of there. Leave. It would be a statement that our yardstick certainly would be popularity, not integrity. He should have a good look at himself in the mirror, because you are not popular, mate, and your lack of integrity is clear for all Australians to see. And it's not just Major General Paul Brereton, it's the Attorney General. I warned you not to put him in there. I can't even take complaints because senior commanders in there are too scared because they'll know they'll be done over because of what you've done, AG.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I too rise to speak to the annual report of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. Acting Deputy President, it was extraordinary that the first time we've really had to call upon the NACC inspector, under powers that thankfully the Senate gave the inspector with amendments moved by the Greens, resisted by the government. But the first time that we saw the NACC inspector's report was into the scandalous stealing of the robo-debt fiasco by the National Anti-Corruption Commission. And this month we saw the inspector of the NACC deliver a brutal assessment of the NACC's decision not to investigate the robo-debt scandal. The inspector concluded that the head of the NACC, Commissioner Brereton, engaged in officer misconduct in how he dealt with it, and that the robo-debt scandal needed to be reinvestigated by the NACC. And as we speak, the NACC is doing somersaults, trying to find some way, which isn't ridden with conflicts of interest, that they can now appoint somebody to review the conflict-ridden decision that the NACC made not to investigate the robo-debt scandal. Now, before looking into the mess that happened inside the NACC, it's worth remembering this wasn't just any corruption referral. The robo-debt scandal was referred to the NACC by hundreds and hundreds of individuals, as well as by the Royal Commission into the scandal. And the Royal Commission sent the NACC a large body of confidential evidence concerning 6 people who it concluded may have engaged in corrupt conduct regarding robo-debt. This was not the standard referral to the NACC. And the inspector found that Commissioner Brereton failed to remove himself from the NACC's handling of the robo-debt matter, despite his admission, and he said it in multiple different ways, that one of the 6 people referred by the Royal Commission was, in his words, well known to me. I think he also said later he had a close personal association with her. The inspector's report details how Commissioner Brereton declared that conflict of interest, purportedly delegating the final decision on robo-debt to a Deputy Commissioner, and then remained deeply involved in every aspect of the NACC's consideration. And because of the detail in the inspector's report, we now know that Commissioner Brereton led the key discussions about the robo-debt inside the NACC, sought internal legal advice about it, and even settled the minutes of meetings held about it. He then topped it all off by authorising a misleading media release, trying to explain why the NACC was doing nothing. The inspector concluded that this conduct was in breach of the legal obligations of the NACC, and that a fair-minded observer might reasonably apprehend that the NACC Commissioner's involvement might have impinged on the impartiality of the decision-making process. Thank goodness for the inspector. As a result of the blowtorch applied by the inspector, we're now going to get another review by the NACC, which none of the existing senior staff can take part in, to see if it should investigate robo-debt, and that's already falling into scandal, as we saw from a report just this weekend in the Saturday paper. And since the release of the inspector's report, we've had both Labor and the Coalition rushing to the defence of Commissioner Brereton, saying the inspector's brutal correction is proof the system is working, and the public had total trust in Commissioner Brereton. If only that was true. What we saw from not only the NACC inspector's report, but also the independent review that Alan Robertson, a very highly regarded senior counsel, did for the assistance of the NACC inspector, was that Commissioner Brereton led the key discussion at the meeting on the 19th of October 2023, where the NACC effectively decided to not investigate the robo-debt scandal. And the Commissioner has been telling people that he was only there for policy reasons. Well, let's hear what Alan Robertson SC said. The Commissioner's involvement in the decision-making under Section 41 was comprehensive before, during and after the 19 October 2023 meeting at which the substantive decision was made. The views of the Commissioner expressed at the meeting on 19 October were not limited to policy questions concerning the referrals generally, as the policy questions had a strong factual element specific to, amongst others, referred person 1, being the person whom Commissioner Brereton had declared a conflict. The discussion was framed by the issues raised by the Commissioner settled the minutes. Not only that, the Commissioner then led the referred people to actually settle his misleading media release. I can tell you now, there will be a further investigation of Commissioner Brereton this coming Friday by the Parliamentary Joint Committee. Maybe that will get to the truth of this scandal.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Are you seeking leave to continue your remarks?
I do. Thank you very much. Oh, and indeed, whilst I'm on seeking leave to continue. I'd seek to reserve a number of other documents.
Please do that, Senator Shoebridge.
It's a list, I'm sorry, Deputy.
I'll forgive you.
Starting at page 7, document 41, in relation to ASC. Page 8, document 51, the ACIC, 55, the AFP, 62, the Institute of Criminology, 71, Australian Naval Infrastructure, 72, ANSTO, 88, the Signals Directorate, 92, the Submarine Agency, 96, the War Memorial, 120, the Department of Defence, 161, the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, 168, the National Anti-Corruption Commission, which I think I've just done twice now.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge.
Senator Smith, are you seeking to speak on a document?
Please. I rise to move to take note of document 253 listed on today's order of business. I rise today to speak on this final report of the Cost of Living Committee, of which I've been a member. It shines a light on an issue that is now urgent for all Australians, at least on some level. The cost of living crisis that is placing unprecedented pressure...
Senator Smith, in the changeover of the chair, I understand that the report you're seeking to speak on needs to be done tomorrow. So are there any further speakers on documents? No? Okay. Sure. There has been a changeover of the chair as well, so I'll just give you a moment to... All right, I think we're in a position to move on. Are there any reports to be tabled? Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Karen. Yeah, g'day everyone. Now, thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the advisory report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, yes, the spooky committee, on Cyber Security Legislation Package 2024. I'd like to seek leave to move a motion to take note of the document.
Is leave granted?
Yep,
Please.
thank you very much for that, Senator Cadell. I also now move that the Senate take note of the document.
The question is that the Senate takes note of the document.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Now, I'd also like to seek leave to make a very short contribution towards the report. Thank you. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I do want to make a very brief contribution on the report that has now been tabled with relation to the Cyber Security Legislation Package of 2024. Cybersecurity incidents have the potential to compromise the privacy and security of millions of our citizens here in Australia, enabling fraud and extortion on a scale that was not previously possible. Even more seriously, hostile nation-states are increasingly seeing cyber vulnerabilities as a possible means to sabotage infrastructure, critical infrastructure that is, and damage Australia's interests in a time of conflict. Hardening Australia's cyber security against these threats is essential to our ongoing security and prosperity. The Cyber Security Legislation Package consists of 3 bills: the Cyber Security Bill 2024, the Intelligence Services and Other Legislation Amendment Cyber Security Bill 2024, and the Security of Critical Infrastructure and Other Legislation Amendment Enhanced Response and Prevention Bill 2024. Collectively, these bills provide a suite of measures intended to uplift Australia's cybersecurity, including through mandated minimum security standards for smart devices, mandatory reporting of ransomware payments made by businesses, establishing a cyber incident review board, limited use provisions to encourage private-public cooperation on cyber incidents, and reforms to the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018, including to bolster the protection of business critical data and to simplify information sharing across industry and government. The Minister for Home Affairs and the Minister for Cyber Security referred the package to the committee on the 9th of October this year, requesting a report by November 19 to enable timely passage of the legislation before the end of the year. The committee received more than 60 very high quality, I must say, written submissions and heard public hearings over 2 days late last month. There was near universal support for the bills amongst most contributors to the inquiry, many of whom had been involved in very extensive and rigorous consultation process prior to the bills being introduced by the government in connection with the 2023-2030 Australian Cyber Security Strategy. This meant there were few, if any, surprises in the bills and fewer issues to be resolved by the committee than otherwise would have been the case. The majority of the matters brought the committee's attention concerned implementation or matters of detail. In response to the matters raised, the committee has made a total of 12 recommendations, Chair, and this included recommendations for the government to ensure that businesses are educated about the new ransomware reporting obligations and provided with clear administrative guidance on how the various aspects of the new legislation are intended to be interpreted and applied in practice. The committee has recommended a small number of technical amendments aimed at clarifying the operation of the ransomware reporting obligations in relation to the incidents that do not affect a business's operations in Australia, clarifying the protection of material that is subject to legal professional privilege, and ensuring the package's limited use provisions are clearly expressed. The committee has also recommended that the Cyber Security Bill be subject to a statutory review by this committee after 3 years, and that an existing statutory review of the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018 be deferred by 2 years. The committee recognises that hardening Australia's cyber resilience and implementing the 2023-2030 Australian Cyber Security Strategy is an urgent priority that the government and this parliament does need to look at and need to consider on a much more routine basis. Noting the extensive consultation process that has already undertaken in this place and subject to the recommendations in the report, the committee supports the urgent passage of these 3 bills. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the range of organisations and individuals who contributed to the inquiry and helped inform the committee's report. I'd also like to thank my fellow committee members for the constructive and bipartisan approach, particularly to the Deputy Chair, Mr Wallace, in the other place, and also like to note the outstanding work and that the Secretariat had also done in making sure that we were able to turn this report around. And I'd like to thank the Secretary and all the members of the Secretariat for their outstanding work on this report. And on that note, Chair, I'd like to commend the report to the Senate.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this report?
I think Senator Patterson also wanted to make... I do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I think leave is granted. Right. Are there any ministerial statements? Senator McCarthy.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I table documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning the Aged Care Task Force, Melbourne Airport's 3rd runway and non-disclosure agreements.
Oh, sorry. Senator Cadell.
Take note of those and seek leave to continue our remarks.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Are there any committee memberships? Sorry, apologies. The President has received a letter nominating a senator to be a member of a committee. I call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to appoint a senator to a committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that Senator McKim be appointed as a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards.
Unhelpful, senators. Okay. So the question is that Senator McKim be appointed as a member of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards. Those with that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence. The Migration Amendment Strengthening Sponsorship and Nomination Processes Bill 2024, Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2024, Treasury Laws Amendment 2024, Tax and Other Measures No. 1 Bill 2024, and Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support, Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that the motion moved by the Minister that these bills may proceed without formalities, be taken together and be read a first time, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Migration Amendment Strengthening Sponsorship and Nomination Process Bill 2024, Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2024, Treasury Laws Amendment 2024, Tax and Other Measures No. 1 Bill 2024, and Veterans' Entitlements, Treatment and Support, Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned and the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024 and Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is as moved by the Minister. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024 and Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024.
Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the resumption of the debate be an order of the day for a later hour.
So put the motion moved by the Minister. Those in favour say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that the bills be listed as separate orders of the day.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the following bills for concurrence: the Aged Care Bill 2024 and Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024. Minister.
I move that these bills may proceed without formalities, may be taken together and be now read a first time.
The question is that the motion moved by the Minister be agreed. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Aged Care Bill 2024, Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the Aged Care Bill 2024 and move that these bills be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
And the question is that the debate be now adjourned. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. So I'll just stay up here. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024 for concurrence. Call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
The question is the motion moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to communications and for related purposes.
Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. In accordance with Standing Order 115.3, further consideration of this bill is now adjourned to 25 November 2024. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has concurred with the resolution of the Senate relating to behaviour standards for Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. A message has been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of the appointment of members to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards. Tried to trick me. The President has received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General notifying assent to 4 laws, details of which will be incorporated in Hansard. Okay. Call the clerk.
This is the Senate Orders of a Day number 1, Joint Select Committee on Social Media, second interim and final reports.
Very patient, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media and Australian Society, I present the committee's second interim and final reports together with accompanying documents, and I seek leave to move a motion in relation to those reports.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I move that the Senate takes note of the reports. Now, this inquiry was a very busy inquiry. We had a number of hearings. We heard from experts right across the breadth, from the tech experts, the tech companies. We heard from parents groups. We heard from young people. We heard from mental health and other communications experts. We heard from the mainstream media representatives as well. Truth be told, the terms of reference of this special inquiry was very long and covered a large number of things. We looked at the efficiency and effectiveness of the News Media Bargaining Code. We looked at the impact that social media was having on young people. We looked at the issue and issues with mis- and disinformation. We looked at how tech companies respond to their obligations or social responsibilities. We looked at the impacts on scams online, particularly how they impact older Australians. There was a lot packed into this inquiry, but in our final report, of course, a lot of the attention was given to social media itself and how we make these platforms safer and less harmful and better for members of the public and users alike. I want to point out very clearly here that the most interesting thing about this final report is what is not in the recommendations. And what is not in the recommendations is a blunt ban, age ban on social media. That's not what we recommended. That's not what the unanimous report from this inquiry recommended. What we did recommend was a whole raft of things that could be done to tighten the screws on the big tech companies, to improve their accountability, to make sure they are legally liable and responsible here on Australian soil, that they deal with the insidious, horrible nature of their data harvesting, selling it off to advertisers and supercharging algorithms, particularly how that relates to young people. It talks about the need for a levy or a tax on these big tech giants. But not one recommendation in this final report says a blunt ban on young people on social media is a good idea. And why? Because we listen to the experts, and the experts' view is it's not. The experts' view is that this isn't how you do it. And we heard directly from parents. And as a mother of a 17-year-old, I'm very well aware of the concern and anxiety that Australian parents have about how much time our kids are spending on social media, the guardrails or lack of guardrails that are there, the peppering of so direct, insidious advertising nature that tells them what they want before they even realise they want it. And of course, the supercharging of algorithms, the suggested posts, the suggested people to follow, the sucking in of the doom scroll that happens, and the rabbit warrens that we all as users sometimes succumb to. But we know that young people are being targeted by social media companies, and we need to do something about it. But the experts didn't say just kick them off, actually. The experts said we need to force these big tech giants who are making massive profits, billions and billions of dollars, we need to make the platform safer. We need to make them responsible. We need to hit it where it hurts of these companies, and that is their business model. That's the advertising dollar and how they use that and how they use these secret, hidden algorithms. One of the recommendations in this report is for a duty of care on social media and digital platforms, so that if your business model is an online platform and you've got people coming there, you have a duty of care that platform will be a safe place for the users. And that's obviously really, really important for young people and children, but it's actually important for everyone. It's actually important for everyone. And if we make a safe platform work for everyone, that is better for children as well. Now, I know, there is a current debate about whether the government is going to bring forward their social media ban into this parliament within the next 2 weeks or not. And I just urge you all, this inquiry took hours and hours and hours of evidence, and the evidence is really clear. Yes, we need the platforms to be better. Yes, they need to be regulated. Yes, we need guardrails, and it's the Wild West out there and we have to put in place some law. But telling young people just to get off YouTube or to stay off TikTok or to stay off Instagram, stay off Snapchat, isn't actually going to make young people safer and protect them. In fact, we know what young people are like. My 17-year-old knows how to use a VPN. They get around it. But that's not my main concern, and that's not what the experts' main concern was in this majority report, a unanimous report. It's that what happens when they turn 17? What happens if we haven't made these tech companies responsible for the environments by which they operate for everybody? What happens when your daughter turns 17? It is dropped in the deep end of the ocean with no help, with no guardrails, with no digital literacy, with no recourse back on the companies to do the right thing. And of course, mental health experts have said to us over and over again that for particular groups of young people, those who are vulnerable, those who have mental health issues or concerns, those who feel isolated from their community, perhaps can't talk to their family about what's going on in their life. Actually connecting online with other young people who are going through the same thing is really important for them, and that actually saves lives. That's an important way of ensuring they get access to information, help that otherwise wouldn't be available. And we heard that over and over again from the young people themselves, that actually being able to access this information online helped them, saved them, and allowed them to get the assistance that they need, or to know that a friend of theirs needed some assistance, and then to go and get an adult involved and say, look, my friend over here is struggling. We've got to be better than just the kind of grab-worthy, knee-jerk reactions of these blunt instruments. And I tell you what, the tech companies, these big tech giants, we had them in front of us and we drilled them. And they have no qualms or care about the relationship that they have with their users. They are making big bucks. But Australian families and members of the community right across the board, and politicians, we hear this all the time, the social licence of these social media companies is evaporating quickly. And now is the time to strike, for us to put in place rules that protect young people, protect all users, that create a duty of care, create legal responsibilities, and charge the tax that these companies should be paying. Because they're sucking a lot of money out of our country, they're sucking a lot of money out of the pockets of families, and they give very little back. If we don't make sure these companies have some type of onshoring of their business practices and operations, they continue to circumvent Australian law. We heard that from the business experts. We heard that from the legal experts. So we need both a duty of care but also the legal foothold to hold these companies to account. And we can't just beg them to do it. I mean, do you think Elon Musk, if we ask him nicely, is going to do the right thing? No, he's not. He doesn't care two hoots. He's too busy making money, too busy sucking up to his mate Donald Trump. He doesn't care.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. I too rise to briefly take note of the report, and I really want to thank the work of my colleague Senator Hanson-Young in doing what she can and what the Greens can do and what the Senate can do in holding these big platforms to account. But let's be clear what a social media age ban means. It's an age monitoring plan for everyone, whether you're 13 or 15 or 40 or 60. And it's likely to be achieved by monitoring keystrokes, scanning faces, watching your hand movements, and it will result in systemic privacy invasion of everyone. And for what? The government can't even tell us what the harm is that they're targeting here. If the harm is excessive screen time, and we know that that's harmful, then why aren't games and Netflix considered? If the harm is bullying, and we know that can be harmful online as well, then why on earth are messaging apps exempt from it? The truth is, this entire policy is a thought bubble from a government that's unwilling to have the hard conversations about making these online places safe, about regulating big tech so that kids are safe, and educating young people and their parents on how to manage risk online, how to think critically about online content, and how to set sensible boundaries based on evidence. And Labor and the Coalition, it seems, have given up on any kind of push towards digital literacy. And no doubt it's because, I don't know, groups like, let's name one at random, News Corp and the Murdoch media empire are pushing for this attack. The government says they've spoken to parents about it, but what about the kids and teens who are actually going to cop the ban? What's their say? They have been completely silenced by both the Coalition and the Albanese government. And in fact, social media is where young people are getting their news. It's where they're rallying for change and building communities. They need tools to interrogate what they see and hear. And they need platforms that are designed to be safe, not just some 21st century prohibition pretending that the internet doesn't exist. And does the Prime Minister want to explain what his government's plan is for a 16-year-old who's been banned from social media when they're 13, 14 or 15 and then is just launched into this same unregulated toxic space when they become 16? What's the plan, Prime Minister? What's your plan? There is none. It's a thought bubble. The Albanese government might not like what young people have to say, and they may want to silence their voices. But the Greens say that young people actually have a right to be seen and heard, including in this debate. Young people have a right to engage in public spaces, and increasingly for young people, that's online public spaces, which should be safe. If the government really wanted to look out for young people, they wouldn't say, go and get a VPN and engage in an unregulated social media site as though you're doing it from San Francisco. What they would say is they're here to look out for young people and that they'll hold social media giants accountable for online safety. They will actually insist upon transparency in the algorithms, prevent kids' data being tracked, prevent them being targeted with advertisements from tech platforms that just want to commercialise the data that they rip off kids, and they would make the space safe. And if they really wanted to make kids safe, well, of course they'd take action on climate change. They'd address the housing and the cost of living crisis. If this government was serious about looking out for young people, they'd start by listening to them. Continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
We are up to the Environmental Communication Representatives Committee. Okay. Call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, order of the day number 2, Education Employment Legislation Committee report, Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024.
Senator Ciccone.
Hi, how you going there, Acting Deputy President? Now, on behalf of the Chair of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee, I present the committee's report on the provisions of the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024, together with accompanying documents.
Thank you very much. Call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, order of the day number 3, Environment and Communications References Committee, proposed reference on gambling harm in Australian society. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by Senator Hanson-Young.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. This reference is an important one. Last year, the Parliament handed down a report by the late Peter Murphy. It was an important report, a unanimous report, that recommended a number of things to clean up the gambling industry in Australia, because it does such harm to Australian families, to businesses and to our society. Now, at the time, the government said they would respond to the report in an appropriate time and would get on with the recommendations. Well, we still haven't seen the government's response. And in fact, worse than that, what we have got is a glib reply, a suggestion that despite all of the months' work into this report and inquiry led by the late Peter Murphy, the government wasn't going to follow the advice. A full, total ban on gambling advertising is what was recommended. And the reason it has been recommended is because it is the single most important thing that this Parliament can do to stop the scourge that gambling has on Australian society and families. A total ban. That means across television, that means across catch-up services, that means across newspapers, that means across radio, that means online. Because if you care about stopping the harm of gambling, you've got to stop pushing it down people's throats. Now, just like we've done with tobacco advertising, we said, well, you can smoke if you like, if you're of appropriate age. You can spend your money on a pack of smokes if you like. It keeps going up. If you want to spend your money on that, fine. But we're not going to advertise these products and allow the advertising of these products because they are dangerous and harmful. And the cost that this harm has on families and on our public health service is extraordinary. The number, the litany of different types of disease and cancers alone, which are caused because of smoking and addiction to tobacco. And so Australia said, you know what, we're not going to advertise tobacco anymore because it is hurtful to people. It's harmful to people. And we certainly don't want kids being influenced by the advertising and to take up smoking. And that is what was recommended by all of the experts for gambling. If it's harmful, why are we allowing it to be promoted? If it ruins families, why are we allowing it to be advertised? If it is one of the leading causes of domestic violence in this country, why on earth do we have ads on our television during family time, during the sport, when you're watching your favourite football team? We know that gambling harms people, so we should stop the promotion of it. And I'm not suggesting for any second that we should ban gambling.
Time has expired. Senator Hodgins-May.
President, and thank you, Senator Hanson-Young, for this motion to establish a Senate inquiry into gambling harm. Why am I not surprised that the Greens are yet again doing the work of the Labor government should be doing to protect Australians from gambling harm? It has been over a year since the late Peter Murphy tabled the report of the House inquiry into online gambling, a report that gave a clear recommendation to end gambling ads across all media within 3 years. So what has the government done in response to this Labor-led inquiry and report? Nothing. In the year since this report was tabled, we have seen Albanese and his government delay responding and dodge responsibility to act. We have seen Minister Shorten tell us that gambling harm isn't the same as tobacco. And now we will likely see the Labor government vote against this Greens motion to establish a Senate inquiry and build on the crucial work of Peter Murphy's report. All while the gambling industry continues to profit off the misery of everyday people. Australians lose more per capita on gambling than any other country in the world, gambling away a staggering $25 billion per year. But this doesn't even begin to capture the widespread harm this destructive industry is having on Australians. Nearly every week I read or hear stories about people whose marriages have fallen apart, who have gone to prison, gambled away their homes, lost their jobs, families and friends, or who have been sent into a spiral of mental distress as a result of gambling. Gambling is destroying people's lives and it's destroying communities. I want to take a moment to read this story from Ed, who shared his story with the Alliance for Gambling Reform and whose experience serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of gambling. Ed started gambling at just 8 years old, and by 15 he was already feeling the devastating effects. Like many others, his struggle with gambling started quietly, but gradually spiralled into life-altering consequences. After he stole money the first time, he couldn't stop. He said, "I kept chasing with my losses with more money stolen, with more stolen money. Before I knew it, I was in a $1.8 million hole." Ed's lowest point came when he found himself stealing from clients where he worked. He sank deeper into the cycle of gambling harm in a desperate attempt to recover lost money. His addiction continued behind bars, with card games and bets on the footy offering a familiar yet dangerous outlet. Fortunately, unlike many other gambling stories, Ed's story doesn't end in despair. He found the help he needed through a gambling support group. He finished his time in prison and is now an advocate for others in their journey to recovery. Ed wants to see stronger action from the government on gambling ads. He wants to see the government protect children and young people from being drawn into the dangerous world of addiction. He worries about the impact that gambling ads are having on younger generations and the ease with which teenagers are exposed to gambling ads and inducements. He said we need to educate kids about gambling, just like we do about drugs. By the time they turn 18, it might be too late. This is an epidemic waiting to happen. Well, frankly, it is already happening. Jacob's story from the Alliance for Gambling Reform is not too dissimilar. His father used to take him to watch the footy most weekends. It was there that he discovered sports betting. From the age of 16, Jacob started placing small bets at the stadium to add a little more excitement to the game he was about to watch. He watched a lot of sport on TV, so when gambling became accessible through the red button on his remote, he says he started gambling on games that he watched from home. But it didn't stop there. He said, I would also pass a betting shop on my walk to and from school every day and would often duck in for a quiet punt on my way home if there were games on that evening. He said, once sports gambling became accessible to me via the internet and my phone, I started venturing into betting on all kinds of different sports outside of my usual. Jacob would spend his entire salary within the first week. He was forced to turn to payday loans to pay for his living expenses. He said, eventually I realised this couldn't continue and I had exhausted all options to get my money to pay rent, to pay my rent. He still remembers the feeling he had confessing to his loved ones. It was like no other I've experienced before. Guilt, shame, embarrassment, fear, sadness, all rolled into one big feeling that just made you feel like you wanted to go to bed and never wake up again. Like Ed, Jacob has now recovered. He has rebuilt his life and his relationships and volunteers to help other addicts do the same. These stories from Ed and Jacob demonstrate just how dangerous gambling can be and how easily children can get sucked in. Yet this government and many before them have failed to take any meaningful action to protect them. And with a bit of courage and conviction, Labor could buck this trend and actually take meaningful action to protect Australians from one insidious contributor of gambling harm: gambling advertising. Gambling advertising not only fuels gambling, it normalises it. In just 1 year, 1 million gambling ads were aired on free-to-air television and radio, and that's not to mention the exponential rise in targeted ads across social media platforms. So when our kids sit down to watch their favourite match on telly without realising they've watched hundreds or perhaps thousands of gambling ads by the time they're 18 years of age. And then suddenly you have a whole new generation of gamblers in this country. Research shows that gambling ads directly influence people's betting behaviour, and this is particularly true for young people and people at risk of gambling harm. It is incomprehensible that up to 1/3 of young people may be gambling before the age of 18. 1/3 of young people before the age of 18 gambling. Let that sink in. It's unfathomable just how embarrassingly wide the gap between policy and evidence is when it comes to gambling reform in this country. We know that gambling ads are an insidious, harmful tool being weaponised by the gambling industry to drag people into addiction. We know this. We've been told by expert after expert. Gambling ads are undermining the courageous efforts of problem gamblers doing everything they can to manage their addiction. How can you hear the stories of Ed and Jacob, of families broken and loved ones lost, and come into this place time and time again and sit on your guilt-ridden hands? Shame. Shame on everyone professing to care while taking donations from gambling corporations, refusing to take action to reduce harm. People can see you. Read some evidence. Hear some witness testimonies. Look at the lead causes of domestic violence. Stop the excuses and stop allowing gambling harm to go unchecked on your watch. In the face of Labor's inaction, the Greens have introduced a bill to ban gambling advertising in line with Murphy Inquiry recommendations. Now the major parties have an opportunity to take real action on gambling harm and make this bill law. While ending gambling ads is a critical step towards ending gambling harm, We know that the damage does not stop there. The Greens are the only political party with a clear, comprehensive plan to take to the election on gambling. We want to see a national gambling regulator to ensure a consistent approach rather than just a patchwork of regulation that gambling companies and casinos can exploit. We also want to see a universal and mandatory pre-commitment system to protect those at risk of gambling harm. And we want transparency about the impacts of gambling, starting with clear reporting on which local government areas are hardest hit by gambling companies. But the Greens' plan goes further still. For far too long, effective regulation of the gambling industry has been obstructed by dirty political donations to the major parties. Last year, it was revealed that one of Australia's largest betting companies, Sportsbet, paid $19,000 to Minister Michelle Rowland, the now Minister for Communications and the key decision-maker for Australia's federal gambling policy before the 2022 election. Shamefully, Minister Rowland isn't alone. Recent analysis from the Alliance for Gambling Reform shows that at least 19 federal politicians have accepted hospitality from wagering companies to attend major events, including the Melbourne Cup, the Australian Open, AFL matches and cricket games, and Taylor Swift concerts too, I'm told. It is clear that the gambling industry is buying influence and favour, and the major political parties are only too happy to comply. The Greens have been pushing for an end to all political donations from gambling companies, amongst other destructive industries, for a decade, but the big parties refuse to bite the hand that feeds them. Senator Hanson-Young's proposed Senate inquiry is an opportunity to shine a light on this insidious system. It is beyond time we stopped political donations from the gambling industry at all levels of government. The Greens are committed to cleaning up politics, which is why we want to ban donations, dirty donations, cap all political donations at $1,000 and improve transparency regarding donations. Maybe with these reforms in place, just maybe, the Labor government will have the courage to act on gambling advertising. But as I said, it is unlikely that Labor will support this motion today. And it's unlikely that they will take any real action on gambling harm, particularly if it impacts their bottom line. They will continue to say it's too difficult, too complicated and too expensive. But people across Australia are sick of Labor's excuses. They are sick of their inaction. Australians want real change and effective regulation of gambling. Policies like those of the Greens, actions like we have taken in Parliament to end gambling ads and establish a Senate inquiry. And the Greens are ready to work with the government to deliver them. We've only got a few days left of this sitting period. I urge the government to do the right thing and to put a ban on gambling advertising and to support this motion for an inquiry. These are things that the Parliament could do and deliver this week. So today I ask the government, are you up for it?
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to business of the Senate Motion 3, referring the issue of gambling harm in Australian society to the Environment and Communications References Committee. And I associate myself with the comments of my colleague, and I commend my colleague, Senator Sarah Hanson-Young, for her tireless work in advocating for real gambling reforms. This inquiry would examine a wide range of issues, including the impact of gambling on Australian communities, families and children, the influence of the gambling lobby and their dirty political donations, and the government's response to the Murphy Review. 2 years have passed since that review finished, but the government is yet to act on gambling reform. Experts overwhelmingly back a comprehensive ban on gambling ads, and our communities are crying out for help. Something must be done. Gambling comes in many forms: sports bets, poker machines, lottery tickets and online games, just to name a few. A lot of people think gambling is harmless fun or an intrinsic part of the Australian sporting culture. But gambling is a major public policy issue in Australia that affects the health and well-being of individuals and families in so many ways. Harm from gambling can manifest in relationship breakdown, poor physical health, mental and financial stress, job loss, crime, homelessness and family-related violence. We also know that Australians have the highest gambling losses per person in the world.
Queensland Government data shows that Australia's gambling losses have surged to $32 billion a year in 2022-23. This isn't a problem that affects just a handful of people. 3/4 of Australians have gambled in the last 12 months, and for some it's a benign activity. But about 1 million people either suffer or live with someone suffering from severe gambling harm. Many lose much more money than they can afford. Over 500,000 Australians have asked their bank to temporarily ban them from gambling. Low, moderate and high-risk gamblers all report adverse impacts from their gambling. These are sobering facts that clearly show that gambling is a public health issue in our communities. In my state of South Australia, 2/3 of residents participate in gambling. We lose, on a per capita basis, $1,227 a year on average. South Australians are very concerned about the prevalence of gambling advertisements and want to see action. Most South Australians support tighter regulation of sports betting advertising, with 77% saying the governments should take measures to reduce the amount of sports betting advertised. The Australia Institute has done research which shows that 3 in 4 South Australians agree that gambling advertising should be banned in sport. The President of the Australian Medical Association in South Australia, Dr John Williams, and academics from Flinders University, who are experts in gambling addiction, have signed a letter urging politicians to act. They have called, alongside many others, for strong national action to ban gambling advertisements. This would prioritise the health and well-being of the public above the profits of major sporting and media businesses in this country. I have also heard directly from my community that this is an issue, and this is a problem that this Labor government must act on. And what do the researchers tell us, along with those who deal with the harms arising from gambling? We need to listen to what they are spending many, many hours and a lot of resources gathering data on. For example, the work and experience of Professors Malcolm Battersby and Professor John Bagent, who are from South Australia's statewide gambling therapy service, and the Flinders Centre for Gambling Research, which brings together Flinders Uni researchers and South Australian Health Treatment Services. Their work points to findings that for every problem gambler, 6 others are affected. Family members who suffer directly, not just the gambler. It's a problem that causes suicides, not only for gamblers, but for also the affected family members they live with. Further, gambling ads are associated with increasing habits of gambling. They drive the problem higher. It disproportionately affects, in all of its manifestations, lower socioeconomic groups in our community. And it makes a real current cost of living crisis for those households and families who can least afford it. An average online gambling spend of $1,300 a year, which impoverishes families. We need to honour this research and service experiences and draw out the lessons for our policy making here in the Parliament. We must take action in line with what they recommend. Gambling also affects our children. We know that children and young people are exposed to saturated gambling marketing in their everyday lives. 1 million gambling ads aired on TV last year. What shame. Our children are exposed to these messages daily. This directly results in 1 in 5 young women and 1 in 7 young men becoming gamblers. They bet for the first time, seeing or hearing an ad on TV. The Chief Executive of Responsible Wagering Australia, the peak body for the industry, has rejected suggestions that advertising normalises gambling for children. But the gambling industry is one of the most innovative, health-harming industries of modern times. The gambling industry uses a predatory and systematic approach to try and get our kids to gamble. Gambling advertisements intentionally send messages to children that gambling is fun, it's exciting, it's a way to join with others and to get rich easily. Frequent exposure to gambling ads also makes young people think that gambling is normal and socially acceptable and a core part of sport.
75% of kids aged 8 to 16 can name one or more sports betting companies. 1/3 of young people may be gambling before the age of 18. These are children as young as 10 years old in this country who are hooked on gambling and have lost thousands of dollars. This should not be the case. We must do much more to protect our children and our young people. These are some of society's most vulnerable, and there are clear things that this government could do to benefit the Australian community. The Albanese government's decision to back down from a commitment to a comprehensive ad ban is beyond disappointing. It shows where their loyalties lie, with the cashed-up gambling lobby. The gambling industry is pulling out all stops to prevent a full ad ban. They've thrived in a media landscape without regulation. As the Chief Executive of the Alliance for Gambling Reform, Martin Thomas, has said, we have a grossly inadequate regulatory regime in which the gambling industry has been allowed to operate virtually unchecked, causing devastation to individuals, families and communities. Labor and the Liberals are all too happy to do their bidding as they continue to receive millions of dollars in political donations from the gambling industry. In addition to donations, they are also showering federal politicians with hospitality. At least 19 politicians have accepted hospitality from wagering companies to attend major events, including the Australian Open, Melbourne Cup, AFL and cricket. Who could forget when Sportsbet and Bet365 paid for the lavish birthday lunch for the Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, who's partly responsible for regulating the industry? Or when Sportsbet hosted Anthony Albanese at the National Press Club weeks before the 2022 election. There is a long list of former politicians and political advisors who've moved on to represent the gambling industry. For example, former Labor Minister Stephen Conroy, who became the CEO of Responsible Wagering Australia after leaving politics. Gambling companies profit off some of the most vulnerable people in our community. People affected by gambling harms can't wine and dine ministers like gambling companies can, nor can their families. They aren't well connected, they aren't corporate lobbyists. This has an insidious effect on our democracy. We have to say no to the vested interests of powerful corporations. There's a clear path of action we recommend for the government. They could implement the recommendations of the parliamentary inquiry into online gambling and its impacts on those experiencing gambling harm, chaired by the late Peter Murphy. This multi-party report recommended, among other things, a comprehensive ban on gambling advertising with a phased approach. That is why the Greens introduced our Ban Gambling Ads bill to the Senate a few weeks ago. This bill will ban gambling ads on TV, radio, print and online, consistent with the multi-party parliamentary inquiry recommendations. Time is up. The public are sick of the excuses and delays, and the Greens are the only party with a clear plan to reduce gambling harm that goes beyond advertising bans to comprehensive national regulation, and that's what we need. We're calling on the Labor government to urgently ban all gambling advertising across all of the media and all forms of gambling, to establish a national independent gambling regulator, to end the grip of the gambling industry and politics by banning political donations from gambling and other destructive industries. Labor's partial ad ban just doesn't cut it. Partial bans will only ever get partial results. The Labor government needs to put people before profit and urgently act on gambling harm. We banned tobacco advertisements in this country because they caused acute harm. Gambling companies profit from addiction, targeting our kids and wrecking families. We must do the same for gambling advertisements and ban them, and it's time for Labor and for this parliament to listen to the experts, to respect public opinion and to put a full ban on all gambling ads.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Watt, Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The government does not support this referral. The Albanese government takes seriously our responsibility to protect Australians, particularly children and young people, from the harms of gambling. On the important issue of wagering advertising, the government has been clear that the status quo is untenable and things need to change. The government's consultation process in response to the parliamentary inquiry into online gambling has been thorough, valuable, and has raised additional considerations that we will continue to work through. The government is focused on 3 key outcomes. Firstly, reducing the exposure of children to gambling ads. Secondly, breaking the nexus of wagering and sport. And thirdly, tackling the targeting and saturation of ads. There's no doubt that every Australian family wants to enjoy sport from the grassroots to the professional leagues without being bombarded by gambling ads. It's certainly a feeling held strongly in my household, and I know it is across many other Australians. We want kids off screens and on the sporting field, and we want to restore the tradition of sport as family time. Parents across Australia need to have their confidence restored so they can sit down with their kids to watch their favourite team without being inundated by sports betting promotions. It's important we get these reforms right because, as we have seen in the past, bad policy design leads to bad outcomes. In 2018, the Coalition's reforms saw a huge spike in gambling ads, and we've seen significant growth since in online wagering ads. It's also important to consider the multiple channels over which advertising is delivered, not just television and radio, but also digital platforms and social media where advertising can be targeted at vulnerable Australians. We've gathered the evidence about harms, we have assessed the impacts of various options, and we are now consulting on a proposed model. As a responsible government, we're taking the time to consult and ensure what is proposed is effective and will not have detrimental unintended consequences. As we work through these reforms, we've continued to deliver the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the past decade. Things like banning the use of credit cards for online gambling, introducing new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising, strengthening classification of gambling-like features in video games to better protect children, establishing mandatory customer ID verification for online wagering, and launching the National Self-Exclusion Register, or BetStop, for problem gamblers, of which more than 32,000 Australians have now registered, with 40% of those opting for self-imposed lifetime bans. Now, we know that it suits the political purposes and political agenda of the Greens Party to come in here and argue that Labor is not taking enough action on these matters. Even that list I've just supplied is a part of the action that this government has taken on online wagering harm reduction initiatives, more than any government has ever taken in Australia's history. The parliamentary inquiry that was chaired by the late Peter Murphy gathered a significant amount of valuable evidence, including from public health experts and people with lived experience of gambling harm, resulting in 31 recommendations. There is no need to repeat this process through another inquiry, which would simply waste people's time and divert valuable resources. The government understands the harms. There was good work done in the parliamentary inquiry, and we're considering those recommendations. It's why we've implemented more harm minimisation measures than any other government, and that's why we will provide a comprehensive response to the parliamentary inquiry outlining further reforms. Accordingly, the government opposes this committee referral.
Okay, put the question. Given that we can't take divisions now, do people want to have a division? Yes. Question? Those in favour say aye. Those against? Okay, I think a division is required, so that will happen tomorrow. Well, the division will be tomorrow. Oh, sorry, I thought we already did that. Yeah, so the ayes have it. Okay, division required. We won't ring the bells now. We'll do it tomorrow. All right, great, fantastic. Now we'll move on to the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 4, concerning a proposed reference to Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee related to the establishment of a Judicial Commission. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by Senator Rennick.
Okay. Senator Rennick?
Can we put the motion?
Senator Rennick, you can have a right of reply if you'd like one. Otherwise, we'll put the motion. There'll be.
I do have a right of reply. Fantastic. I'll take it. I'm glad I'm given a right to reply because I know that the Labor Party pushed back on my idea of having an independent judicial commission, despite the fact that they themselves support it. But I think that we have seen many cases of whereby judges are making decisions that, as one good friend of mine, who himself is a solicitor that contacted me out of the blue, said, judges are being intellectually dishonest. And, you know, I know in the case there with the recent case with Senator Hanson, I have serious issues about that. You know, free speech is free speech. But anyway, I know that that may go back to court, so I won't say anything more about that at the moment. But I do think that we desperately need someone to hold the judges to account in Australia. They don't have any oversight whatsoever. I've heard stories of some judicial decisions taking years to be handed down. So that has cost the people involved in those court cases a lot of money. And so, yeah, I would ask that the Labor Party support this motion. I think in general they do support a judicial commission, but for some reason they don't want to have an inquiry into it. But I think we need to have an inquiry into it, and I would like to see the Labor Party bring this forward as policy before the next election. I think if they really wanted to clean up corrupt judicial integrity in this country, that they would pass the legislation. What are we waiting for, guys? Let's bring it on. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll put the question. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Okay, I believe the ayes have it. Division required, so we won't have a division now, we'll have a division tomorrow. Okay, that is the end of business of the Senate. So we'll now move back to government business. I'll call the clerk.
Government business order of the day. Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024. Resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Ciccone.
Mate, you're too efficient, Acting Deputy President, but unfortunately on that note, I'll have to draw your attention to the state of the chamber.
Right. Quorum required, thank you. Quorum's achieved. Thank you, Senators. Okay, so we're on the... Is anyone seeking the call on the Universities Accord Student Support and Other Measures Bill? Okay. Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I thank all senators for their contributions to this debate. This is an important bill that implements a number of the recommendations of the Universities Accord final report, a blueprint for reform for our higher education system for the next decade and beyond. The government has agreed to implement 29 of the 47 recommendations of the Universities Accord in full or in part. Some key ones are in this bill. Firstly, it will wipe out about $3 billion of student debt for more than 3 million Australians by making indexation on debts fairer. It will ensure that growth due to indexation on student debt, including help and other student loans, does not outpace growth in wages by setting the indexation rate to the lower of the Consumer Price Index and the Wage Price Index. And this change to the indexation rate will be backdated to 1 June 2023. That will provide significant relief for those with a student debt while continuing to protect the integrity and value of the help and other student loan system, which has massively expanded tertiary access for more Australians. Secondly, the bill establishes a new Commonwealth PRAC payment from 1 July next year. This is expected to support about 68,000 eligible teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students in higher education to complete the practical part of their degree each year. Practical training helps ensure that graduates have the skills and the experience they need to enter the workforce. But a lot of students have to give up their part-time job or move away from home when it's time to do the practical part of their degree. For a lot of people, that can mean delaying finishing their degree or not finishing their degree at all. We need more teachers and nurses and midwives and social workers. We can't afford to have them drop out of their degree because they can't afford to do prac. So in line with the University Accord's recommendation, we are starting with students who are studying teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work, in particular as a priority, because of the significant workforce shortage we need to address in those areas. By establishing a new Commonwealth grant scheme funding cluster for free university-ready courses from 1 January next year, this bill ensures that students can get the foundational skills they need to start a university degree and succeed when they get there. These are free courses that act as a bridge between school and university. The former government tried a number of times to dismantle them. We are massively expanding them. We've committed an additional $350 million over 4 years to do this, and this is an ongoing funding commitment. It provides funding certainty for universities, and it ensures that these courses will remain free for students. The Department of Education estimates that this will increase the number of people doing these free courses by about 40% by the end of this decade and double that number in the decade after. This bill also requires higher education providers that collect student services and amenities fee, or the SSAF, to allocate a minimum of 40% of that revenue to student-led organisations from 1 January next year, with appropriate transition arrangements for higher education providers that may require more implementation time. Last but not least, this bill also establishes the new Adelaide University. It facilitates the merger of the current University of Adelaide and the University of South Australia and supports their ambition and that of the South Australian Government to become a global education and research powerhouse. Acting Deputy President, as the Minister for Education said, this bill helps with the cost of degrees. It also helps with the cost of living. And most importantly, it helps with the cost of so many young people missing out on the chance to go to university in the first place. In particular, young people from poor families, from the outer suburbs and from the regions and the bush. I foreshadow a second reading amendment and I commend this bill to the Chamber.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Henderson be agreed to. The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Henderson on sheet 3048 be agreed to. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Those against? No. I believe the noes have it. Okay, division required. Division will be held tomorrow. Thank you very much. Okay. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I have a question. Can I move my second reading amendment now? Okay, great. So I move Green second reading amendment on sheet 3113, sorry.
I put that question. The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Faruqi on sheet 3113 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. Division will be held tomorrow. And I think now I'll put the just for the benefit of all senators, there are second reading amendments which have been circulated by Senator David Pocock and Senator Tyrrell. Senator Henderson.
Just for clarification, Acting Deputy President, there wasn't a division called for in that last second reading amendment. Can I just confirm that?
There will be a division tomorrow.
So there is a division being called?
There will be tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Not today. Not today. Okay. Well, that's okay. Senator Henderson, yes?
I understand it's been clarified now, but when you put the question, we did not hear any voices.
No problem.
So
there will be a division on that one tomorrow. And just for the benefit of all senators, there are second reading amendments circulated by Senator David Pocock and Senator Tyrrell, but they are not here at the moment. So, Minister,
my name.
Okay. The question is that be agreed. The question is that the amendment moved by Minister, if you can read out your, circulate and read out your, yes, Senator Henderson.
sorry, we would ask that the amendment be circulated. It's not appropriate that the amendment is not circulated and that the chamber is being asked to vote on an amendment that we have not seen.
I'm sure the Minister will circulate the amendment.
My understanding is it has been circulated and I can read it for the benefit of the chamber.
Sure, it will be recirculated. No, the Minister. Sorry, I'll just say something. So I think the amendment will be recirculated to all senators, and the Minister can now speak to the amendment.
At the end of the motion, add, and following passage of the bill, the following matter be referred to the Education Employment Legislation Committee for inquiry and report by 25 March 2025. The implications of any amendment circulated by the Australian Greens related to the reduction of help loans and changes to income thresholds for help repayments.
And is that the amendment moved by Senator Chisholm be agreed to? Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? Okay, believe the noes have it. A division is required and will be conducted tomorrow. As it is after 6:30 p.m, the senators will be aware we cannot conduct any divisions at the moment, so we cannot proceed any further with this bill. So I will now call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment, Quality and Integrity Bill 2024, second reading debate.
Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak on the Education Services for Overseas Students Amendment, Quality and Integrity Bill 2024. Acting Deputy President, this bill is yet another example of the Albanese Labor government's piecemeal approach to policy making. It also tells us that Labor has badly botched the management of our migration system. This is a complete mess of the government's own making. The government's opening of the floodgates to record levels of international students is fuelling the housing crisis and causing unprecedented chaos in the international education sector. The migration and housing crisis is a crisis of the Albanese Labor government's own making. The situation we find ourselves in is a predictable consequence of successive policy decisions, a lack of strategic direction, and a chronic inability to take difficult decisions in the national interest. Mr. Acting Deputy President, Labor's piecemeal approach does nothing to address the structural issues it has created. The proposed cap in this bill before the Parliament will not even touch the sides of this problem. Labor has lost control of our migration system. According to the latest ABS data, net overseas migration is on track to have exceeded 1 million in just Labor's first 2 years, a record level, and over 70% more than any other two-year period. Net overseas migration was 925,000 in Labor's first 7 quarters. And the latest available data shows the influx hasn't slowed. From January to September 2024, there were a further 391,850 net permanent and long-term arrivals, the highest September year-to-date on record, despite Labor claiming all year that it was taking steps to get migration back under control. Since the Albanese government was elected, based on the latest numbers, the number of international students studying in Australia has almost doubled. In May of 2022, when the Albanese government was elected, there were 474,493 international students in Australia. By May 2023, this number had increased to 606,812,000, growth of 28%. At Senate estimates, just a very few weeks ago, the Department of Education admitted the number of international students has now risen in this country to more than 800,000, 803,639. Some students are on their 8th, 9th or 10th student visa, using it as a backdoor to stay in Australia to work. As we know, many of these students then seek to leverage protection visas to extend their stay. Under Labor, 661 student visa holders have claimed asylum, with a record of 516 applications in August 2024. 15% of all onshore asylum claims under Labor have been made by international students. That's 15% of all claims. And while we have experienced record migration since Labor came to power, our housing supply isn't even close to keeping up. That drives up the cost of housing and rents, which further increases inflation as Australians endure so much cost of living pain under this incompetent Labor government. The Australian Bureau of Statistics highlighted that just 40,293 homes commenced construction in the second quarter of 2024, for a 12-month total of just 158,752 homes, the weakest year since 2012. In Labor's first 2 years, just 350,000 dwellings were completed. Yet Labor is on track to have brought in over 1 million net overseas migrants. What is Labor's plan to close this gap and free up desperately needed housing for Australians? And I do want to also raise concerns about the cap, because Labor talks a lot about the new overseas student commencement cap of 270,000. And yet Labor does not talk about the number of exempt student categories, which in fact will drive up that number, based on the 2023 figures, to more than 400,000 new student commencements. That is because ELICOS is exempt, and in 2023 they had 89,186 commencements. Non-award courses are exempt, and there were 24,380 commencements in 2023. Schools are exempt. There were nearly 8,000 international student commencements in our school system in 2023. Higher degree by research students are exempt, and there were some 6,991 student commencements in this category in 2023. And the Pacific and Timor-Leste students are also exempt, and that is another 5,235 commencements based on the 2023 figures. And there are several other exempt categories as well. So based on the 2023 figures, we're not talking about new commencements of 270,000. We're talking about new commencements of well in excess of 400,000. And so Labor is not telling the Australian people the full story. We are in the midst of a housing and infrastructure crisis, while migration continues at a record pace on the Albanese government's watch. The Reserve Bank of Australia Governor Michelle Bullock has acknowledged the impact of migration on housing, for which supply can't rapidly expand to match supercharged demand, stating, yes, new migrants add to demand, and there has been that element of it. They have certainly added to pressure on the housing market. The Coalition has maintained the importance of a cap on international students because of Labor's immigration chaos. But the Albanese government's approach is incompetent, riddled with secrecy and uncertainty. We know that this cap is not going to work. And based on the numbers presented by the government, numbers will go up, not down. We cannot support measures which will only serve to compound this crisis of the government's making. And this is exactly what this bill does. According to ABS data, in September 2024, there were 47,230 international student arrivals to Australia, an increase of 2,130 students compared with the corresponding month of the previous year. The number of student arrivals in September 2024 was 4.3% higher than the pre-COVID levels in September 2019. In a 12th of September 2024 media release, the Institute of Public Affairs stated net permanent and long-term arrivals from January to September 24 was 391,850. This was the highest September year-to-date on record, above the previous record set in 2023, which was 390,580. The federal government is on track to have delivered an unsustainable migration intake of over 1 million in the first 2 years, over 70% more than, as I say, in any other previous 2-year period. The flood of new arrivals is still continuing. Net permanent and long-term arrivals in the 12 months to September 24 was also the highest on record, at 449,060 net arrivals. This is 5% higher than the previous record set in 2023. So this is an absolute mess. And I have to say, after conducting 4 separate hearings into this bill by the Senate, when the government, using smoke and mirrors, had the temerity to announce this without providing any of the detail, and we saw the full impact of this, we know that this student cap that the government has proposed, which includes a whole range of exempt categories, which of course are not included in the 270,000, we know that this is not going to do anything. We know, and we can see from this bill and the government's decisions to date, that the government is not serious about driving down migration. The government is not serious about fixing its own mess. The government is not serious about giving more Australians access to affordable housing. And as we heard during the Senate inquiry, Labor's immigration mess, and we heard compelling evidence that 500,000 foreign students have been forced into the private rental market. And this is not disputed by the government. And if you look at the big pressure points in Melbourne and in Sydney, in suburbs like Glebe near the University of Sydney, where foreign students now number 52% of all students at least, from what we can ascertain, rents have gone up in Glebe by 17% in just 12 months. In Clayton, which is the home of Monash University, rents are up a staggering 20% in 12 months. Mr Acting Deputy President, I think I'm almost at time. That's probably a good opportunity for me to ask that could I seek to continue my remarks.
Indeed. You're seeking to suspend the debate?
Well, I'm just looking at the time. It's 7:30.
We're adjourning at 8, so you have 3 more minutes, and then I'm going to go to Senator Faruqi.
Apologies. No, I want to just continue. Apologies. I thought we were adjourning at 7:30.
Then you have the call, Senator Henderson.
Sorry about that, Acting Deputy President. So, as I say, we have heard compelling evidence about the mismanagement of foreign students and the impact that this has had on housing, particularly in large metropolitan centres. I also wish to reiterate that Labor's Big Australia policy has completely failed to safeguard the national interest, including the right to find an affordable home, to see a doctor, or to access other essential services. In contrast to this hapless Prime Minister and this incompetent government, a coalition government will deliver decisive action to reduce migration. By getting the migration policy settings right, the coalition can free up more houses for Australians, reduce congestion on our roads, and relieve pressure on existing services. We absolutely cannot support measures which will only serve to compound the immigration and housing crisis of the government's making. And that's exactly what this bill does. Mr Acting Deputy President, as I say, in the 4 Senate hearings into this bill, which we had to force the government to agree to, we have heard so many stories from various stakeholders in relation to this bill. But what we do know from this bill, this is smoke and mirrors. This is absolutely smoke and mirrors. Imagine bringing forward a bill and then the government putting forward a proposal, don't worry, we're going to tackle migration, because this bill, as we know, will mean that with the ministerial discretion inherent in this bill, the minister can bring forward the numbers of caps, the cap that he chooses, which is of course what has occurred, and we know that that student cap is 270,000 plus at least another 100,000 students who would come into this country in exempt categories. It may well be more than that. We also know, and this has been suggested to me, that the government took an initial cap to Cabinet of 250,000 and then apparently was telling stakeholders, don't worry, we've given you another 20,000 on the cap. So, as I say, this is smoke and mirrors. This demonstrates that this government has completely failed the Australian people. Every government has a responsibility to conduct its migration program in the national interest, and this government has failed, and that is why we are opposing this bill.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This bill to cap international students is the very definition of reckless policy. This bill is a migration policy disguised as an education bill. It is a poorly thought through and a chaotic plan to cap international student numbers. There was little or no consultation with the sector on the methodology which underpins this bill. It shamefully conflates the presence of international students with the housing crisis that they did not cause. It allows for unprecedented ministerial overreach and intervention. It harms international students and it damages Australia's reputation as a destination for international students. It will result in thousands of job losses, and it is dramatically bad for the economy. Capping international student numbers has little to do with quality or integrity. There is absolutely no redeeming feature in these international student caps. If one needed a manual on how not to do policy, then you have it right here in this bill, courtesy of the Albanese Labour government and Minister Clare. There is so much that needs to be done to pull the higher education sector out of the crisis that they have been in for years. The Labour government could have chosen to fully fund universities and TAFEs, ensure they provide secure jobs with fair pay and the best conditions for learning and teaching. But no. The Labour government could have chosen to provide proper funding for research. But no. The Labour government could wipe all student debt and make uni and TAFE free. But no. They won't even legislate. They won't even legislate to wipe their promised 20% of student debt till after the election in the hope of harvesting some votes. The Labour government could have chosen to scrap the rotten job-ready graduate schemes, massive fee hikes right now when they are in government, which have piled on so much debt onto students. But no, they did none of that. They did none of what is needed and what staff and students want, what universities need. But here they are, charging ahead with international student caps, which no one wants and which will be a disaster. Because let's be clear, what we have here is purely and simply migration policy disguised as an education policy. This is a politically self-interested move to win a race to the bottom with Mr. Dutton's coalition on migration. And the Albanese government is willing to throw the whole tertiary education sector under the bus to win this racist race. Shame, shame on you. International students have long been used as cash cows to prop up the sector, and now they are being used as scapegoats for the government's own policy failures. This is absolutely disgraceful. Labour's reckless and chaotic international student caps, it seems though, are finally dead in the water, as they should be. From day one, the Greens have been vocal in our opposition to these student caps for all the reasons that I just articulated. Literally, everyone except Labour was opposed to international student caps as well, because we know they will decimate the sector, they will harm international students, they will harm our reputation, and they will result in massive job and economic losses. And you know why we know that these caps are a migration policy and not education policy? Because it was confirmed. It was confirmed when Minister Clare wrote to universities in September trying to strong-arm them into submission to agree with the caps to support the government's migration targets. The Education Minister was holding Ministerial Direction 107 over the heads of education providers, as if his government isn't responsible for that reckless ministerial direction in the first place. That ministerial direction is cruel, misleading, and highly damaging to the sector. And now that Labour has got egg on its face, when this bill will not be supported in this chamber, the next thing they should do also scrap the damaging Ministerial Direction 107 immediately, so the higher education sector has some path forward to be able to survive. In damning evidence, Luke Sheehy of Universities Australia described international student caps in this bill as a political smokescreen that is being used by the government to gain an upper hand in the battle of migration ahead of the next election. While Group of 8 CEO Vicky Thompson reported that migration is shaping up as a key battlefront in the lead up to the federal election, and the university sector is shaping up to be the fall guy, unfairly and unjustifiably so. So the government is crushing, or was trying to crush, the higher education sector in a bid to look tough on borders in the months before a federal election. And international education, international students, and the higher education sector were becoming collateral damage as a result of this terrible policy. The calls for the government to engage in proper consultation with the sector have been loud and unanimous, but have gone unanswered by this government. And they did make a complete mockery of the inquiry process, often releasing key information the day after hearings had taken place, and failing to produce any modelling on the impact of these caps. Throughout the inquiry that involved 4 days of public hearings and almost 200 submissions, no one from the government was able to point to any evidence that these caps are necessary to ensure quality and integrity in the international education sector. In fact, the government has claimed that these caps are about housing, they're about skills shortages, they're about integrity and quality. But none of these policy aims are reflected or achieved in the formulas that have been developed to create these caps. The absence of these purported policy outcomes shows how irrational and flawed this whole messy dog's breakfast is. The entire process has been rushed, opaque, chaotic, and confusing. In relation to the allocation of caps across the sector, with the exception of TAFE institutes, for every other provider, public universities, private universities, non-university higher education providers, and private VET providers, there is no consistency in how caps have been allocated, even within those individual groups of providers. Many errors were identified in the allocation of caps, and it is near impossible to see how these errors can be rectified in any way, shape, or form prior to what the government's proposed date of January 1 next year was. Following decades of underfunding by successive Labour and Liberal governments, universities have become disproportionately reliant on international student revenue. And now the government was proposing to suddenly turn off that tap, with no one having any idea of what student numbers could look like beyond 2025, and nothing on the table from the government to provide more funding to universities. Funds for exorbitant international students' fees are used in universities to cross-subsidize research and to support domestic students. This is a problem in and of itself. But cutting off this funding will also become a huge problem quite immediately as the revenues drop. We have already seen in just the last some weeks that universities have been announcing more than 1,000 job cuts, and many citing international student caps as a contributing factor. And incredibly, other estimates put job losses in the tens of thousands. And the sole response from the government is that from a macroeconomic perspective, Treasury does not expect any job losses as a result of this bill. Even more incredibly, no modelling has been provided for these claims, and no one can assume that no detailed modelling was undertaken to determine specific impacts on the sector or on the economy. Many universities are facing dire circumstances, with the government already decimating international education for many providers through Ministerial Direction 107. And I keep coming back to this because this is a horrific ministerial direction that needs to be scrapped right now. number of smaller private providers gave evidence that the imposition of the caps would be catastrophic for the entire industry. Dr. Ant Bagshaw, Executive Director of the Australian Technology Network of Universities, reported that the 6 universities he represents have lost over $500 million in 2024 as a result of Ministerial Direction 107. Mr. Paul Harris, Executive Director of Innovative Research University, similarly reported the disproportionate and unfair impact of the direction on the universities that he represents. And furthermore, this bill is an attack on the fundamental principles of university independence and student choice. And although not reflected at all in the methodology for 2025, the government has indicated that these caps will be used to steer international students towards area of skills shortages in Australia. But then, on the other hand, universities whose international students' numbers will be capped quite drastically teach the courses which address actually the skills shortages. So it undermines the government's own argument. For example, despite educating a significant number of international students that go on to work in Western Sydney's overburdened hospitals, Western Sydney University is facing up to 18% cut in their student numbers for next year. Similarly, the Australian Catholic University is the largest educator of teachers and nurses in the country, and they are facing a 53% reduction in international students from 2024 to 2025. This whole thing makes zero sense. Canada implemented a cap on international students, and the results we know have been pretty disastrous and damning, with international student numbers falling far below the caps that have been set, as students seek more welcoming options for study. And across the 4 days of hearings, witnesses explicitly again and again raised concerns about the serious damage this bill will do to Australia's reputation as a destination for international students. And this damage has already started. Alec Webb, CEO of Regional Universities Network, described the government's changes as an act of economic and reputational self-sabotage, with high levels of visa delays and refusals, a $1,600 visa application fees, and caps that mean even with an offer, you may not be guaranteed a place. It is clear that many students will no longer even consider studying in Australia. And shamefully, capping international student numbers under the government's plan is fundamentally flawed in that it relies on a false narrative that international students are the cause of Australia's current housing crisis. And of serious concern, and often lost in the debate, is the impact of these caps on the students themselves. International students have long been exploited as cash cows to prop up the university budgets in the absence of government funding, and now they are being scapegoated for the policy failures of both the coalition and the Labour governments. The harm this causes to international students and migrants cannot be overstated. In addition to the harm caused to the international students themselves, this rhetoric fails to account for the vibrancy, culture, and diversity that international students bring to our campuses and communities. Universities and private providers alike have been clear that the government's irrational international student caps will destroy tertiary education. It is clear that this bill by the Labour government puts politics before policy. Despite all the evidence provided of the flaws, gaping holes, inconsistencies, the lack of consultation, and the damage this policy will do, the government is pushing ahead with strangling the higher education sector in this disgraceful attempt to achieve a migration outcome, which has absolutely zero to do with international education. On the final day of hearing, higher education expert Claire Field told the committee that it would be wrong to go ahead. And I couldn't agree more. And now Labour hopefully cannot go ahead. We pushed hard, and this flawed policy will hopefully never see the light of day. And I hope that there is a lesson here for Labour that they will learn, because they must go back to the drawing board and come back with a plan to fully fund universities for research, for learning, for teaching. They must tackle insecure work and rampant casualization at universities. They must tackle the corporatization of universities. wipe student debt, and make uni and TAFE free. These are the priorities, not some ridiculous international student caps, which hopefully are now dead in the water, as they should be.
Your time has expired. Senator Sheldon.
Good, thank you, Acting Deputy President. So I rise to speak on the ESOS Amendment Bill 2024. And I just want to take up the first issue, and Senator Henderson raised the complaining about ELICOS students and how their numbers are blowing out in the net overseas migration. But the reality is that ELICOS students do not contribute to net overseas migration. And there's a good reason for that. They are only in the country for 3 months. It's another example of how confused the coalition are on this.
Order.
They don't have a plan on how to deal with the issues that this inquiry and this bill deals with. All they can come up with misinformation and absolutely basic untruths.
Order.
Now, quite clearly, we've got the Greens on one side who want to have an open-ended situation which actually disadvantages Australian students and many other students internationally that come here. They want to have an open-ended approach. So you've got them on one side, and then you've got the coalition on the other side having various different positions. And we saw many more positions again tonight, and I'll get to that in one moment. And I'll also address the issue about the fact that we've put forward, this government has put forward, the Albanese government, Minister Clare has put forward and said very clearly what our agenda is on the second term agenda for student debt. We've been very clear about that to the Australian public.
Resume your seat. Senator Henderson, Standing Order 197, interruptions are disorderly. Please desist. Senator Sheldon, you have the call.
Now, as I say, that the Greens have turned around and have this open-ended approach. Rather than turning around and making sure that we have a proper system, which this bill starts bringing in clearly. You've got the hard mad left on one side and you've got the right on the other side. Well, quite clearly, we've come up with the, I'll use the word, militant middle to say this is the right approach to take to get our education system on the right track. Now, this bill amends the ESOS Act to safeguard the quality and integrity of our international education sector and to provide the Minister of Education with the power to set limits on the number of international students that can come to Australia each year. The bill is a result of 2 years of consultation as part of the Universities Accord. 2 years, which is a blueprint on how we reform our higher education system to make a better and fairer system, which we heard from prominent experts such as Professor Mary O'Kane, Jenny Macklin, Barney Glover, Fiona Nash, and many, many more, and many people presenting to that committee. The Universities Accord recommended that, I quote, to address issues with the integrity and quality of teaching facilities in international tertiary education and ensure that international education providers maintain their social licence to operate. The government should take an evidence-based approach to demand volatility, course concentrations, and the quality of the student experience and access and availability of affordable student housing. So you've got the Greens on one side saying, let it loose, and you've got the Conservatives on the other side saying many different positions. But the only thing is they can politically make a point of trying to turn around and say whatever's put up by Labor is wrong. They're on a coalition, the No Coalition, about actually reforming out this important sector of education. Now, the government has committed to implement 29 of the 47 recommendations of the Accord in full. And an obvious first step is the ESOS agencies who regulate the education sector need the power to drive out the shonky providers who lure international students here with false promises. This is a critical part of the bill, but they want to shy away from it because they want to turn around and say, we're not backing the shonks whilst they back them. They are in this place turning around and backing some of the shonkiest operators, and I'll go to some of the reasons why in a moment. Now, this bill also requires education agent commissions to be transparent and requires new providers to demonstrate a track record of delivering quality education to domestic students before they can recruit international students. They don't want to tell you that either. That's what they're voting against. Transparency. They rip off merchants from agent commissions, the shonky operators out there. but they want to turn around and give them a free pass. That's what they're doing. That's what this bill is intended to rectify, and it will rectify. The inquiry into the bill heard there was widespread support for these integrity measures, but not a word from those opposite. They're not turning around and making sure that we do the right thing. They don't back in these sorts of proposals. In actual fact, if they had a different view, they should have put it in their own minority reports. They should have put those views and put suggestions up about what they thought should be happening. But no, what they've done is just simply turned around and just played a shonky arrangement, allowing shonks to survive in this sector. Now, Professor Attila Brums, Vice-Chancellor and President of UNSW Sydney, said that the support of the government's intention in Part 1 to 6 of the legislation, which are around integrity measures to weed out unscrupulous providers who exploit students, which is excellent. Paul Harris from the Innovative Research Universities told the committee that they support the ongoing work with the government to improve quality and integrity across the national education system. The integrity measures outlined in the bill are important to safeguard this critically important industry, but an industry that has lost community trust. The government has been taking this problem seriously, and the integrity measures in this bill are on top of a number of integrity measures that we've put in place since coming to this office. We have introduced financial capacity requirements, implemented a genuine student requirement, increased the English language requirements and issued Ministerial Direction 107, which is a directive to public servants at the Department of Home Affairs to process student visa caseloads based on the risk level of education providers and the student's country of citizenship. But despite widespread support for the majority of this bill, it has been caught up in the hypocritical politicking of the Liberals and Nationals. Now, the bill was referred to the Education and Employment Legislation Committee in May this year. The inquiry was extended in August, then extended again in September. They called for 4 committee hearings on this bill, delaying this debate and going over the same issues time and time again, because they didn't want to be held to account for the measures that they're voting against.
Order.
The Liberals and Nationals tried to delay this bill, not because they don't support a better planned approach towards our international education sector, because they see more political benefit in picking a fight than helping us to solve the mess they left behind.
Senator Sheldon, resume your seat. Senator Henderson, interjections are disorderly. Senator Sheldon, I just remind you also to be careful about imputations of improper motives, but you have the call.
But because they were more political benefit in picking a fight than helping us to solve the mess they left behind, they are talking out of both sides of their mouth, double-dealing the universities and registered training organisations, because they will criticise the government for this bill, but they've committed to go much further. Back in May, Opposition Leader Mr Dutton said in his budget reply speech that if elected, he'll reduce annual permanent migration from 185 to 140,000 and called the current number of international students excessive. Senator Henderson said in an interview on Talkback radio station 2CC on the 2nd of September that, I quote, "What we are concerned about is a social licence to bring in such large numbers of foreign students without having regard to the impact on the learning of all students." But then at the inquiry on the 2nd of October, wait till you hear this, Senator Henderson described education providers as being, quote, "grossly discriminated against." So here you can have both things happening at the same time, push and pull. And her leader, Mr Dutton, told radio station 2GB on the 26th of September that international students are, and I quote, "the modern version of vote arrivals." Now that kind of inflamed rhetoric and dog whistling has a real impact on people. International student Raghav Matani spoke to The Guardian about Mr Dutton's comments in an article published on the 27th of September. And he said, quote, "Why are you using these words to describe us? What have we done that's unlawful? We've not come illegally. We've not jumped borders. We are not framed like this. We're helping the economy. We're putting a lot of money into it. Protect us." Vicky Thompson, Chief Executive of the Group of 8 universities, also criticised the coalition policies in the Australian Financial Review on the 17th of May, saying that at the best the message from the coalition is you are not welcome here. At worst is a trading off of our great history of multiculturalism to play in a political narrative. Now, we on this side make no apologies for wanting to return migration to pre-pandemic levels. This bill sets up a power to create a cap on the number of international students coming to Australia to study, and the national planning level announced by Minister Clare would mean that 270,000 international students that can start a course in 2025. Now, we want regional universities to benefit from hosting international students rather than being concentrated just in metropolitan universities. But we are engaging the kind of rhetoric the coalition is spewing because we value our domestic and international students. We want them to have a positive experience in Australia. We want international students to have a genuine cultural exchange, to be paid at least minimum wage if they're working and not to be forced into exploitative accommodation. But we know this is not always the case. Operation Nook, conducted by Border Force and the Australian Federal Police, exposed that genuine education providers were colluding with disreputable agents to facilitate student visas and then funneling them into criminal activities, including sexual slavery.
Senator Sheldon, resume your seat. It being 8 p.m, I propose that the Senate do now adjourn. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak about the important role Australia's sustainable forest products play in our recycling ecosystem. This is particularly timely because last week marked National Recycling Week. In Australia, forestry is our 6th largest manufacturing sector, contributing around $24 billion to our economy each and every single year. Forest industries directly employ around 80,000 people and another 100,000 indirectly throughout Australia, many of which are based in fine regional and rural towns. And these numbers will only increase as demand for timber and wood fibre set to quadruple by 2050. And that's right, quadruple. Jobs in the forest industry cover many professions, including the planting and regeneration of forests, the management of forests, harvesting, transportation, processing in the construction industry, and the manufacturing of those paper products that we all dear very much. Many of the products our forest industry create are recyclable and contribute to a well-functioning circular economy. Let us take paper products, for example, which can be recycled numerous times. And when paper reaches the end of its life cycle, it can be composted and its nutrients returned to the soil. Timber and fibre processing facilities also recycle their timber residues like sawdust, which is used as a renewable energy source to create heat and power, reducing the reliance on external energy sources. The full supply chain of Australia's forest industries is critical for the economy, the environment and our communities, particularly those in our regions. Therefore, we must support this industry so we do not rely on unsustainable forest imports that undermine Australian jobs and the global fight against climate change. In September this year, the Albanese government took an important step in preventing trans-border environmental crime, with a bill passed in the Parliament to more effectively combat illegally logged timber from entering the Australian market. These reforms will help trace illegally logged timber to its source and provide greater control at the border through new notice requirements and stricter penalties. The Australian Forest Products Association, the peak body that represents workers in the industry and forest wood and paper products processors, have backed these and strengthened the reforms. The association is also calling for improved consumer information for timber and fibre that states that country of origin and whether it comes from a sustainable Australian source. Sadly, due to the native forestry industry closures in my home state of Victoria and Western Australia, the industry has seen an increase in the volume of imported hardwoods. It is regrettable that by shutting down our sustainable industry, local furniture and flooring manufacturers are now forced to source timbers from overseas forests with less stringent regulations than ours to make ends meet. And I do note a lot of our fine timber also now comes from the state of Tasmania, and a good friend of mine, Senator Duniam, who's also the co-chair of the Forestry Friendship Group here with me in Parliament House, standing up for our industry, standing up for jobs in regional Australia. Australia's forest products sector is the world leader in sustainable forest management and something we should be very proud about. We must retain our global reputation as a responsible supplier of sustainable and legally sourced timber products. Federal Labor recognises the significance of backing sustainable forestry, and that is why we announced just 1 month ago that applications are now open for the third round of the $74 million Support Plantation Establishment Program. The funding will help farm foresters and the industry establish up to 36 hectares of new long rotation softwood and hardwood plantation forests across Australia. Rounds 1 and 2 of the program have been awarded over $15 million to 27 projects across Australia that will create over 8,500 hectares of new plantations. With plantations making over 1.7 million hectares of our country's forest estate, more investment in new forestry plantations is a good thing to ensure that in the decades ahead we have enough resources to create the essential items Australians rely on, such as house framing, flooring, furniture and packing. We all have an obligation to support our forest industry.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Your time has expired. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, President. I rise tonight to pay tribute to a very long-standing friend of the Liberal Party in Tasmania who unfortunately left us over the weekend. Christopher Thomas Shacklock, known to us in the Liberal Party as Tom, passed away at the age of 87 over the weekend. Tom was a long-standing member of the Liberal Party in Tasmania, firstly in the seat of Lyons. He represented the Lyons electorate at State Executive for many, many years with his off-sider Reuben Radford, and the sight of Tom and Reuben turning up to State Executive meetings was something that we all recall, and their double act also in defence of the agricultural sector was something that we all recall very fondly. He then moved to the electorate of Braddon, and he was a member of the Devonport City branch, a branch that I'm a member of for many, many years, again being a branch delegate to electorate meetings and to State Executive, and up until this year, I think, was the first State Council meeting he'd missed for very many years, whether that be representing Lyons or Braddon. And of course, he was a terrier at election times. He was someone that looked after our election signs, and Tom had that level of dedication where he would do the rounds of the signs in Devonport every morning to make sure they still were where they were put the day before. And if they weren't, he'd put them back up or repair them or replace them before most of the town was out of bed. And so when everyone drove past the next morning, they were where they were supposed to be. He was recognised by the party for his work with a Meritorious Service Award, which is a national award bestowed by the Liberal Party in 2002, and he won the Braddon Shield for his efforts again in 2015. But he was not just a Liberal man, although he was pretty well known for that. He was a strong advocate in his community, and Senator Ciccone was just talking about the forestry and the paper industry, and Tom was a very, very passionate supporter of the forestry and the paper industry in Australia. And he was one who would ring us with his opinions at all hours. If Tom had something he wanted to tell you, he'd ring and he'd say, and it didn't really matter what time it was. And I recall when the RFA legislation passed in 2004, very early in the morning, I thought, here's the opportunity to get one back on Tom. So I rang him at 4 o'clock in the morning to tell him that the RFA legislation had passed, expecting that I might get some reaction. The reaction I got was one of delight. Tom was absolutely delighted that he was so important that he had to know before anyone else that wasn't in Canberra that the legislation had passed, and he could start his rounds very early in the morning to pass the message on. So he was absolutely delighted with that. And I was very privileged when his wife Jean and he asked me to confer Australian citizenship on them. He organised that at the Axemen's Hall of Fame in Latrobe, a building that and a facility that he was an absolute terrier to ensure got built, and something that he was extremely proud of. And he was also big in the agricultural sector, very proud of his stud cattle that he showed at the local agricultural shows. So a real community advocate, someone who worked hard in the community, a man of strong faith, a faith that he shared with his wife Jean, who passed away a few years ago. So we're really sad to lose Tom. Of course, he was a loyal family man, and most of all, he was a very good friend to us all. And I'd like to extend my condolences and those of my branch and party members in Tasmania to his daughter Angela and her husband John, Virginia and Gerhard, Rebecca, and their son Paris, who is also a strong contributor to the Liberal Party, and his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. We've lost a strong and sound Liberal, and Tom is back with Jean, and may they both rest in peace, and I'm sure they're keeping an eye on us all.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President, and I want to associate myself with the comments acknowledging the fine contribution of an Australian citizen to the democratic processes of this nation, albeit with a very different viewpoint to the one that I would be advancing. And I do it to acknowledge somebody who who has passed from this life, while I honour young people engaging in democracy in my contribution this evening. On the 25th of September, Cowra Public School from my beautiful duty electorate of the Riverina came to Parliament House and provided the findings of an investigation conducted by the Year 5 and 6 students on the merits of renewable energy compared to alternatives such as nuclear power and fossil fuels. This analysis, which I have here with me in the chamber this evening, President, has been passed on specifically to me by the Prime Minister. The students at Cowra Public School have been through a lot. In the last 4 years, they've experienced drought, bushfire smoke, and record-breaking floods that split the town in half and devastated the neighbouring town of Eugowra. Climate change is as real for these students as attending school. That's why Cowra Public School students are overwhelmingly for the continued development and uptick of renewable energy, including solar, wind, hydro-pumped and geothermal electricity. The students understand that compared to alternatives, renewable energy will bring down power bills, not produce greenhouse emissions, and not create issues of long-term radioactive waste. I appreciated the insights from Jason, who provided analysis of hydro energy and the effects of climate change, such as rising sea levels, droughts, fires, and heat waves. Eve had some excellent insights on there being 341,000 wind turbines in the world, providing an emission-free, low-cost and efficient power source for Australia and the planet. Noah spoke to the abundance of solar in Australia and its potential usage in spacecrafts and how it could be used to mitigate climate change. The truth is that the students of Cowra Public School will experience Australia's transition to renewable energy in their lifetime. Before they turn 50, Australia will hopefully be a net zero economy with employment opportunities and technological advances that we can have no way of yet knowing. What I do know is that the Riverina will play a major role in Australia's green transition. In the pipeline are a variety of renewable energy hubs and storage solutions that will ensure that the world of tomorrow can be powered from close to home on emissions-free technology. I want to thank you, the students of Cowra Public School, for your analysis. I intend to share these findings with my good friend, the Minister for Climate Change, Chris Bowen, to urge him and the rest of the Parliament to look into these results and continue with Australia's journey to 82% renewable by 2030 and zero emissions by 2050. To the students, please continue to think deeply about problems of national importance and the state of Australia's democracy. As a former teacher over many years, I can assure you these are some of the most important lessons you will ever have. And can I congratulate the leadership of their teachers in the school and just put on the record one paragraph from their teacher. I reiterate my thanks to you, she's writing to the Prime Minister here, for accommodating my request. It is such an incredible life lesson for students to see that in our democracy, they must form opinions based on fact, and that they have a right and the means to share that opinion with the highest office in the land. Two very different versions of contributions to democracy, but nonetheless both signs that democracy is alive and well in this fine country of ours. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. The Senate stands adjourned and we'll meet again tomorrow at 12 noon. Good night, Senators. So would Anne know that?